Chapter 1748, 1748 The Phoenix Nest, a phoenix's nest? Lu Ming was full of doubts. That's right, Lu Ming. In a month, the holy sons and holy virgins of the Phoenix Palace will enter a destroyed phoenix nest in search of the heart of a wutong tree. Every holy virgin and holy son can invite a few friends to help them. I was thinking of asking you for help. If we succeed, we might be able to meet the palace master. Wang Lin explained. We're friends. Even if this didn't happen, I'd still help you. It's just that there are so many heaven's favorites in ancient Moon Holy Land. With my cultivation level, I'm afraid I can't help you. Lu Ming said. No, because only those in the Bright Saint Realm are allowed to enter this time, said Wang Lin. The four of them talked as they walked. Wang Lin also explained the situation in detail. It turned out that not long ago, the Phoenix Palace had discovered a phoenix's nest. Unfortunately, the phoenix's nest had been destroyed long ago, and all the phoenixes in the phoenix's nest had died. An expert from the Phoenix Palace had entered the phoenix's nest to investigate, but he was surrounded by the phoenix's spirit and had escaped with heavy injuries. After many tests, the Phoenix Palace found out that there were many heroic spirits of dead phoenixes in the phoenix nest. These heroic spirits were usually dormant and would attack together if outsiders entered. The more powerful an existence was, the more powerful the heroic spirit would be alerted. Even the Phoenix Palace's monarch-tier experts were forced to retreat after being seriously injured. The lower the cultivation level, the less likely it was to alert the stronger heroic spirits. At most, it would alert some of the weaker heroic spirits. The experts of the Phoenix Palace also discovered that there was an ancient parasol tree in the phoenix's nest that had condensed the heart of the parasol tree. This was a priceless treasure to the Phoenix Palace. Therefore, the Phoenix Palace had decided to send the Bright Saint Realm saints and saintesses of the Phoenix Palace into the phoenix's nest to get the heart of the wudong. Each of them could invite 3 friends outside the Phoenix Palace to help. In fact, this was a test for these holy sons and holy virgins. Whoever could get the heart of the parasol tree would be more valued by the Phoenix Palace, and their status would be higher than the other holy sons and holy virgins. The 4 of them chatted as they walked. Not long after, a majestic mountain peak appeared in front of them. This mountain peak was like a phoenix with its wings spread out. It was extremely lifelike. There were many palaces built on the mountain peak. This was the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming realized that the cultivation environment here was better than other places. Lu Ming, Su Ran, from now on, you'll be living in Phoenix Palace. How about it? Said Wang Lin. I can't ask for more. Lu Ming said with a smile. Staying here was much better than staying in an inn. Su Ran naturally nodded. The 4 of them flew into the Phoenix Palace. Wang Lin arranged a place for Lu Ming to stay and then brought them on a tour of the Phoenix Palace. After touring around, the group arrived at Lu Ming's residence. It was a courtyard. Lu Ming, I'll try my best to report the matter regarding evil spirit to the higher-ups and see if I can meet the palace master. You guys can stay here. If anything happens, you can contact me at any time, said Wang Lin. All right. Lu Ming nodded. After Wang Lin and Mu Qingxue left, Lu Ming and Su Ran each went into a room and cultivated on their own. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had cultivated the Chaos Finger Tribulation arduously. Now that he had reached 18% mastery, its power had increased by a few more points. 3 people were gathered in a courtyard in the Phoenix Palace. They were Wang Lin, Lu Ming, and Mu Qingxue. It was only then that Lu Ming knew that Mu Qingxue was one of the people whom Wang Lin had invited to help. That Qin Feng guy is really slow. He's still not here. Mu Qingxue snorted. Every holy son and holy virgin could invite 3 friends to help them. Now that Lu Ming and Mu Qingxue had arrived, they were still short of 1 friend. Anyway, there's still time. Let's wait a little longer, said Wang Lin. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the sky. A young man stepped on the air and arrived. This person was dressed in a white robe and was quite handsome. He stepped down from the sky and smiled. Wang Lin, I'm sorry I'm late. I thought you weren't coming. Mu Qingxue said coldly, as if she didn't like this person. Mu Qingsu's attitude didn't anger the young man. He still had a smile on his face as he turned to look at Lu Ming. Feng Ling, who is this? He's Lu Ming. Lu Ming. His name is Qin Feng. Huang Ling introduced. It's Brother Lu. Qin Feng cupped his fists. Brother Qin. Lu Ming also cupped his fists, but he had a feeling that Qin Ran's smile was very fake. Qin Feng sized Lu Ming up and said, Brother Lu, you look very unfamiliar. Are you not from ancient Moon Holy Land? No, I'm from the Azure Continent. Lu Ming said. The Azure Continent? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a hint of contempt. Although he hid it very quickly, Lu Ming still noticed it. I wonder what's Brother Lu's current cultivation level? Qin Feng asked again. Lu Ming had cast an illusionary technique to cover up the aura of his cultivation, so Qin Feng could not tell. Hey Qin Feng, you're asking too much. What's Lu Ming's cultivation level? Why should he tell you? Mu Qingxue said unhappily. Qingxue, you're wrong. Since we're a team and we're going to enter the phoenix's nest together to help Feng Ling complete her mission, we naturally have to understand the other's cultivation level. That way, it'll be easier for us to work together, right? Qin Yang smiled. His words seemed reasonable, leaving Mu Qingxue speechless. It's just my cultivation level. There's nothing to hide. My cultivation level is at the lower tier of the Bright Saint realm. Lu Ming said. Initial Bright Saint? This time, Qin Feng's contempt was even more obvious. To be honest, the initial Bright Saint realm isn't enough. Huang Ling, if you can't find any friends, I can introduce you to a few. They'll at least be in the upper tier of the Bright Saint realm. Although Qin Feng still had a smile on his face, his contempt was already very obvious. Huang Ling's brows furrowed and she looked unhappy. There's no need. I believe that Lu Ming's combat strength is not weaker than that of a great mastery Bright Saint. He will definitely be of great help. Oh really? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a sneer, and he did not say anything more. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go, said Huang Ling. Immediately, the four of them rose into the air and soon arrived at the top of a mountain. There were already quite a few people on the peak. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and discovered that there were 24 people. They were grouped into 6 groups of 4. Obviously, they were the other holy sons and holy virgins of the Phoenix Palace and the friends they had invited. Including Huang Ling and the others, there were 7 groups in total. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they were met with cold gazes. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow. Lu Ming looked around and saw the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow looking at him coldly. In addition, Lu Ming also discovered many familiar faces. For example, Wan Tianlong of the Wan family and the Heaven's favorite of the Wilderness Sword sect. 4 or 5 of them had stepped onto the Jade Pool Saintess Pavilion a month ago. Unexpectedly, they had all been invited by the Phoenix Palace's Saint and Saintess. Chapter 1749. 1749 The Phoenix Spirit 7 groups, a total of 28 people. They sized each other up and revealed their battle intent. The atmosphere was very heavy. Feng Ling, you'll definitely be the one to obtain the heart of the parasol tree this time. You should give up. A young man looked at Feng Ling and spoke coldly. He was filled with confidence. He was dressed in a phoenix robe, handsome and full of nobility. What a joke! The heart of the parasol tree will definitely be mine. A voice came from the side. It was a woman. Huang Ling's expression was calm and she did not speak. The man's name is Huang Kong, and the woman's name is Huang Bing. They have the highest cultivation among this batch of holy sons and holy virgins. However, their talents are not as good as Huang Ling's. That's why they're always against her, trying to suppress her. Mu Qingxue sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. The phoenix spirit had the undying heavenly phoenix body. The spirit body could continue to evolve through nirvana. Back in the 100 Clan battlefield, it had already evolved to a medium-grade heavenly spirit body. It was not something that ordinary geniuses could compare to. Lu Ming sized them up. The helpers that Huang Kong and Huang Bing had invited were all very powerful. Their auras were strong and hard to estimate. For example, The ninth prince of the Golden Crow was next to Huang Bing, and Wan Tianlong was next to Huang Kong. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard in the sky. 3 old men came through the air. Greetings, elder. Feng Ling and the other holy sons and holy daughters of the Phoenix Palace bowed. You're free. The old man in the lead waved his hand. Everyone's here. Now follow us. After the old man in the lead finished speaking, he soared into the sky. The others followed him, and not long after, they arrived at a valley. In the valley, there was a pitch-black vortex, and behind the vortex was the phoenix's nest. Go in, the leading old man said. Let's go, let's go. Huang Kong was the first to speak. He rushed into the vortex with his 3 helpers and disappeared. Then Huang Bing and the others rushed into the vortex and disappeared. Let's go in too, Huang Ling said and rushed into the black tortoise, followed by Lu Ming and the others. As soon as they entered the vortex, they appeared on a mountain peak. Looking up, they saw that the world in front of them was filled with thick black fog, which blocked their vision. The others all appeared not far away. Buzz and NBSP whoosh. Then Huang Kong and the others flew forward and disappeared into the thick black fog. According to the investigation of the Phoenix Palace's experts, the ancient parasol tree is in the depths of the phoenix nest, said Huang Ling. After that, the 4 of them also flew forward. After flying into the mist, he found that the mist was too thick and he couldn't see clearly. At first, he could still see the other holy sons and holy virgins, but later, they had completely disappeared. After flying for a long time, they finally flew out of the fog-covered area and their vision widened. However, they didn't see the other holy sons and holy virgins or their helpers. It was clear that while flying in the fog, everyone's direction was slightly off and they had already separated. This place seems to have experienced a terrifying battle. Mu Qingxue asked in surprise. Looking into the distance, he could see many mountain peaks, but most of them had collapsed. Some seemed to have been cut off by a sword, and some seemed to have been smashed by a palm. In fact, they even saw huge palm and fist prints on the ground. This phoenix nest should be a small world, and a terrifying battle happened in the distant past. Almost all the phoenixes here were killed. We have to be careful. I'm afraid that the phoenix spirit will appear and attack us, said Huang Ling. The 4 of them concealed their auras and flew forward. Before he could fly far, the cry of a phoenix suddenly resounded through the air. Following which, a phoenix burst out from the ground. This phoenix didn't seem to have a physical body, but a black shadow. Its eyes revealed an intense hatred as it pounced toward the 4 of them. Mu Qingxue let out a delicate cry and slapped out a palm. A terrifying cold wave rushed out and hit the phoenix phantom, sending it flying. However, the phoenix phantom shouted again and rushed toward Mu Qingxue. Cold wave sword, / Mu Qingxue shouted as she clenched her fist. A terrifying cold wave appeared and condensed into a long sword. With a slash, the phoenix spirit was cut in half. It turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared into the ground. A divine ability. Lu Ming's heart stirred. What Mu Qingxue used was a superpower technique. Her cultivation was also very high, reaching the peak of Bright Saint. Her superpower technique was profound and her combat power was strong. No wonder the 9th prince of the Golden Crow was so afraid and left directly. After killing a phoenix spirit, the 4 of them increased their speed and rushed forward. However, not long after they rushed out, the cries of phoenixes rang out again. This time, several phoenix spirits appeared and pounced toward the 4 of them. Those with weak cultivation, step back and don't get in the way. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Ming coldly, then stepped forward and charged at the phoenix spirits. Qin Feng's combat strength wasn't any weaker than Mu Qingxue's. No wonder he was so arrogant. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Since he was not needed, he could not be bothered to do anything. He stood beside Huang Ling. Mu Qingxue and Qin Feng joined forces and quickly destroyed a few phoenix souls. The 4 of them continued to move forward, but more and more phoenix souls appeared. Mu Qingxue and Qin Yang were also finding it more and more difficult to deal with the situation. What's wrong with Huang Ling? She invited a piece of trash. Otherwise, we would have an easier time if there was another expert. Looking at the increasing number of phoenix spirits, Qin Feng's face became more and more unsightly. He began to not hide his thoughts and began to speak sarcastically. And NBSP, but at this moment, a massive phoenix spirit appeared. This phoenix spirit was several times larger than the other phoenix spirits, and its aura was extremely thick and terrifying. It screeched and pounced on Qin Feng. Qin Feng unleashed his full power and struck out a huge palm toward the phoenix spirit. However, the phoenix spirit's sharp claws destroyed Qin Feng's palm print and slashed toward him with its blade-like wings. Qin Feng's expression changed. He took out a saint weapon to block the attack, but he was sent flying. His face was pale and he almost spat out blood. This phoenix spirit is too strong. We can't fight it. Let's leave this place first and take a detour, Qin Feng suggested. Take a detour? In my opinion, there are such powerful phoenix souls everywhere. If we can't break through here, it will be the same in other places. Lu Ming said. Shut up. What right do you have to speak? We're fighting, what are you doing? Qin Feng shouted coldly. At this time, the powerful phoenix spirit pounced toward Qin Feng again. Qin Feng's expression changed and he turned around to run, shouting, Listen to me, well, take a detour. Even if we join forces, we're still not his match. Qin Feng's speed was very fast. As soon as he ran, the huge phoenix spirit pounced on the phoenix spirit and Lu Ming. Wang Lin, be careful. Mu Qingxue shouted. She wanted to rush over to help, but it was already too late. Wang Ling's expression turned serious. Her body was filled with the unperishable flame, forming a flaming phoenix. Chapter 1750, 1750. The ancient parasol tree. The phoenix spirit would not retreat. Her thoughts were the same as Lu Ming's. There were phoenix spirits everywhere in this place. There might be stronger ones in other places. They could only rush over. If they couldn't even get past this, how could they compete with the other holy sons and holy virgins? I'll do it, let's go, Lu Ming said as he stepped forward. A powerful aura surged from his body. Then, his palm was like a knife as he slashed at the phoenix spirit's sharp claws. You're only a lower-tier bright saint, yet you want to fight this phoenix spirit head-on? You're really ignorant. You're looking for death. In the distance, Qin Feng sneered. But the next moment, his smile disappeared. Bang! Lu Ming's palm collided with the phoenix's sharp claws, but the result was that the phoenix's body was sent flying. Then, Lu Ming stepped forward. A huge chaos sky-turning seal condensed in his palm. It was as big as a mountain and pressed down on the phoenix spirit. Although the chaos sky-turning seal was only a domain-level martial arts technique, it was still extremely terrifying when cast by Lu Ming with his current cultivation level. Boom! The chaotic sky-turning seal pressed down on the phoenix spirit, causing its body to tremble and let out cries. Lu Ming's hands did not stop. Chaos sky-turning seals were constantly condensed and blasted at the phoenix spirit. After 5 or 6 consecutive attacks, the phoenix spirit finally couldn't take it anymore. It exploded with a bang and turned into black smoke. In the distance, Qin Feng's expression froze and then became extremely gloomy. Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong. He was only an initial bright saint, but he could suppress the phoenix's spirit. Didn't that mean that his combat strength was stronger than his? Moreover, in his opinion, he was no match for the phoenix spirit just now. Now that Lu Ming could kill the phoenix spirit, was it not a slap to his face? Especially in front of the two beauties, Wang Lin and Mu Qingxue. This made his eyes flash with a cold light. Wang Lin and Mu Qingxue were also a little stunned. This guy's combat strength has become stronger. Wang Lin muttered. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Mu Qingxue to help her deal with the other phoenix spirits. These phoenix spirits were much weaker and were no match for Lu Ming. He killed them with one move and quickly cleared them all. Let's go, Lu Ming said to Bai Lin. Lu Ming, what do you mean? You're obviously so strong, so why didn't you attack just now? Were you waiting for us to be unable to resist before you attacked so that you could show off your strength? You're disregarding other people's safety. Qin Feng flew back and scolded with a gloomy face. Weren't you the one who told me not to make a move? Besides, the one who wanted to show off was you, right? Of course I had to give you this chance. Unfortunately, I didn't expect you to be a good-for-nothing. Lu Ming said calmly. What did you just say? Qin Feng's face turned even gloomier. Lu Ming actually dared to call him trash? Isn't it? Also, I'll borrow your words, trash, stand behind and don't make a move, so you don't get in the way. Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward. Mu Qingxue let out a crisp laugh and gave Qin Feng a disdainful look. Then she followed Lu Ming and walked forward with Feng Ling. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to humiliate him. He was just a person from the Azure continent, yet he dared to humiliate him, a heaven's favorite from a Holy Land's major force. He was simply courting death. Qin Feng's eyes darted around for a while, then he followed Lu Ming and the others. Following that, more phoenix spirits appeared. However, with Lu Ming leading the way, these phoenix spirits could not stop them at all. They rushed forward quickly. Half an hour later, they had flown tens of thousands of miles. Finally, there were no more phoenix spirits. Without the appearance of the phoenix's spirit, their speed increased explosively. They turned into 4 streams of light and streaked across the sky. After flying for an unknown distance, a towering ancient tree appeared in their line of sight. Is that the ancient parasol tree? It's actually rooted in the void. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the towering tree in front of him. That ancient tree was too big. It blotted out the sky and the sun. No one knew how high it was. The most shocking thing was that the roots of the towering ancient tree were actually rooted in the void. It was as if a towering ancient tree had grown out of the void. This scene was truly terrifying. Wang Lin seemed to have known about this long ago, but Mu Qingxue and Qin Feng were also a little dumbfounded. That's the ancient parasol tree. The heart of the parasol tree is right there. Let's go, said Wang Lin as she flew forward. Not long after, they slowly approached the ancient parasol tree. The closer they got, the more they felt that the ancient parasol tree was huge. It was as if it could support an entire world. They did not know how big it was. Under the ancient parasol tree, there was a huge mountain. It was extremely majestic and pierced through the sky. At the peak of the mountain, near the root of the ancient parasol tree. When they arrived, they found that they could not fly up any further. They were obstructed by a powerful force. What's going on? If we can't fly up, how can we get on the ancient parasol tree? Mu Qingxue asked, puzzled. That mountain goes straight to the root of the ancient parasol tree. Could it be from there? Lu Ming said. Let's go take a look, said Wang Lin. The 4 of them flew forward. Bush, bush. At this time, from several other directions, the sound of air braking could be heard. There were also people flying towards the mountain. Huang Kong, Huang Bing and Huang Xian. Huang Ling said in a low voice. In addition to them, there were 3 other holy sons and holy sons who had brought people here. The 4 groups of people arrived in front of the mountain almost at the same time. On the mountain, there was a jade staircase that led from the foot of the mountain to the top. At the foot of the mountain, there was a stone tablet with a line of words written on it. If you want to climb up the Wutong tree, climb up from here. It was obvious that in order to step onto the ancient parasol tree, one had to climb the jade ladder to the peak of the mountain and then obtain the heart of the parasol tree from the ancient parasol tree. People from all 4 sides moved almost at the same time and rushed toward the jade stairs. Lu Ming rushed up the jade stairs. With one step, his body was as light as a swallow, and he headed towards the mountain peak at top speed. Qin Feng and Mu Qingxue were the same. However, when Lu Ming swept his gaze across them, he realized that something was wrong. Huang Ling's body glowed as if she was under great pressure and was climbing up with great difficulty. Not only him, but Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and Huang Xian were also the same. They seemed to be under hundreds of millions of joule of pressure, and it was extremely difficult for them to walk. Other than the 4 of them, the others who came to help seemed to be very relaxed. At this time, the others also noticed this strange scene and all stopped. How did this happen? This jade staircase will form a powerful pressure on those who cultivate the phoenix body, said Huang Kong. It's very likely that this was built by the Phoenix clan in the distant past to test the younger phoenixes. Wang Lin also spoke. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others flickered. In that case, only those with the phoenix body felt a strong pressure here. To others, there was no pressure at all. Chapter 1751. 1751 Strip off all your fur, Huang Bing, it'll help you get the heart of the divine phoenix. The ninth prince of the Golden Crow said. He then turned into a golden light and rushed up the jade stairs. The heart of the Wutong is mine. Beside Huang Kong, Wan Tianlong spoke and charged forward like lightning. Soon after, Mu Qingxue, Qin Qin, and the others also rushed up the jade stairs, afraid that they would be one step slower. Lu Ming did not move. He felt that it was not that simple. If this jade staircase was really a test for the Phoenix Clan's juniors, it would probably be useless for the others to go up. Lu Ming was not the only one who did not move. The disciples of the Wilderness Sword sect beside Huang Bing did not move either. They carried their combat swords on their backs and stood beside Huang Bing. Huang Ling, Huang Bing, Huang Kong, and Huang Xian were climbing up with all their might. Sure enough, not long after, Mu Qingxue, the Golden Crow ninth prince, and the others all came down from the top of the mountain. We can't go up the ancient parasol tree at all. There's a powerful force blocking us. Mu Qingxue said. My guess is that only those with the body of the phoenix can ascend the ancient parasol tree and obtain the heart of the parasol tree after going through the test. Lu Ming speculated. It's very possible. Mu Qingxue nodded. The others had obviously thought of this as well. They stood behind Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and the others. Now it was up to Feng Ling and the rest. Whoever could reach the peak first would be able to obtain the heart of the parasol tree. Huang Ling and the other three walked up step by step, but their speed was very slow. It seemed that the higher they went, the greater the pressure they felt. There are too many people here. In my opinion, it's better to let some go down. The eyes of the ninth prince of the Golden Crow flickered with a golden light as he looked at Huang Ling, Lu Ming, and the others. I also think there are too many people. Why don't we get rid of some? Another young man beside the ninth prince of the Golden Crow spoke. Bang, bang. The two of them walked toward Lu Ming and the rest. Only the heaven's favorite from the Wilderness Sword sect did not move. Gah! The ninth crown prince of the Golden Crow transformed into his true form. His entire body was suffused with the terrifying divine fire of the Grand Sun. His wings were like blades as he slashed toward Lu Ming. The other person charged towards Feng Ling. As long as he could knock Huang Ling down the jade stairs or even injure her, he would be able to get rid of an opponent for Huang Bing. Huang Ling was trying her best to resist the pressure on the jade stairs and could not resist at all. Get lost! Mu Qingxue shouted as she fought with the Heaven's Pride expert, blocking him. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he struck out with his palm and hit the wings of the ninth prince of the Golden Crow. With a clang, the sound of metal hitting metal was heard. The wings of the ninth prince of the Golden Crow were tougher than ordinary holy weapons, but Lu Ming's attack could even split a holy weapon. Lu Ming's attack directly broke the divine sun fire covering the Golden Crow's wings. The terrifying power of the prison-suppressing heaven art surged toward the Golden Crow's wings. The Golden Crow's ninth prince's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, and he quickly retracted his wings. Sick bird, I'll strip you of all your feathers today. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He stepped forward and used the prison-suppressing heaven technique. His palm was like a knife, constantly bombarding the ninth prince of the Golden Crow. The ninth prince of the Golden Crow let out a long cry and flapped his wings madly. Two suns condensed on his wings, completely formed by the divine fire of the great sun. They were extremely powerful and blasted toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming ignored him. He stepped forward and activated the chaos laws. He used the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck out with two palms. Bang, bang. The two suns formed by the divine fire of the great sun exploded. Lu Ming rushed past them, his palms constantly striking the wings of the ninth prince of the Golden Crow. The body of the ninth Golden Crow prince trembled violently. He could not withstand Lu Ming's terrifying power at all. After a few moves, The golden feathers on his wings fluttered as he was struck down by Lu Ming. "Desolate sword, what are you waiting for?" The ninth prince of the Golden Crow let out a long howl, his anger soaring to the heavens. A visible sword light cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword radiance was pitch black in color, but it was extremely sharp and terrifying. Bang! Lu Ming suddenly stepped forward, his palm breaking through the defense of the ninth prince of the Golden Crow. He grabbed one of the Golden Crow's feet, swung it up, and smashed it toward the sword light. The sword light slashed down, and blood burst out. The sky was filled with golden feathers dancing. One of the Golden Crow's ninth prince's wings was almost cut off. Although he was not cut off in the end, only half of his wing was left hanging on the ground. It was a terrible sight. "Lu Ming, I'll kill you!" The ninth prince of the Golden Crow roared madly, like a little chick about to be slaughtered, flopping around in Lu Ming's hands. "I didn't cut you, so why are you shouting at me?" Lu Ming grinned and grabbed the injured wing of the ninth prince of the Golden Crow with his other hand. He tore it with force. The ninth prince of the Golden Crow gasped and let out a shrill scream. "Release him!" The sword hummed and the heaven's favorite from the wilderness sword sect stepped forward. His eyes were like swords, piercing toward Lu Ming. "You can do it, but be careful not to cut this sick bird," Lu Ming said. This heaven's favorite of the wilderness sword sect had extremely shocking combat strength. His cultivation had actually reached the great circle of the Bright Saint stage, which was much stronger than the ninth prince of the Golden Crow and the others. Buzz! With a sword cry, the combat sword on the back of the wilderness sword sect swordsman was unsheathed. It was an iron sword. The iron sword crossed the sky and slashed down at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw the ninth prince of the Golden Crow at him. The swordsman of the wilderness sword sect narrowed his eyes and put away his iron sword. He slapped out with his other hand, forming a huge palm print to block the ninth prince of the Golden Crow. "Desolate sword, kill that kid!" The ninth prince of the Golden Crow roared. "Retreat!" Huang Jian's words were simple. He returned to Huang Bing's side after saying one word. Lu Ming gave him a strong sense of pressure. He did not feel confident in facing Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, I'll remember this." The ninth prince of the Golden Crow cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and returned to Huang Bing's side. He was bathed in the divine sunfire and began to recover from his injuries. The heaven's favorite who was fighting with Mu Qingxue also retreated. Wan Tianlong and the other paragons looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He could actually crush the ninth prince of the Golden Crow. The ninth prince of the Golden Crow was at the peak of the Bright Saint realm and was a divine beast. He was born with the control of the laws of the sun and had condensed the sun's superpower. His combat strength was definitely not weaker than theirs. However, he was beaten up miserably by Lu Ming. The four parties quieted down and waited for the battle between Huang Lin, Huang Bing, Huang Kong, and Huang Xian. The four of them glowed with brilliant light, forming images of phoenixes of different colors. They tried their best to resist the pressure of the jade stairs and slowly climbed up. Initially, the four of them were advancing at the same pace. However, not long after, Huang Xian was at a disadvantage and was overtaken by the other three. Huang Xian was unwilling to give up and tried her best to catch up, but the distance between her and the three people in front of her was getting further and further. In front of them, Huang Ling, Huang Kong, and Huang Bing were driving together. Huang Kong and Huang Bing's cultivation was profound. Both of them had reached the peak of the Bright Saint realm, while Huang Ling had just broken through to the upper tier of the Bright Saint realm. However, Huang Ling's spiritual body was of a higher level, so the three of them were able to advance side by side. Chapter 1752. 1752 Fighting the Four Great Geniuses Alone. Bang! 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 The three of them climbed up step by step. With every step they took, the jade stairs made a clattering sound. The cries of phoenixes kept coming out from the three of them. Huang Ling was completely bathed in the immortal flames, as if she was about to turn into an immortal phoenix. Gradually, Huang Ling started to take the lead and surpassed Huang Bing and Huang Kong. This made Huang Bing and Huang Kong's faces extremely gloomy. The two of them were unwilling. Were they going to lose to Huang Ling? The heart of the parasol tree was going to be taken by Wang Lin? They were well aware of this mission. It was also a test for them by the higher-ups of the Phoenix Palace, and the palace master would pay attention to it. Whoever won would be more important than the other holy sons and holy daughters, and would receive more resources in the future. Only then would they have the capital to challenge the stronger holy sons and holy virgins. A powerful force like the Phoenix Palace had too many paragons. There were saintesses and sons in every generation. How many heaven's favorites are there? If he wanted to stand at the top and compete for the position of the Phoenix Palace master, he had to suppress all the other paragons. Now, if the 7 bright saints still couldn't win, they were destined to be reduced to mere sidekicks in the future. They couldn't compete for the position of palace master, unless he could obtain a heaven-defying opportunity later on. Time passed by slowly. Wang Ling's advantage became more and more obvious, and she was getting closer and closer to the peak. The 9th prince of the Golden Crow, Wan Tianlong, Huang Jian, and the other top talents all looked pale. After all, they were Huang Kong and Huang Bing had invited them to help them. Naturally, they wanted to help them win the first place. This way they would have some face. Huang Kong and Huang Bing looked at each other, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes. Let's join forces. Let's knock the Phoenix spirit down first before we fight for it. How about it? Huang Kong sent a message to Huang Bing. Alright, that's what I was thinking. They'll send a message to Huang Jian and the others. Huang Bing nodded and sent a message to Huang Jian and the Golden Crow Prince. She planned to team up with Huang Kong to deal with Huang Ling first. At the same time, Huang Kong also sent a message to the 3 people he had invited. The eyes of the 9th Golden Crow Prince lit up and flashed with cold killing intent. Beside Huang Kong, Wan Tianlong and the rest also looked in Lu Ming's direction and nodded silently. Then, in a flash, 6 paragons charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Not good. Huang Kong and Huang Bing are working together. They have to deal with Huang Ling first. Mu Qingxue cried out in alarm. It wasn't hard to guess the situation. Guard the Phoenix spirit well. The 2 of you guard the left and right sides. They'll guard the bottom, Lu Ming said. He stood behind Huang Ling and looked down at the Golden Crow 9th Prince and the rest. Get down. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow glanced at Lu Ming. In the end, he did not dare to fight and pounced on Qin Feng. The other heaven's favorite charged towards Mu Qingxue. As for Desolate Sword, Wan Tianlong and the other 3, they charged at Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming's combat strength was the strongest. As long as he got rid of Lu Ming first, the rest would be easy to handle. Buzz. The Desolate Sword's iron sword was unsheathed and it cut through the void, making a terrifying whistling sound as it slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Wan Tianlong's body glowed with light as saint weapons emerged one after another. There were a total of 72 saint weapons, one of which was a great saint weapon. The chi of battle weapons gathered together, and it was extremely powerful as it charged towards Lu Ming. However, what made Lu Ming's eyes narrow was not Wan Tianlong, but another purple-robed youth. This person was actually the same as Huang Jian, also in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage. He was extremely powerful, and with a single palm strike, a terrifying giant snake pounced towards Lu Ming. 2 in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage, and 2 in the peak of the Bright Saint stage. The 4 of them joined forces and their power was terrifying. They wanted to obliterate Lu Ming. When he was in the Azure continent, Lu Ming had tried his best. However, that was only for ordinary supreme saints. The 4 of them were not ordinary saints. They were all heaven's favorites with heavenly spiritual bodies. Their superpowers were more powerful and each of them could fight above their level. For example, Huang Jian and the purple-robed youth might be in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage, but their combat power was not weaker than that of the Azure continent's great saint lower tier. In fact, they might even be stronger. Kill, die. Lu Ming roared and used the divine sword technique. Sword radiance shot out from his eyes continuously. Huang Jian and the other 3 shuddered, but Huang Jian and the purple-robed young man recovered in an instant. They continued to attack Lu Ming. Only Wan Tianlong and the other person were more affected. What a powerful soul force! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. These geniuses could not be judged by common sense. Not only were they powerful in combat, but their soul force was also stronger than ordinary people. Most of them had treasures that could defend their souls. Lu Ming's divine sword technique did not have much of an effect on them. Fight! Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck out a few times. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming destroyed the desolate sword's sword radiance and the purple-robed youth's attack, but his body could not help but sway. But immediately after, Huang Jian and the others launched an even more violent attack, all of which were superpowers. 30% of the spell's power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Both the desolate sword and the purple-robed young man's supernatural powers had reached 30%. Their power was extremely terrifying and filled with destructive power. On the other hand, although Wan Tianlong and his partner were slightly weaker, they posed a certain threat to Lu Ming. Chaos Finger. It was the first time Lu Ming used the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. He pointed 4 fingers in a row. For giant fingers, the color of chaos and containing the power of destruction, pointed at the 4 people. Bang! 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 The 4 attacks were instantly destroyed. Huang Jian and the purple-robed young man trembled and took a few steps back. As for Wan Tianlong and the other man, they were forced to retreat in a frenzy as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Although the primal chaos tribulation finger was only 18% complete, its power was even stronger than 30% of the sacred art cultivated from the laws. The law of chaos. Could he be the son of chaos? Desolate Sword's eyes were filled with shock as he recognized Lu Ming's law. So what if he's a son of chaos? He hasn't grown up yet. It'll still kill him. The young man in purple robe shouted. Purple light burst forth as he waved his hands continuously. Huge purple snakes pounced toward Lu Ming. The 2 of you, go and deal with Huang Ling, leave Lu Ming to us. Huang Jian said to Wan Tianlong and Wang Yan. All right. Wan Tianlong and Fang Ping nodded, planning to circle around Lu Ming and charge at Huang Ling. Stay here, die. Lu Ming bellowed as the space between his brows glowed. The Tai Chi disc array floated out, and the Tai Chi pattern emerged, turning into the yin-yang fish sword. It charged at Wan Tianlong and Huang Jian, blocking their path. At the same time, he used the chaotic finger of calamity to fight Huang Jian and the purple-robed young man. Lu Ming alone blocked the 4 paragons, preventing them from approaching the phoenix spirit. The others were shocked, especially Huang Kong and Huang Bing, who could not calm down. He had never seen Lu Ming before. Which force did he belong to? His combat strength was too terrifying. He was only at the initial Bright Saint realm, but his combat strength was simply heaven-defying. He could actually fight against 4 great geniuses. And the laws he controlled were suspected to be the legendary laws of chaos. Could it be that the son of chaos was really born? Huang Ling actually knew such a genius. Chapter 1753, 1753 Chapter 1753 One man guarding the pass. The crowd was shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength, while Qin Feng's eyes flickered with jealousy. Previously, Lu Ming had caused him to lose face in front of Huang Ling. Now, he was in the limelight and outshone all the other geniuses. This made him extremely jealous. He hated himself for not being the one in the limelight. Looks like this kid is interested in Huang Ling, and I'm afraid that Huang Ling has taken a fancy to this kid as well. I won't let you guys have your way. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was fighting with the 9th prince of the Golden Crow. At this time, he deliberately trembled and retreated, exposing Huang Ling to the attack of the 9th prince of the Golden Crow. Not good. Lu Ming and Mu Qingxue were both shocked. With Qin Feng's combat power, he should have no problem blocking the 9th prince of the Golden Crow. But now, he was forced to retreat by the 9th prince of the Golden Crow. This was not normal, but there was no time to think about it. Feng Ling, get down. The 9th prince of the Golden Crow let out a long cry. His golden wings flapped out like blades toward Huang Ling. The phoenix spirit could not counterattack and could only defend passively. Boom. The unperishable flame on Huang Ling's body trembled violently as if it was about to be shattered. Her delicate body trembled and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. Kill, die. The ninth Golden Crow Prince shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he launched a violent attack at Wang Lin, Phoenix Spirit. Mu Qingxue was anxious, but she was entangled with her opponent and couldn't save him. You're looking for death. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. His body lit up with light spots and holy weapons appeared. One by one, the saint weapons and battle weapon chis linked together and shot up into the sky like pillars of light. With a single thought, Lu Ming threw out a great saint weapon, which flew towards the ninth prince of the Golden Crow with a terrifying whistling sound. The ninth prince of the Golden Crow was shocked. He did not expect that Lu Ming would still have the energy to attack him when he was fighting against the four heavens favorites. He flapped his wings and a sun appeared, trying to block Lu Ming's sword radiance. However, it was useless. The sword directly pierced through the sun and one of the ninth prince's wings. The terrifying power made him retreat and almost tore off one of his wings. The 10,000 Soldiers Scroll. How do you know the 10,000 Soldiers Scroll? One Tianlong cried out in disbelief. Huang Jian and the others were also shocked. Lu Ming actually knew the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers art. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long cry. One after another, holy weapons rained down on the ninth prince of the Golden Crow like a storm. The ninth prince of the Golden Crow fought back with all his might, but in the next moment, wounds appeared on his body. Golden feathers scattered in the air. Buzz! Lu Ming controlled the Tai Chi disc array. It emitted a bright light and suppressed the desolate sword. Huang Jian held his iron sword with both hands and fought against the Tai Chi formation. Chaos Finger! Lu Ming's fingers flowed with the laws of chaos. He pointed his finger out and a huge finger formed. It was like the finger of a god, capable of destroying and suppressing everything. The chaotic finger of tribulation, which was at its peak, burst out at full force. The target of this finger was still the desolate sword. Huang Jian's eyes were serious. He growled, and his sword chi was wild. His entire body seemed to be covered in iron swords. Thump! The chaotic finger of tribulation touched the iron sword. Huang Jian's body trembled and he flew backward. He fell down the jade stairs with blood at the corner of his mouth. The others were shocked. Lu Ming was too powerful. He had injured the ninth prince of the Golden Crow and the Baron Sword in succession. He was like an undefeatable god of war. The remaining few people could not help but retreat. They looked at Lu Ming grimly and stopped their attacks. Lu Ming, how did you manage to cultivate the 10,000 soldiers art? Wan Tianlong glared at Lu Ming and barked coldly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not answer. Legend has it that the laws of chaos are ever-changing and can be transformed into thousands of laws. Except for some king path laws and supreme laws, they can all be changed. It's not surprising that he has cultivated the 10,000 soldier scroll. Huang Jian said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It seems like this person is really the son of chaos. The purple-robed youth said, his eyes filled with solemnness. Huang Bing, you're on your own now. We've tried our best. Huang Jian shook his head and sheathed his combat sword. He sat down and began to heal himself. The purple-robed young man's figure moved and he also floated back. It was obvious that he had given up on stopping Feng Ling. Lu Ming was too powerful and his combat strength was unparalleled. Even if so many of them joined forces, it would be useless. They had tried their best. They were only here to help, so they didn't need to risk their lives. Wan Tianlong's gaze was extremely cold. He swept a few glances at Lu Ming, then glided away. Collect! Lu Ming waved his hand and the holy weapons flew back into his body. The ninth Golden Crow Prince was in a miserable state. He was covered in blood and almost all of his golden feathers had fallen off. He had become a hairless crow. The others looked at the ninth Prince of the Golden Crow with a strange expression. They wanted to laugh, but they were too embarrassed to. Ah, Lu Ming, I want you to die. The ninth Prince of the Golden Crow let out a hysterical roar. This was a great humiliation. The Golden Crow tribe was known as the divine beasts of the sun. They were extremely proud and had once competed with the true dragon and phoenix in ancient times. They were definitely a top divine beast. However, as the crown prince of the Golden Crow tribe, he had been stripped naked by Lu Ming in front of everyone. This was a blatant humiliation. A sick bird still dares to be so arrogant. Looks like he'll have roasted bird meat to eat today. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at the 9th prince of the Golden Crow with hostility. The 9th prince of the Golden Crow was covered in cold air. He retreated in a frenzy, his eyes flashing with fear. A sick bird really doesn't have the guts. Hurry up and get lost. Shut up. Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward to Wang Lin's side. He glanced at Qin Feng coldly. Qin Feng's face darkened. At the same time, Huang Kong and Huang Bing's faces were extremely gloomy. Lu Ming's combat strength had far exceeded their expectations. It was impossible for them to force Huang Ling down. They could only rely on themselves. The cries of phoenixes continued to ring out as Huang Ling and the others continued to move forward. However, as time passed, Huang Ling's advantage grew. Her speed did not change, but Huang Kong and Huang Bing's speed became slower and slower. They could only watch as the phoenix spirit approached the peak. A few hours later, Huang Ling reached the top of the mountain. When Huang Ling stepped onto the mountain peak, a flaming phoenix let out a long cry and soared into the sky. Her aura rose sharply. "I've broken through." Everyone was shocked. When she reached the top of the mountain, Huang Ling's cultivation had actually broken through a level. She had broken through from the upper tier of a bright saint to the peak of a bright saint. It seemed that this jade ladder was not only a trial and test for the disciples of Phoenix Palace, but also an opportunity. Huang Bing, Huang Kong, and Huang Xian stopped inside. They knew that they had lost the competition. Huang Ling's aura rose sharply. After a while, she retracted it. At this moment, some leaves fell from the ancient parasol tree and formed a phoenix. Huang Ling leaped onto the phoenix's back. The phoenix let out a long cry and flew straight up to the ancient parasol tree. Chapter 1754, 1754 The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace. Not long after, the phoenix spirit floated down from the ancient parasol tree. "Feng Ling, how is it? Did you get the heart of the parasol tree?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, I got it." Huang Ling nodded. "That's great." Mu Qingxue jumped up in excitement. Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and the others were envious, but they were only envious. At this point, they could no longer fight for it. This time, many big shots of the Phoenix Palace would be watching. The previous competition was nothing, but now that Feng Ling had obtained the heart of the Wutong tree, they would be punished if they fought again. "Huang Ling, congratulations." Huang Bing smiled and congratulated Feng Ling. This time, Feng Ling had obtained the heart of the parasol tree. Coupled with her terrifying talent, her status in the Phoenix Palace would definitely be higher in the future. She might even be able to compete with those stronger geniuses in the future. Since she had already lost, she naturally had to build a good relationship with Feng Ling. "Thanks for letting me win." Huang Ling also smiled. "Umph." Huang Kong snorted unhappily. He then stepped down and left without stopping. The expert he had hired also left with him. "Sister Feng Ling, I'll take my leave first." Huang Bing smiled and left with Huang Jian and the others. Huang Xian and the others also left, leaving only the 4 of them. "Feng Ling, congratulations. Through our hard work, we have finally helped you obtain the heart of the parasol tree. This trip was not in vain," Qin Feng said with a smile. "Our efforts?" "Qin Feng, you still have the face to say that? Did you deliberately let the 9th prince of the Golden Crow injure Huang Ling?" Mu Qingxue said with a sullen face. "Mu Qingxue, what do you mean by this? Did I go easy on him on purpose? If you don't have evidence, don't slander me." Qin Yang said. Whether or not I've done it, I know it clearly in my heart." Mu Qingxue snorted coldly, then pulled Huang Ling's hand and said, "Feng Ling, let's go. We don't have to bother with such a despicable person in the future. This kind of person is one-faced and two-faced. It's too dangerous to be too close to him." Huang Ling smiled and looked at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, let's go." "All right." Lu Ming nodded and walked side by side with Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue, heading back the way they had come. Lu Ming and Huang Ling did not even look at Qin Feng. "Damn it." Qin Feng gritted his teeth, and his eyes flashed with viciousness. He then left as well. Not long after, they returned to the exit and stepped into the vortex, leaving the place. Feng Ling, congratulations on obtaining the heart of the parasol tree. The old man from earlier said with a smile as soon as Lu Ming and the rest came out. You are too polite, elder. Huang Ling bowed slightly. And Feng Ling, the palace master wants to see you. He'll bring you there. The leading old man said. Palace master? Elder, Lu Ming also has something to discuss with the palace master. Can you bring him to see the palace master? Huang Ling's eyes lit up. Are you bringing him? I'll first report this to the palace master and see what he thinks. He said for the chief. Then he'll have to trouble you, elder. Huang Ling bowed. The first elder took out a jade voice transmission talisman and sent a message. After a while, he smiled and said, The palace master has agreed to see him. Come with me. Lu Ming and Huang Ling followed after him, while Mu Qingxue went back alone. Not long after, they arrived at a grand hall. In the main hall, a beautiful woman in palace clothing sat. She had a kind expression and a faint smile. She did not emit any aura. However, when Lu Ming approached her, her heart could not help but beat wildly. The muscles in her body tensed up and even her soul trembled slightly. How terrifying! Lu Ming was extremely shocked. The other party's strength was definitely earth-shattering and had reached an unimaginable realm. As he approached, he did not emit any aura at all, but Lu Ming could already feel a terrifying pressure. Was this the Phoenix Palace's palace master? Without a doubt, this was an emperor-ranked figure. And even among emperor-ranked figures, he was extremely terrifying. We pay our respects to the palace master. The elder bowed respectfully. I, Feng Ling, pay my respects to the palace master. Huang Ling also bowed. Junior Lu Ming greets the palace master. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, N. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord nodded and said to the elder, You may leave. Yes. That elder retreated. Then, the Phoenix Palace master looked at Feng Ling and smiled even wider. Huang Ling, you're not bad. You didn't let me down. Thank you, palace master. However, it was all thanks to Lu Ming's help that Feng Ling was able to obtain the heart of the parasol tree this time. After saying that, Huang Ling took out a piece of wood core. There were phoenixes dancing on it. It was extremely mysterious. This was the heart of the Wutong tree. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord waved her hand and kept the heart of the Wutong tree. She said, Huang Ling, if you have any questions about cultivation in the future, feel free to look for me. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, Little fellow, I heard that you were looking for me. What's the matter? Palace master, it's because of the evil spirit cult incident. Lu Ming said, Evil spirit? The palace master raised an eyebrow. It's like this. Then, Lu Ming told them about how evil spirit had attacked the Azure region and killed Emperor Yun. In the end, he expressed that he wanted to ask Phoenix Palace to send experts to exterminate the evil spirit. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, Little fellow, I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. Palace master, why is that? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. And envy, little fellow, I might as well tell you. Some time ago, we found traces of an evil spirit sect deputy sect leader in Ancient Moon's sanctuary. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord said, Evil spirit's vice leader. Lu Ming and Huang Ling were shocked. It was said that the deputy patriarch of evil spirit was an unrivaled figure. No one had expected that such a figure would not die and would come out. So, during this period of time, I have to put my attention on evil spirit cult's vice sect leader. There's also another one. Now, in Ancient Moon Holy Land, all the major forces are deeply rooted and the competition is getting more and more intense. And according to what you said, there are at least 2 or 3 emperor-level figures in evil spirit cult and the DI family. If we want to annihilate the other party, the number of emperor-level powerhouses we send must be at least twice the number of the other party. This is the only way to ensure that we can annihilate the other party. Once the Phoenix Palace sends out so many emperor-level powerhouses, their own strength will be empty, giving other forces an opportunity to take advantage of it. Therefore, it's very difficult for me to agree to this condition. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord said. I see. Lu Ming sighed. He knew that it would not be so easy to ask for help from Guyu Holy Land. These forces would first consider their own interests. If their strength was damaged, they would most likely not agree. As the palace master of Phoenix Palace had said, if Phoenix Palace sent out so many emperor-level experts, Phoenix Palace's strength would be weakened, giving other forces an opportunity to take advantage of it. And NBSP, there were many powerful factions in ancient Moon Holy Land, and the competition between them was extremely intense. Each faction had their eyes on one another, and under such conditions, they could not make a single mistake. Chapter 1755, 1755 Chapter 1755 Coming to the door, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It seemed that it was better to rely on oneself than on others. As long as he was strong, there was no need to ask for help from others. Master, please be patient for a while. When I'm strong enough, I'll definitely come back to save you. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Little guy, change your condition. I'll try my best to satisfy what I can. The palace master of Phoenix Palace seemed to feel a little apologetic and continued. Lu Ming composed himself and had an idea. He said, Palace master, I've killed a few assassins from the Thousand Kills mansion, and I have the killer's mark on my body. Can Senior help me remove it? With the mark of the Thousand Kill mansion on his body, he would be sensed by the other party within a certain range. If he met someone from the Thousand Kill mansion again, he would definitely be annoyed and have to be on guard against being assassinated every day. This is easy. The palace master waved his hand and a ray of light enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a warm sensation all over his body. Then he saw a wisp of gray airflow emerging from Lu Ming's body. It was constantly twisting and it was very strange. This was the slaughter mark. The Phoenix Palace's palace master squeezed it gently, and the slaughter mark turned into ashes. All right, the mark of slaughter has been removed. Also, you've helped Feng Ling a lot this time by helping her obtain the heart of the parasol tree. You're now a friend of the Phoenix Palace, so you can stay here for a while. You're free to enter some of the cultivation sanctuaries in the Phoenix Palace. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord smiled. Many thanks, Palace Master. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked him. Although the other party did not agree to send experts to annihilate evil spirits' remnants, the other party was an overlord and an emperor-level expert. Lu Ming could not continue to ask. You can leave now. Let Wang Lin take you around. The palace master said. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell to Wang Lin and left. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. On the way back, Wang Lin said in embarrassment. Nothing much? I can understand that you need to consider the Phoenix Palace as well. Lu Ming said with a smile. He knew that Wang Lin was referring to the fact that the Phoenix Palace master had not sent any experts to help. Lu Ming, there are some good cultivation sanctuaries in the Phoenix Palace. They'll show you around in a few days. You can stay in the Phoenix Palace for a while, said Wang Lin. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them chatted for a while before they went their separate ways. Lu Ming returned to his residence. After returning to the courtyard, Lu Ming released Bubbles and let her play nearby while he went into seclusion to cultivate. A few days passed by in a flash. On this day, two forces arrived at the Phoenix Palace. These two forces were the Golden Crow tribe and the Wan family. An emperor-to-be from Phoenix Palace welcomed him. I wonder why the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan have come to the Phoenix Palace? The emperor-to-be of the Phoenix Palace asked. It's simple. The WN family is here to ask for a person from Phoenix Palace, said an elder from the Wan family. Behind him stood a few burly middle-aged men and a few young men. One of them was Wan Tianlong. The Golden Crow tribe also wants a person from the Phoenix Palace. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in a golden robe. His eyes were cold and his aura was overbearing. Behind this middle-aged man were a few other people. Among them were a few young men, the ninth prince of the Golden Crow. Phoenix Palace's emperor-to-be's face darkened and said, What a joke. You two came to my Phoenix Palace to ask for her. Don't be angry, Brother Huang. The person that the Wan family wants is not a disciple of the Phoenix Palace, but a young man named Lu Ming. He is currently living in the Phoenix Palace. The old man from the Wan family said. Lu Ming. The emperor-to-be of the Phoenix Palace frowned. He knew that there was a young man named Lu Ming who lived in the Phoenix Palace. However, this was an order from the master of the Phoenix Palace, and he was a guest of the Phoenix Palace. The person that the Golden Crow clan wants is also this person, Lu Ming. The middle-aged man from the Golden Crow race said coldly. Everyone, I'm afraid we can't do that. Lu Ming is a guest of the Phoenix Palace. Since he's here, we must ensure his safety. The emperor-to-be of Phoenix Palace said. Brother Huang, you'd better consider this carefully. The WN family is determined to get Lu Ming. This person has cultivated the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers art. The WN family will not allow this to happen. The old man of the Wan family said coldly. There's no room for discussion on this matter. I've already said that since Lu Ming is a guest at the Phoenix Palace, he's a guest of the Phoenix Palace. If the Phoenix Palace hands Lu Ming over to you, what will others think of us? Everyone, please return. Phoenix Palace's emperor-to-be said with a tough attitude. The WN family and the Golden Crow clan's faces turned cold. They did not expect that the Phoenix Palace would protect Lu Ming and refuse to hand him over. However, the Wan family master had instructed that Lu Ming could not be allowed to live. The 10,000 soldiers' art must not be cultivated by outsiders. Lu Ming, get out here. At this moment, the Wan family's elders suddenly roared. His voice rumbled and spread throughout the entire Phoenix Palace. Impudent! What are you doing? Phoenix Palace's emperor-to-be's expression changed and he shouted. The other party was too presumptuous. He was actually shouting in Phoenix Palace. At that moment, most of the people in Phoenix Palace were alarmed. Lu Ming was cultivating when he was awakened by the loud roar. Who is it? Lu Ming's eyes darkened as he looked in the direction of the sound. He then rose into the air and flew in that direction at top speed. Not long after, a large hall appeared in front of them. Buzz, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. At this moment, many figures were flying over. Lu Ming. A delicate voice rang out. It was Wang Lin. She had also appeared here. Lu Ming, the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan are here. They want the Phoenix Palace to hand you over. Wang Lin hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. The WN family and the Golden Crow clan. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he strode toward the main hall. As he neared the main hall, he saw two groups of people standing in the air outside the main hall. They were the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan. He is Lu Ming. Wan Tianlong pointed at Lu Ming. The people from the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan looked at Lu Ming in unison. Boy, you're Lu Ming. Now, follow me back to the Wan family. The WN family has something to tell you. The old man of the Wan family said coldly, in a commanding tone. It was as if Lu Ming had to do as he was told. I have nothing to explain to the Wan family. Besides, I'm living very well in the Phoenix Palace. I'm not interested in going to the Wan family with you. Lu Ming said. The old man from the Wan family's face darkened, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Kid, don't play dumb here. You've cultivated the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers' art. You must give us an explanation for this. Outsiders are not allowed to cultivate the 10,000 soldiers' art. If you destroy your cultivation now, the Wan family will not pursue this matter. So it's because of this. Then, why has your Golden Crow clan come to find me? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the Golden Crow tribe. You must be punished for insulting the Golden Crow race. The middle-aged man from the Golden Crow clan replied simply. This is ridiculous. This is the biggest joke in the world. Lu Ming could not stop laughing. Chapter 1756, 1756 The Battle in a Month. Kid, what did you say? The WN family's elders' eyes gleamed even more sharply. The eyes of the middle-aged man from the Golden Crow clan turned golden and revealed his sharp edge. First of all, let me ask you, other than the 10,000 soldier scroll, do you practice any other martial arts techniques and cultivation methods? Lu Ming's voice was powerful and fearless. Nonsense. I'll cultivate naturally. The old man from the Wan family said. Since you're cultivating it, Are the cultivation techniques and martial techniques of the Wan family created by the Wan family? Isn't it just to seize the others? The 10,000 soldiers scroll that I'm cultivating is something that I've taken from someone from the Wan family who tried to kill me in the 100 clan battlefield. This is my trophy. If the Wan family can cultivate other people's cultivation techniques and martial techniques, why can't I? Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the entire area, leaving the Wan family speechless. If they could cultivate other people's cultivation methods and martial arts techniques, why could Lu Ming not cultivate the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers' art? And all of you, you're here for the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow, right? That's even more ridiculous. He was defeated in a battle of the same generation, but he still came to find me. In that case, you Golden Crows shouldn't come out anymore. Otherwise, if you're defeated by others, all the older ones will go and ask for him. Lu Ming looked at the people of the Golden Crow clan, causing the 9th Prince's face to turn red. I can defeat you, but you shouldn't humiliate the Crown Prince of the Golden Crow clan. The middle-aged Golden Crow race man's gaze turned even colder. What a humiliation! What a joke! All I did was to strip him of his fur. In a great battle, weapons have no eyes. How could I control them so well? Lu Ming said, "You're quibbling. Today, you must come with me to the Golden Crow race." The middle-aged man from the Golden Crow race said in a domineering manner. That's right. No matter how glib your tongue is, it's useless. Let me tell you, I don't care about other cultivation methods or martial arts techniques, but you can't cultivate the 10,000 soldier scroll. You must abolish it. The old man from the Wan clan spoke in an even more overbearing manner. Hee, goodbye. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered to waste his breath and turned to leave. The WN family and the Golden Crow race were simply unreasonable, so why did he need to say anything? If you want to leave, then stay, die. The elder of the Wan family shouted. A terrifying aura burst out of his body. It was the aura of an emperor-to-be, and it was extremely powerful. It pressed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt an irresistible pressure pressing on him, as if he was going to explode. Enough! The emperor-to-be of the Phoenix Palace was displeased. With a wave of his hand, a powerful aura rushed out and blocked the aura of the Wan family's elder. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The emperor-to-be was too strong for him to resist. This is the Phoenix Palace. You've gone too far. The emperor-to-be of Phoenix Palace said coldly. In the air, a few more elders of the Phoenix Palace descended from the sky, staring at the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan with unfriendly eyes. Is the Phoenix Palace really going to offend the Wan family and the Golden Crow tribe because of Lu Ming? The old man from the Wan family said in a deep voice. Lu Ming is a guest of the Phoenix Palace. Since he's a guest of the Phoenix Palace, I can't let you take him away. The attitude of the emperor-to-be of Phoenix Palace also became stronger. The WN family and the Golden Crow race had ugly expressions. Lu Ming, hide in the Phoenix Palace for the rest of your life if you can. A young man from the Wan family spoke. This person was dressed in a purple and gold robe and was filled with a noble aura. His aura was even more extraordinary than Wan Tianlong's. What a joke! What else can the Wan family rely on other than the elders? If they are of the same generation as me, I will suppress them all. Lu Ming responded strongly. You're too arrogant. Fine, I'll challenge you now. If you lose, you'll have to destroy your cultivation. Do you dare to fight me? The young man from the Wan family spoke, his eyes filled with coldness. Lu Ming, don't agree to it. This person's name is Wan Tianbing. He has a medium-grade heavenly spiritual body and his cultivation has already reached the great circle of the bright saint stage. He's many times stronger than Wan Tianlong. Wang Lin hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Wan Tianbing was very famous among the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land. There were not many middle-grade heaven spiritual bodies in the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. A medium-grade heavenly spiritual body? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Alright, I'll accept the challenge. But I'm afraid that if I defeat you, a bunch of old men from the Wan family will come out and find trouble with me. Don't worry. If you win, The Wan family won't ask you about your cultivation of the 10,000 soldiers scroll. The elder of the Wan family spoke, as if he had great confidence in Wan Tianbing. All right. Then, Lu Ming looked at the Golden Crow tribe and said, "What about you guys? Do you want to challenge me? I'll accept all of you. I'll fight you." A young man walked out from the side of the Golden Crow's 9th prince with an arrogant look on his face. Lu Ming, this man is the 6th prince of the Golden Crow. His strength and talent are not inferior to Wan Tianbing's. Wang Lin quickly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. "All right, you and that Wan Tianbing will attack together. I'm too lazy to fight them one by one." "Well, deal with them together," Lu Ming said. Everyone was dumbfounded by his words. Lu Ming was going to fight the 6th prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing at the same time? One had to know that the 6th prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing were famous prodigies among the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land. They were existences with medium-grade heaven spiritual bodies and were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming was actually going to fight 2 people at the same time. Arrogant, he's really arrogant. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen such an arrogant person. Wan Tianbing laughed, full of mockery. "Nonsense, do you dare to accept the challenge? Just say it. If you don't dare to fight, then get lost." Lu Ming berated. "Fine, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. 6th prince, what about you?" Wan Tianbing said coldly as he looked at the 6th prince of the Golden Crow. "He's the one who's looking for death, so we naturally have to fulfill his wish. Anyway, so many people have seen it, so they won't say that we're bullying the few with numbers." The 6th prince's eyes were cold. "All right, but I'll decide on the time," Lu Ming said. "You decide the time. If you set it 100 years or 1,000 years later, how are we going to compete?" Wan Tianbing sneered. "How about the battle at Phoenix Lake in a month?" Lu Ming said. "A month later? All right, I agree." "I also agree." Wan Tiancheng and the 6th prince of the Golden Crow spoke one after another. In a month's time, could Lu Ming turn the tables? Moreover, they had joined forces. Lu Ming did not have the slightest hope. They had heard about Lu Ming's performance in the Phoenix's nest. However, they were medium-grade heavenly spiritual bodies and their cultivation had reached the great circle of the bright saint stage. Their supernatural powers were powerful and they could easily crush the heavens' favorites of the same level, such as Huang Jian. Therefore, they did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. They were confident that they could suppress Lu Ming alone, let alone the 2 of them. Since Lu Ming was hiding in the Phoenix Palace and refused to come out, he would use the challenge to kill him. A month from now, the battle at Phoenix Lake will begin. Everyone please. Lu Ming waved his sleeves, turned around and left. The WN family and the Golden Crow clan had also left. However, they still sent people to monitor the Phoenix Palace, afraid that Lu Ming would sneak away. Chapter 1757 Chapter 1757 Divine Art Jade Wall, Great Mastery of Bright Saint, Lu Ming, you're too impulsive. They can't do anything to you if you stay in Phoenix Palace. Huang Ling caught up to Lu Ming and asked worriedly. "It's fine. My cultivation is about to break through. I might be able to fight," Lu Ming said. After such a long period of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation level was already very close to the upper tier of the Bright Saint realm. He would be able to enter the upper tier of the Bright Saint realm in a short period of time. Once he entered the great mastery of the Bright Saint realm, his combat strength would increase by another level. This was the reason why he had suggested a battle a month later. A month was enough for him to break through. "Lu Ming, I'll bring you to a place that might give you a better chance in a month," Lu Ming said. Said Huang Ling, "What place?" "The Divine Power Jade Wall is a sacred cultivation ground in the Phoenix Palace. It can help people cultivate divine powers, but everyone only has one chance in their lives. It depends on one's comprehension. The higher one's comprehension is, the greater the harvest," said Huang Ling, Divine Ability Jade Wall. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, Huang Ling brought Lu Ming to a huge cave. The entrance of the cave was guarded by experts from the Phoenix Palace. However, the palace master of the Phoenix Palace had once said that Lu Ming could enter some sacred grounds to cultivate. Naturally, there were no obstacles and he entered smoothly. Inside the cave was a huge stone room. On one side of the stone room was a huge jade wall that was more than 100 meters in length and width. The jade wall was as smooth as a mirror and could reflect a person's image. This is the divine ability jade wall. Lu Ming, use your divine ability and bombard this jade wall. That'll do, said Wang Lin. All right. Lu Ming nodded and sat down cross-legged. He activated the chaos finger of tribulation and pointed at the Abhijna jade with one finger. Lu Ming did not hold back. Wang Lin had told him very clearly that this divine power jade wall was extremely wondrous. No divine power could damage the jade wall at all. As expected, when the chaos tribulation finger touched the divine ability jade wall, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It disappeared immediately. In the next moment, Lu Ming realized that the divine ability jade wall was emitting a dazzling radiance. It was as if a terrifying force was acting on Lu Ming's body, pulling him towards the jade wall. Lu Ming's body sank into the jade wall and disappeared. Lu Ming seemed to have passed through layers of void and arrived in the universe. Boom! All of a sudden, the starry sky rumbled. A huge finger formed. It was shrouded in the color of chaos and was larger than a star. It pointed at Lu Ming. Primal chaos tribulation finger. Lu Ming's heart trembled. However, the chaos finger tribulation was too powerful and mysterious. It was tens or even hundreds of times more powerful than the one Lu Ming had cast. It can actually increase the power of my divine art by so many times. Amazing, truly amazing. Lu Ming sighed in his heart, his eyes fixed on the finger of calamity of chaos. Boom. The chaos tribulation finger landed on Lu Ming's body. There was a loud explosion in his mind. It was as if a huge chaos tribulation finger had appeared in his mind. Lu Ming could not help but close his eyes and focus on comprehending the chaos finger of calamity. Time flew by, day after day. In the blink of an eye, 25 days had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he was still sitting cross-legged on the Abhijna jade wall. Beside him, Wang Lin was also sitting there, clearly waiting for him. Lu Ming, you're awake. I didn't expect that you would be able to comprehend it for 25 days. Wang Lin blinked her eyes in surprise. Has it been 25 days? Lu Ming muttered. That's right. Other people usually wake up within 10 days when they come to the divine ability jade wall. I only woke up within 20 days. I didn't expect you to wake up 5 more days than me. How is it? How's the effect? Wang Lin asked. Not bad. Furthermore, I've also made a breakthrough in my cultivation without realizing it. Lu Ming smiled. He realized that while he was quietly comprehending the chaos finger tribulation, he had made a breakthrough and reached the great mastery of the bright saint stage. The true divine power jade wall is truly wondrous. It's a pity that one only has one chance in his life. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. And NBSP, after 25 days of comprehension, his primal chaos tribulation finger had increased from 18% to 33%, a full 15%. It was extremely difficult to improve a sacred art. It required a lot of time to understand it, especially in the later stages. Many of the older generation and absolute saints would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to increase their cultivation by 10%. As for the primal chaos tribulation finger, it was even more difficult to level it up. It was several times more difficult than ordinary divine power techniques with nomological laws as the foundation. It would save Lu Ming a lot of time if he could increase the level by 15%. However, everyone only had one chance to use the divine power jade wall. It would be ineffective the second time. Otherwise, it would be heaven-defying. Are you confident in dealing with the 6th prince of the Golden Crow and the 10,000 celestial soldiers? Wang Lin asked. Of course. Why are you so concerned about me? Lu Ming smiled. You're my friend. Of course I care. Wang Ling's face turned red. Then he walked out. Lu Ming smiled and followed Wang Ling out of the cave. He then returned to his residence. There were still 5 days left for him to consolidate his cultivation and cultivate the 10,000 soldiers scroll. With the increase in his cultivation, he could seal even more saint weapons. Lu Ming took out a great holy weapon and started to seal it. In a secret chamber of the Wan family, Wan Tianbing was also sealing his saint weapon. The only difference was that he wasn't sealing a great saint weapon, but an absolute saint weapon. His entire body glowed, and a spot of light was extremely resplendent. Beside him, an old man sat cross-legged, emitting a terrifying aura. This person was an emperor-level expert. An absolute saint weapon floated in the elder's hand. He was helping the 10,000 celestial soldiers seal the weapon. The celestial soldiers couldn't seal an absolute saint weapon at all. Their bodies would be torn apart by the weapon chi, but with the help of an emperor, it was a different story. Emperor-level experts could help him consolidate his acupoints and help him seal ultimate holy weapons. 2 days later, the 10,000 celestial weapon was successfully sealed into a holy weapon. Although I've successfully sealed the divine weapon for you, the absolute saint weapon is too powerful. You can't use it for too long, or it'll be harmful to your body. You have to use it carefully. The emperor-level old man instructed. Yes, ancestor. Wan Tianbing bowed and acknowledged, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming was dead for sure this time. He had no chance at all. At the same time, the 6th Prince of the Golden Crow was also undergoing some sort of secret training. This time, the news of Lu Ming's battle with the 6th Prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing had spread throughout the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. The cause and effect had also been dug out by people, and the news was spreading like wildfire. Many people were paying attention to it. Lu Ming had cultivated the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers art. Lu Ming had stripped the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow of all his feathers. This was the cause of the conflict. Therefore, the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan paid special attention to this. They could only win, they could not lose. A few days later, the appointed day arrived. Chapter 1758 Meeting Longchen again. The mountain where Phoenix Palace was located was called Phoenix Mountain. On the edge of Phoenix Mountain, there was a lake called Phoenix Lake. On this day, Phoenix Lake was already packed with people since early in the morning. Someone challenged 2 of the most outstanding geniuses from the 2 major forces of Guyu Holy Land. This made many people very curious. Who was so bold to challenge 2 geniuses at the same time? How strong was this person? Many young sovereigns and even many older figures were very curious. They gathered around the Phoenix Lake, waiting for the battle to begin. The people from Phoenix Palace are here. Someone shouted. Many people looked in the direction of the Phoenix Palace and saw a group of people walking in the air. Most of them were young people, but there were also some older figures who had deep auras. Which one of you is Lu Ming? Someone asked. The black-robed young man standing beside Wang Lin is Lu Ming. Oh, it seems that his cultivation base is not very deep, only in the great achievement of the sacred brightness realm. He actually dared to fight the 6th Prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing. He is really bold. Someone said. There were elders here with extremely high cultivation. There were even emperor-to-be figures. Although Lu Ming had used the illusionary breath technique to hide his cultivation, the difference in cultivation was too great and he would still be seen through. What? Only at the great mastery of the Bright Saint stage? That's right. But I heard rumors that Lu Ming is very likely to be the son of chaos. What? The son of chaos? Really? The son of chaos, one of the sons of heaven? It's very likely to be true. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers art? However, even if he's the son of chaos or the other sons of God, they only represent potential. Before they have grown up, they will still be killed by others. The moment Lu Ming and the rest arrived, it caused a heated discussion. It could be seen that during this period of time, the battle was very popular. There were various rumors about Lu Ming's identity. Lu Ming, all the best. I believe that you will definitely win. Wang Lin cheered Lu Ming on. Lu Ming smiled and descended from the sky. He landed on Phoenix Lake and stood on the surface of the lake, waiting quietly. Selah. At this moment, the sky in the distance was illuminated by bolts of lightning. The bolts of lightning seemed to split the sky into pieces. Then, when the lightning disappeared, there was a group of people on Phoenix Lake. The people of the Thunder God sect have arrived. Someone muttered. The Thunder God sect was a powerful force in the ancient Moon Holy Land, and there were also experts who came to watch. Lu Ming, I hope that you will win this battle. A young man in the Thunder God sect said. His voice spread throughout the entire area. Brother Yi, after I win, you and I will go and have a drink. Lu Ming said with a smile. The young man who had just spoken was Yi Dongfeng. This attracted the attention of many people. Lu Ming was also familiar with the prodigy of the Thunder God sect. You're delusional. You have no chance of winning. A cold voice sounded, and a group of people with noble auras stepped through the air. The experts of the Wan family had arrived. There were many people from the Wan family. There were young geniuses and also figures from the older generation. They were all experts. Among them, Wan Tianbing stepped down from the sky and landed on the lake, standing opposite Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I could have killed you by myself, but you're just asking for it. You want to fight me and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow. I'll let you die in peace. Wan Tianbing sneered. Strength is not something that can be said with words. Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sky rumbled as if a giant beast was trampling on the void. In fact, that was the case. 9 100-meter-tall statues with jade-like bodies pulled a huge chariot, crushing the void. 9 100-meter-tall giant statues stopped not far away, giving people a strong visual impact. The people of the Divine Elephant sect have also come. Someone said with a serious expression. There were many powerful forces in ancient Moon Holy Land, but there were also strong and weak ones. Divine Elephant sect was an extremely powerful force. Lu Ming's gaze also shifted to the chariot. If he remembered correctly, Long Chen had been rescued by a terrifying expert of the Divine Elephant sect. At this moment, a group of people stepped out of the chariot. There were not many of them, only a dozen or so. The person in the lead was a young man with an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were like lightning, and he had a domineering aura. Long Chen. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not expect to see Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes swept across the room and he smiled when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, long time no see, said Long Chen. His voice was deep, but there was a hint of excitement in it. He and Lu Ming both came from the Divine Wilderness continent. Now that they were far away in a foreign land, it was inevitable that they would be excited to reunite with old friends. It's been a long time indeed. Long Chen, we'll catch up after this battle. Lu Ming smiled. Long Chen nodded and led the people of the Divine Elephant sect to the side. Did Lu Ming know the people from the Divine Elephant sect? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming knew quite a lot of people. At this moment, a sword light broke through the sky. The experts from the Wilderness Sword sect had arrived. Then, the experts from the Celestial Bird Palace and the Earth sect also arrived. All of them were powerful forces from the Holy Lands. Most of the powerful forces had probably come because they had heard the rumors about the Son of Chaos. Gah, gah. At this moment, ear-piercing cries were heard. In the distance, dozens of golden rays of light shot towards them. They were dozens of three-legged golden crows. The Golden Crow clan had arrived. Dozens of three-legged golden crows hovered in the sky above Phoenix Lake. Their bodies were covered in golden solar fire, and it was as if dozens of suns had appeared in the sky. Buzz! One of the three-legged golden crows flapped its wings and landed on the Phoenix Lake. It stood side by side with the celestial soldiers and stared at Lu Ming with its golden eyes that glowed coldly. It was the sixth prince of the Golden Crow. Wan Tianbing, leave this guy to me. The sixth prince of the Golden Crow's cold and arrogant voice sounded. Leave it to you? Wan Tianbing's eyes narrowed. That's right. I can kill Lu Ming alone. The voice of the sixth prince of the Golden Crow was heard. Then, he flapped his wings and flew toward Lu Ming like a golden ray of light. The wings flapped and the divine Helios fire cut through the void like a blade, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step on the surface of the lake and charged toward the sixth prince of the Golden Crow like a bolt of lightning. His palm was like a blade as he slashed out. Instantly, the flaming blades shattered. Lu Ming's palm did not stop and collided with the wings of the sixth prince of the Golden Crow. Bang! It was as if two giant mountains had collided, creating a terrible shock. The powerful force immediately caused thousands of waves in Phoenix Lake. Kill! Great Sun, destroy the world! The sixth prince of the Golden Crow shouted. The fire of the great sun burned all over his body, and even the space was distorted. His body shrank into a ball, as if he had really turned into a sun, and he smashed it toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's chaos laws circulated all over his body as he used the prison-suppressing heavenly art. He turned his palm into a fist and punched out continuously. Each punch seemed to have a prison-suppressing steel. Chapter 1759, 1759 Intense battle between two heaven's favorites. Thump, thump, thump. Terrifying collisions rang out continuously. The two of them collided for over 100 times in a row, and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow flew far away like a ball. He spread his wings and flapped them a few times before he stopped. This Lu Ming is so powerful. His entire body is covered in a layer of chaotic light. He's not afraid of the Golden Crow clan's divine sunfire at all. The laws of chaos. It's really the laws of chaos. Lu Ming is really the son of chaos. One of the sons of heaven, the son of chaos, actually appeared in the ancient Moon Holy Land. I heard that in Heaven Emperor City, the son of death and the son of eternity, who are also sons of heaven, also appeared. It's not just the son of heaven. Many king physiques have also appeared in Heavenly Emperor City. It's too shocking. A great era has descended. The era of the clash of philosophers and the struggle between the kings is coming. In the surroundings, many of the older generation sighed. You alone are not enough. 10,000 celestial soldiers, come at me together. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. As you wish. Wan Tianbing said coldly. Spots of light lit up all over his body, and saint weapons flew out. There were more than 100 pieces in total. Among them, there were 3 great saint weapons. Wan Tianbing held a great saint weapon in his hand. The chi of the weapon converged, and the sharp aura stirred up a terrible sword mark in the Phoenix Lake. Buzz! Wan Tianbing's body was surrounded by holy weapons as he charged toward Lu Ming. The sword radiance was shocking as it slashed toward Lu Ming's vital parts. Die! The sixth prince of the Golden Crow let out a long cry. He flapped his wings and charged toward Lu Ming like a golden ray of light. Before he even reached Lu Ming, the scorching hot divine sunfire was already heading toward him. At the same time, the three-legged Golden Crow's claws were extremely sharp as it clawed at Lu Ming. The three-legged Golden Crow's third claw was extremely terrifying. It was said to be indestructible and could crush holy weapons. Chaos Finger! Lu Ming pointed out 2 fingers in a row, using 20% of the power of the chaotic tribulation finger. 2 huge fingers formed and pointed at the sixth prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, Wan Tianbing and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow trembled and glided backward, leaving 2 terrifying waves of air in the air. Many people gasped. Lu Ming was so powerful. He was fighting 2 people alone and could actually force Wan Tianbing and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow into a disadvantageous position. It was too shocking. The most important thing was that Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage, while Wan Tianbing and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow were already in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage and were 1 step away from the Great Saint stage. Even with his high cultivation, he was still no match. The WN family of the Golden Crow clan had ugly expressions. As expected of the Son of Chaos. His combat strength is too shocking. In a battle of the same level, no one can match him except for the other sons and kings. An old man exclaimed in surprise. Many of the young heaven's favorites were pale. This level of combat strength was much stronger than theirs. Kill! Kill! Wan Tianbing and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow roared. They could not lose this battle. More light spots lit up on Wan Tianbing's body, and more holy weapons flew out, making him even stronger. A sun really did appear above the golden crow's sixth prince's head. It shone with boundless light and exuded a terrifying power. "Be destroyed under my sun, die!" The sixth prince of the golden crow roared. The sun came straight for Lu Ming, as if it was a real sun that was going to burn Lu Ming. This was the sixth prince of the golden crow's divine power, and its power had reached 40%. The power of a sacred art at 40% completion was absolutely terrifying. Once this move was used, no matter how many ordinary Great Circle Bright Saints came, they would all die and be burned to ashes. Ordinary Great Saints, if their superpower technique was not well practiced, would also have to retreat and not dare to take it head-on. Chaos Finger. The laws of chaos circulated on Lu Ming's body, and he pointed his finger. The laws of chaos in the world were being controlled. Endless energy gathered at Lu Ming's finger. The energy within a 100-mile radius seemed to have been sucked dry in an instant. A huge finger, like the finger of a god, was pointed at the golden crow's sixth crown prince. His finger collided with the scorching sun in the air. At this moment, a dazzling light burst out in the sky, making it so that people couldn't open their eyes. Some of the weaker cultivators even shed tears from the light. Boom. Then, there was an explosion like the explosion of a sun. The chaotic finger of tribulation continued to strike forward and heavily hit the body of the sixth golden crow prince. The sixth prince of the golden crow let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying far away. His blood splattered across the Phoenix Lake, and golden feathers filled the sky. The sixth prince of the golden crow was severely injured. Just as Lu Ming pointed with the finger of tribulation of chaos, he stepped into the void, surrounded by his holy weapon, and rushed toward Wan Tianbing. 10,000 celestial soldiers charged at Lu Ming as well. Both of them used the 10,000 soldiers' art. Their battle soldier chi gathered and collided fiercely with each other. A beam of battle soldier chi shot up into the sky like a pillar of light, reflecting the light from the exploding sun. "Kill, die!" Lu Ming shouted. The divine sword technique burst out and two sword gleams shot out from his eyes. Although geniuses like Wan Tianbing had very powerful soul power and had soul-protecting treasures, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved and his soul power had become stronger. He would still have an impact on his opponent. Wan Tianbing's eyes showed a trace of pain as he thrust the divine sword technique. Buzz. Lu Ming wielded his great holy weapon-grade combat sword and slashed at Wan Tianbing. Wan Tianbing roared in anger and counterattacked with all his might, slashing out a sword light. The two swords clashed, causing the sky to buzz. Then, a figure retreated quickly. It was Wan Tianbing. He was suppressed by Lu Ming in a head-on confrontation. Kill! Lu Ming continued to charge at Wan Tianbing with an imposing aura and a murderous aura that soared to the sky. Wan Tianbing used all his strength to counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them kept clashing against each other in the rainbow-like soldier chi, but each time they clashed, Wan Tianbing would be forced to take a few steps back. After dozens of moves, he had already taken hundreds of steps back. His arms started to tremble. "Lu Ming, go to hell." At this moment, Wan Tianbing's expression turned ferocious. An acupoint between his brows glowed with brilliant light. Then, a huge battle axe appeared, emitting terrifying fluctuations. An absolute saint weapon. That's an absolute saint weapon. How can a 10,000 celestial weapon seal an absolute saint weapon? What? Someone exclaimed in the surroundings. It must be the help of a monarch. Otherwise, the 10,000 celestial soldiers wouldn't be able to seal the absolute saint weapon. They would be torn apart by the absolute saint weapon. Someone said. That's right. Lu Ming is in danger. The 10,000 celestial soldiers aren't much weaker than him to begin with. Once he uses his holy weapon, Lu Ming won't be able to withstand it. As the voices rang out, Wang Lin, Mu Qingxue, and the others revealed worried expressions. Long Chen's eyes were shining, but he was not worried. Die! Wan Tianbing wielded his holy weapon, the battle axe, and struck out. The void trembled as if it was going to be split apart by this strike. Clang, Lu Ming used his great saint weapon to block the attack. The sword trembled and an unstoppable force gushed out. Lu Ming was sent flying back thousands of meters before he could regain his balance. Chapter 1760 Chapter 1760 Defeating them one by one, an absolute saint weapon is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He realized that the combat sword in his hand had a chip. A great saint weapon really couldn't take an absolute saint weapon head-on. Wan Tianbing suppressed Lu Ming with one strike and was invigorated. His body was like a stream of light, appearing in front of Lu Ming in an instant, and his battle axe slashed down again. Clang. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying as well. There was even a crack on the combat sword. Kill Lu Ming. Wan Tianbing, let's kill him in one go, he shouted. Over at the Wan clan's side, a young man clamored, while an old man coldly spoke. Kill! The heavenly soldiers' morale was high. Their battle axes were like a storm as they slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand. Two shield-type holy weapons flew out from his surroundings and blocked in front of him. Bang! Bang! The battle axe chopped down, and the two shields were cut in half. A bright saint weapon was as fragile as tofu in front of an absolute saint weapon. Clang, clang. After two consecutive moves, Lu Ming was forced to retreat. 10,000 celestial weapons. With your cultivation, I'm afraid your body won't be able to hold on for long before it backfires. Lu Ming spoke, his voice still very calm. Enough to kill you. Wan Tianbing roared and attacked wildly. Indeed, he could not afford to waste any more time. Just as Lu Ming had said, he could feel the terrifying pressure. The immense combat weapon qi was tearing his body apart at all times. A thin layer of blood had seeped out of his skin. He had to get rid of Lu Ming as soon as possible. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, the space between his eyebrows glowed and a Tai Chi formation disc appeared. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand, and the Tai Chi formation disc emitted a brilliant light. A Tai Chi pattern swirled on the surface and pressed down on Wan Tianbing. Clang! Wan Tianbing's giant axe landed heavily on the Tai Chi formation disc. The Tai Chi formation disc became even more dazzling, shook violently, and was knocked back. However, there was not even a mark on the surface of the Tai Chi formation disc. Why would I? Wan Tianbing's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of treasure was Lu Ming using? It could even block an absolute saint weapon and not even leave a scratch on it. Then he charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out the Tai Chi formation disc to block. Although the Tai Chi formation disc would be sent flying every time, it managed to block the attacks of the 10,000 celestial soldiers each time while he remained unscathed. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The Tai Chi formation disc was most likely an imperial-level treasure. It was just that Lu Ming could not fully unleash its power yet. Break! Wan Tianbing roared and slashed wildly at Lu Ming, but every time he did, he was blocked by the Tai Chi formation. The WN family's faces darkened. Lu Ming is truly unparalleled. He has mastered the laws of chaos. He is undoubtedly the son of chaos. An old woman from the Phoenix Palace said, her eyes full of admiration. The son of chaos is known as one of the sons of God. He has great fortune and his talent can be said to be heaven-defying. Since ancient times, any son of God who has mastered the 10 ultimate laws will have unimaginable achievements as long as he doesn't die. This kid is very close to Phoenix Spirit. In that case, Phoenix Palace can only befriend him and not offend him. If he grows up in the future, it will only be beneficial to Phoenix Palace. Not bad. Several elders of the Phoenix Palace spoke one after another and communicated with each other through voice transmission. At this moment, a terrifying ear-piercing sound came from behind Lu Ming. The sixth prince of the Golden Crow was coming at him again. You still dare to sneak attack with an injured body? Then I'll kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. The great saint sword in his hand suddenly slashed backward. Now, there were 6 great saint weapons sealed in Lu Ming's body. The power was terrifying. With one sword strike, A shrill scream rang out, accompanied by golden feathers flying in the air. One of the wings of the sixth Golden Crow Prince had been cut off by Lu Ming. The sixth Prince of the Golden Crow was already injured by Lu Ming, so he was naturally no match for him. The Golden Crow's sixth prince paled in fright and flapped his remaining wing desperately to retreat. Chaos Finger! Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the Golden Crow's sixth prince's wing. Then he pointed his finger at the Golden Crow's sixth prince. A terrifying finger pointed at the Golden Crow's sixth prince. The Golden Crow's sixth prince was horrified and tried to escape with all his might, but it was too late. The finger of tribulation of chaos was approaching him at an extreme speed. At this time, a golden light flashed and struck the chaos finger of tribulation, directly breaking it and allowing the sixth Golden Crow Prince to escape. It was an old man from the Golden Crow clan who had saved the sixth prince. How despicable! Mu Qingsu's words were straightforward, and her voice resounded throughout the entire venue. The expert from the Golden Crow clan coldly glanced at Mu Qingxue and didn't say anything. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the Golden Crow tribe. He did not pursue the sixth prince of the Golden Crow but looked at Wan Tianbing. At this moment, Wan Tianbing's eyes were bloodshot, and he was covered in blood. This was not Lu Ming's blood, but his own. He had been torn out by the backlash of the Absolute Saint weapon, and the backlash was getting stronger and stronger. The 10,000 celestial soldiers could no longer withstand it. Suddenly, Wan Tianbing's body trembled and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His aura quickly withered. Kill! How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? The Tai Chi formation disc floated above his head. With a combat sword in hand, he charged at Wan Tianbing. Wan Tianbing could only barely raise his battle axe to block in front of him. Clang! Wan Tianbing's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He couldn't even hold the battle axe in his hand. The battle axe shook and flew out of his hand. Lu Ming stepped into the void and swept up his saint energy, sweeping Wan Tianbing's battle axe over and storing it in his storage ring. At the same time, he continued to attack Wan Tianbing with his combat sword. Wan Tianbing was suffering from a terrifying backlash. His physical body was about to be torn apart and he was severely injured. How could he withstand Lu Ming's attack? No! Wan Tianbing roared. Enough! An elder from the Wan family stepped out and waved his hand. A ray of saint power wrapped around Wan Tianbing like a ribbon and pulled him behind him. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he struck out with his palm. A huge palm print blasted towards Lu Ming, trying to kill him. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the other party to be so despicable. Not only did they interfere directly, but they also attacked him. Although it was just a casual attack, the other party's realm was too high, and the power was still terrifyingly strong. Buzz! The Tai Chi formation disc above Lu Ming's head trembled and glowed with a brilliant light. It expanded rapidly and rushed toward the huge palm print. At the same time, Lu Ming erupted with all his strength and pointed with his finger. And NBSP, the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger, exploded with power, sending a massive Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger forward while he rapidly retreated. Boom! The Tai Chi formation disc was the first to be hit by the giant palm. It shook violently and the Tai Chi pattern on it was shattered. It shrank rapidly and flew toward Lu Ming, disappearing between his eyebrows. Chapter 1761 Confrontation. The huge palm print did not stop and continued to crash down, clashing with the Primal Chaos Finger of Tribulation. The Chaotic Tribulation Finger emitted chaotic light and was extremely powerful. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was still too weak. He could not withstand the palm print and collapsed. However, after continuous resistance, the other party's palm print had been weakened by a large extent. The remaining power of the palm continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Block it! Lu Ming retreated while resisting with all his might. More than 100 saint weapons floated in front of him. A layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. The laws of chaos flowed on the dragon scales. Boom! The palm force swept across and crushed everything. Lu Ming's body trembled violently and he retreated 1,000 meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the elder from the Wan family. His palm strike did not kill Lu Ming, but only injured him. He slashed out with his palm. This time, it was a ray of sword light that shocked the 9 heavens and seemed to be able to break through everything. At this moment, a phoenix's cry rang out. A ray of light flew out and blocked the sword light. The Wn family's experts looked at Phoenix Palace and said coldly, "What? Is Phoenix Palace trying to stop me? Nonsense. The Golden Crow clan is shameless, but the Wan family is even more shameless. The younger generation can't win against Lu Ming, so you directly attack the older generation. How despicable!" Mu Qingxue directly cursed. "Shut up." The Wn clan's expert berated. "Shut up? You're despicable and shameless, yet you don't allow others to say it." Mu Qingxue called out. The power behind Mu Qingxue was also very powerful, so he didn't fear the Wan family at all. Kinx is right. A month ago, Lu Ming challenged Wan Tianbing and the 6th Prince of the Golden Crow to a battle in front of everyone. This was a battle between the younger generation, and it was a battle of life and death. But now, not only did you save Wan Tianbing, but you also attacked Lu Ming. Isn't this too much? Wang Lin continued. It's not just too much, it's simply shameless. Just now, when Wan Tianbing had the upper hand, he shouted to kill Lu Ming. When Wan Tianbing was no match for him, the elders came to save him. They even attacked Lu Ming directly. This is the Wan family style. I've really learned something. Long Chen said coldly. After being ridiculed by a few juniors, the Wan family's expert's face turned dark and extremely ugly. After that, the Wan family's powerhouse looked at Lu Ming and chided, "Brat, hand over that absolute saint weapon, battle axe, and I'll spare your life." "Spare me? Ha, what a joke." Lu Ming laughed and stepped forward in the air, facing the Wan family's powerhouse. "I never thought that a Holy Land force like the Wan family would be so shameless. How can such a force be called a Holy Land force? What a joke. Today, I'm going to fight with Wan Tianbing and the 6th Prince of the Golden Crow. If I'm no match for them, I'll just be killed. But if they're no match for me, you have no right to interfere. Besides, that battle axe is my trophy. What right do you have to take it back? Impudent. How dare you insult our Wan family? You're courting death." The Wn family's powerhouse's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura pressed toward Lu Ming. However, an elder from the Phoenix Palace also stepped forward and blocked the Wan family's experts with his aura. Is Phoenix Palace determined to go against the Wan family? The old man of the Wan family said coldly. "Do you think Phoenix Palace will be afraid?" An old woman from the Phoenix Palace smiled faintly. "Ha, everyone here, in my opinion, it's better to avoid the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan in the future. It's best not to spar with them. If you lose, you'll be humiliated and killed by the other party. If you win, the other party's elders will immediately rush over to kill you." Lu Ming laughed out loud with a strong sense of sarcasm. "That's right. In my opinion, in the future, the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan's younger generation should stay at home and not come out. They can't afford to lose at all." Mu Qingxue called out. The Wn family and the Golden Crow clan's faces became gloomier and gloomier. "Brat, hand over that wing and well forget about today's matter." At this moment, a powerful being from the Golden Crow race stepped out and looked at Lu Ming with his golden eyes. "What a joke. That's my trophy too. I'll roast the Golden Crow's wings tonight." They should be very acted and saved the 6th Prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing. Now they were asking him for his spoils of war. How could Lu Ming hand them over? "Delicious," Lu Ming said indifferently. He was unhappy, extremely unhappy. This was an unfair battle. Just as he said, if he was defeated, he would definitely be killed by his opponent. However, when his opponent was defeated, the elder figure of his opponent directly acted and saved the 6th Prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing. Now they were asking him for his spoils of war. How could Lu Ming hand them over? "Impudent, you're courting death." All the powerful cultivators of the Golden Crow clan were filled with killing intent. They stepped forward and glared at Lu Ming with cold eyes. In the sky, there were the cries of dragons and elephants. Long Chen stepped through the void and came. Behind him were the experts of the Divine Elephant sect, who were closing in on the experts of the Golden Crow clan. Your Divine Elephant sect also wants to interfere? An expert from the Golden Crow race said, his eyes flashing with solemnness. The Divine Elephant sect's power was extremely terrifying. Even the Golden Crow clan had to be wary. Nonsense. Long Chen's answer was simple, but it showed his attitude. Bang, bang. The powerhouses of the Phoenix Palace stepped into the air and stood in front of Lu Ming. The experts from the four sides began to confront each other. All around, the other cultivators looked on excitedly. Could it be that the four powerful forces were going to war today? Elder, Lu Ming is so talented. He's worth befriending. Moreover, Lu Ming and I are old friends. Yi Dong sent a message to a warrior of the Thunder God sect. The eyes of the Thunder God sect's elder flickered. Then he nodded and transmitted a message to the other Thunder God sect's elders. Then with a flash of lightning, a few elders of the Thunder God sect appeared near the Wan family's experts. A terrifying aura pressed towards the Wan family's people. Wan family, Golden Crow clan, you've gone too far today. An old man from the Thunder God sect said. This made the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan's faces even uglier. The Thunder God sect is also going to interfere? An expert from the Wan family spoke. The battles between the younger generation are the matters of the younger generation. If there are no battles between geniuses, how can they grow? The older generation cannot interfere. This is an unwritten rule in the world of martial Tao. If everyone is like you, how would the younger generation dare to go out and train? If the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan can do this, then the other forces can do the same. Then, wouldn't all the younger generation disciples be slaughtered by the older generation? An elder of the Thunder God sect said. Although the voice of the Thunder God sect's elder was calm, it contained killing intent. His intention was obvious. If the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan can do this, then other forces can do the same. Unless the disciples of the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan stay together in the future, they will also be killed. Without the new blood of the younger generation, any force would be destroyed. The experts of the Wan family and the Golden Crow race looked very gloomy. All right, let's forget about today's matter. An expert from the Wan family flicked his sleeves and looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Don't think that just because you defeated Wan Tianbing and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow, you can become the leader of the younger generation. The great saints of the ancient Moon Holy Land have all gone to Heaven Emperor City, but they will be back soon. At that time, someone from the Wan family will kill you. Let's go. After that, the people of the Wan family stepped into the air and left the place. Chapter 1762 Heavenly Emperor City. Although the remaining Golden Crow tribe was extremely unwilling and wanted to take back the wings of the sixth Golden Crow prince, it was even more impossible for them to do so with only one force left. Lu Ming, the previous crown princes of the Golden Crow clan, are also returning from the Heavenly Emperor City. If you dare to do anything to humiliate the Golden Crow clan, you will die without a doubt. Let's go. An expert from the Golden Crow clan said coldly. Then he turned into sword lights and left with the rest of the Golden Crow clan. The insult he had mentioned to the Golden Crow tribe was, of course, the incident of roasting the Golden Crow's wings that Lu Ming had mentioned earlier. In the blink of an eye, the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan all left and disappeared without a trace. This battle ended just like that, but Lu Ming's name would definitely resound throughout the ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming, not seeing you for many years, you're even stronger. As expected of the divine ruins, number 1. Long Chen said with a smile as he stepped through the air. Many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Long Chen, then saluted the experts from Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and Thunder God Sect. Lu Ming thanks everyone for your help. I'll remember your kindness in my heart. Ha, nephew Lu Ming, you don't have to be so polite. The WN family and the Golden Crow tribe are too despicable. We just can't stand by and watch. An old man from the Thunder God sect laughed. He was quite heroic. Lu Ming, let's go for a drink. Yi Dongfang walked over. All right, let's go together. It's my treat today. Lu Ming nodded and smiled. You young people should have a gathering. We old men won't join in. The elder of the Thunder God sect smiled. Then his figure flickered and he left with the rest of the Thunder God sect. You guys can go back first. Long Chen ordered the experts of the Divine Elephant sect. It was obvious that Long Chen's status in the sect was not low. The cultivators of the Divine Elephant sect nodded and left as well. Finally, the cultivators of the Phoenix Palace also left. In a bustling gathering place, in a bustling restaurant, Lu Ming, Long Chen, Feng Ling, Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and Su Ran sat around a table. The table was already filled with spirit wine and delicacies. Everyone exchanged toasts and ate to their heart's content. Lu Ming, it's been 7 to 8 years since we last met in the Divine Ruins continent. Long Chen drank a few cups in a row and sighed. It had been many years since they had parted. He had originally chosen to join Dragon God Valley like Lu Ming, but he was later captured by the southern deity palace of the Divine Ruins continent and imprisoned for nearly 2 years. In the end, he was rescued by a peerless expert of the Divine Elephant sect and acknowledged him as his master. Now, he had a respected status in the Divine Elephant sect. Actually, it's not like we haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 years. Later, I returned to the Divine Ruins and saw you being taken away by the Divine Elephant sect's powerhouses. Lu Ming said with a smile. You were there too? Long Chen was stunned. Lu Ming nodded and briefly explained how he had snuck into the South God Palace to save Long Chen. Many thanks. Long Chen raised his cup, his eyes filled with gratitude. You don't have to thank me. It's a good thing that strong cultivators from the Divine Elephant sect appeared back then. Otherwise, with my cultivation at that time, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Lu Ming smiled. The others were surprised as well. They did not expect Lu Ming and Long Chen to come from the same place. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Then, there was a flash between his eyebrows and the bubble appeared on his shoulder. Damn Lu Ming, stinky Lu Ming. You've trapped me in the mountain and river diagram every day while you're here eating and drinking. Chirp chirp. As the bubbles came out, she mumbled unhappily and pouted. Then she grabbed a wine pot and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Her pink little face immediately turned redder. Long Chen, Wang Lin, and the rest were dumbfounded when they saw Lu Ming release a 2 to 3-year-old girl. Lu Ming, it's been so many years. I didn't expect you to have a child. Congratulations. Long Chen picked up a cup of wine and downed it in one go. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Lu Ming, it turns out that you already have a child. Huang Ling widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming, then at Bubbles. The more she looked at the two of them, the more she felt that they looked alike. A hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of her eyes. Wow, this time Huang Ling is going to cry. But Lu Ming, your daughter is so cute. Come, let Auntie give you a hug. Mu Qingxue walked over and wanted to carry Bubbles. Don't. Bubbles shook her head vigorously and jumped onto Lu Ming. She wrapped her arms around Lu Ming's neck and hung onto him tightly. You've misunderstood. She's not my daughter. Lu Ming was speechless. Not your daughter? Don't quibble, I think she really looks like you. Mu Qingxue clearly did not believe him. To be honest, Bubbles and Lu Ming were somewhat similar. That was because when Bubbles transformed, she subconsciously leaned toward Lu Ming's appearance and naturally looked similar. She's really not. She's called Bubble and she's a divine beast, not a human. Try to sense her. Lu Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only explain. Everyone sensed it and realized that Bubble wasn't a human. It was emitting the aura of a divine beast. Of course, after Bubbles transformed, they would not be able to sense what kind of divine beast she was. Oh, it really is a divine beast. Mu Qingxue muttered to herself, while Huang Ling heaved a sigh of relief. Misunderstanding, let's drink. Long Chen smiled awkwardly. Everyone clinked their glasses and the atmosphere was warm. Lu Ming, you've offended the Golden Crow clan and the Wan family today. You have to be careful. Although you're being forced by our major forces today and it's not appropriate for the elders to make a move, there are even stronger heaven's favorites from the two major forces who will be returning from the Heavenly Emperor City soon. Yi Dongfang said. Long Chen, Feng Ling, and Mu Qingce's faces all froze. That's right. Almost all of those geniuses have cultivation bases above the eminent saint stage. They're very terrifying. Wang Ling's expression was solemn. Heavenly Emperor City? Why are those people in Heavenly Emperor City? Lu Ming was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of the Heavenly Emperor City. Lu Ming, there are 9 sanctuaries in Mount Yuan. Ancient Moon Sanctuary is one of them, but it's not too strong. Heaven Emperor City is also one of the 9 sanctuaries, the leader of the 9 sanctuaries. Long Chen explained. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Heavenly Emperor City was the leader of the 9 great holy lands. Heavenly Emperor City is vast and boundless. Legend has it that it was built by the ancient Heavenly Emperor. In Heavenly Emperor City, there are many powerful forces that are even more terrifying than the ancient Moon Holy Land. About a year ago, there was news from Heavenly Emperor City that a great emperor appeared and wanted to set up the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, gathering all the geniuses of the entire Yuan Mountain to cultivate there. All the Heaven's Pride experts of the Yuan Mountain will enter and the great emperor will personally give a lecture. This is a true great emperor figure, and there will be more than one. When this news came out, the entire Yuan Mountain was shocked. Many powerful Heaven's Pride experts took the lead and rushed to Heavenly Emperor City. I heard that a storm has gathered in Heavenly Emperor City. In the past year, there have been constant conflicts. Long Chen explained. Heavenly Emperor? A true great emperor? Lu Ming was puzzled. She could tell that Long Chen's choice of words was a little unusual. Could it be that the people they were talking about weren't true great emperors? Chapter 1763. Chapter 1763 The Division of the Martial Emperor Realm. Chapter 1763 The Division of the Martial Emperor Realm. Lu Ming, I'm sure you're not clear about the specific division of the Martial Emperor Realm. Lu Ming nodded. He had just arrived at the ancient Moon Holy Land, and before this, he had not even had a single emperor-ranked figure in the Azure continent. Naturally, he was not clear about the specific division of martial emperors. The martial sovereign realm is actually divided into several realms. Those who have just broken through to the martial sovereign realm are known as the minor sovereign realm. Above that is the medium sovereign realm. Above the medium sovereign realm is the great sovereign realm. Above the great sovereign realm is the heavenly sovereign realm. Each sovereign realm is further divided into 7 stars. Wang Lin explained. Lu Ming was shocked. The martial emperor realm actually contained so many realms. The small emperor position, the middle emperor position, the great emperor position, and the heavenly emperor position. Each emperor position was further divided into 7 stars. How shocking was this? Outside of the ancient Moon Holy Land, the emperor-ranked powerhouses of the emperor-ranked forces are usually at the minor emperor realm. They are not true great emperors at all. However, many people below the martial emperor realm would respectfully call them great emperors. In fact, only when they have truly reached the great emperor realm can they be considered true great emperors. They would add the word great emperor behind their titles, just like the reincarnation emperor in the 100 Clan battlefield. Wang Lin continued to explain. I see. Lu Ming understood now. The great emperor that they usually referred to was not the great emperor. It was just a form of respect. For example, Emperor Tsong, Emperor Yun, Thousand Kill Martial Emperor, and the others were not great emperors. Hence, they did not have the word great emperor in their titles. For example, Emperor Tsong was known as the great emperor in the Azure continent. Of course, it was only because the people of the Azure continent did not understand the specific division of the martial sovereigns. The reincarnation emperor was the true emperor. There are so many levels in the martial emperor realm. I guess people like Emperor Tsong are only at the minor emperor realm. The road to the peak is long. But this is even more interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with anticipation. The path of martial arts was long, and in the process of climbing, wasn't it a kind of pleasure? Great emperors are the ones who stand at the peak. Right now, we don't even know if there are any in the ancient Moon Holy Land. But in the Heavenly Emperor City, a few great emperors have come forward to establish the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy. This has never happened before, so it naturally attracts countless geniuses and experts. Yi Dongfang said. His eyes also revealed a look of yearning. Are there any Heavenly Emperor-ranked powerhouses in Mount Yuan? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others shook their heads. Legend has it that the Heavenly Emperor City was built by the Heavenly Emperor. But now, the Heavenly Emperor has become a legend and cannot be seen in the world. The Great Emperor is the peak. Long Chen sighed. Then, are there any realms above the Heavenly Emperor? Lu Ming asked again. There are legends, but that's too far away. It's a legend among legends. Wang Lin said after a moment of silence. Lu Ming could not calm down. He thought of many things. Which realm were the top 10 war beasts in? Eggy once said that the top 10 war beasts were the peak existences of the world. Was it the Emperor or the Heavenly Emperor? Back then, Lu Ming had seen the Titan longhorn beetle in action. It was truly terrifying and could destroy the world. Also, it was said that the Chaos the Arch was even stronger than the top 10 war beasts. What realm was he at? After thinking for a while, Lu Ming shook his head and pulled himself back from his thoughts. All these were still too far away from him. Has the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy already started its meeting? Lu Ming changed the topic. No, I heard that it has been completed. I believe that it will be held soon. This time, those Heaven's Pride experts have returned from the Heavenly Emperor City to prepare for the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy. After all, it's not easy to enter the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy. Long Chen said. Everyone chatted and drank. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. Lu Ming found out a lot of information that he did not know in the past. Although Lu Ming had obtained a part of the 9 dragons' memory, it was only a part after all. Many parts were missing. Moreover, the 9 dragons had fallen a long time ago. Their memory of the Yuan continent was almost blank. Lu Ming, I have something to ask you. How about we go outside and talk? Said Long Chen. Said Huang Ling, all right. Lu Ming nodded. We should also go. Said Huang Ling. After that, Huang Ling, Yi Dongfang, Su Ran, and the others all left. Lu Ming paid the bill and left with Long Chen. It was already night time, and the two of them walked in the air, above the clouds. What is the situation in the Divine Wilderness? Long Chen asked. Lu Ming was not surprised. He knew that Long Chen would definitely ask. The Divine Wilderness has been unified. Lu Ming briefly explained what had happened in the Divine Wilderness continent. Long Chen fell silent for a long time after hearing this. Lu Ming did not say anything. After all, Long Chen had once been from an overlord force that had been destroyed by him. The Xie family had even shut themselves in for 10,000 years. Long Chen's fiancée was the princess of the Xie family, Xianxia. After a long time, Long Chen sighed and said, who would have thought that such a thing would happen in the Divine Wilderness? But this is good too. Actually, when I saw you, I knew that the situation in the Divine Wilderness had most likely stabilized. You don't blame me? Lu Ming asked. What's so strange about the current situation? In this world, many stories happen every day, and many forces are destroyed and many forces are born. These are the constant rules of this world, and if I were you, I would do the same. Long Chen said with a smile. Many thanks. Lu Ming said. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for letting go of the Xie family. Long Chen smiled. He thought for a moment and said, it looks like I'll have to return to the Divine Wilderness at some point in time. I want to bring Wang Lin out. That doesn't count as breaking my oath, right? Of course not. When are you going back? Does the Divine Elephant sect have a teleportation array? Lu Ming asked. He had been away for many years. Lu Ming wanted to make a trip back. The Divine Elephant sect doesn't have a teleportation array to the continent cluster of the Divine Ruins. To the ancient Moon Holy Land, The continent cluster of the divine ruins is too remote, and no force will open such a teleportation array. As far as I know, only some forces in the Azure state, as well as forces like the Cloud state and the Imperial state, who are closer to the continent cluster of the divine ruins, have such a teleportation array. Longchen said. What? Only the Tsang, Yun, and D continents have teleportation arrays? Lu Ming's expression changed. That's right. But could it be that something big has happened in these three states? Longchen asked. Not bad. Lu Ming then told him about the evil spirit cult. It's actually the evil spirit cult. I'll go back and report this to Master. I'll see if Master can send people to the Azure continent to exterminate the evil spirit cult. Longchen said. Lu Ming nodded. It would be for the best if the divine elephant sex experts annihilated evil spirit cult. Lu Ming, we haven't seen each other for many years. Why don't we have a friendly match? Let's go. Longchen suddenly said. A powerful fighting spirit emanated from his body. Just what I wanted. Lu Ming spoke, and a powerful fighting spirit emanated from him. Chapter 1764, Chapter 1764 Lu Ming vs. Longchen. Chapter 1764 Lu Ming vs. Longchen. Longchen was the #1 person among the divine wilderness continent's younger generation. He had awakened one of the top 10 battle beasts, the immemorial dragon elephant bloodline. He was extremely powerful and had unparalleled combat strength. After that, he took a big shot from Divine Elephant Sect as his master and came to Ancient Moon Holy Land. So many years had passed. Lu Ming was very curious to see how far Longchen had progressed. Boom, boom. The two of them stood in the sky, facing each other. A terrifying aura burst out from their bodies. The two auras collided fiercely, and the clouds in the surroundings were blown apart and scattered in all directions. Great Circle of the Bright Saint Stage. Lu Ming could tell that Longchen's cultivation base was at the Great Circle of the Bright Saint Stage, not far from the Supreme Saint Stage. This was normal. Although Longchen's cultivation had been surpassed by Lu Ming back then, Lu Ming had come to Ancient Moon Holy Land and acknowledged an expert from Divine Elephant Sect as his master. The resources he had obtained were definitely far greater than Lu Ming's. It was normal for him to be a perfected bright saint now. A dragon's roar and an elephant's cry rang out at the same time, and a strange phenomenon appeared above their heads. There were 9 dragons and an Archean dragonesque elephant, both of which had the aura and majesty of looking down on the world. Then, the two of them moved at the same time. The two figures charged at each other at the same time. Lu Ming's body was flowing with the laws of chaos. He used the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck out with his palm. His palm seemed to have turned into a prison-suppressing steel, pressing down on Longchen. Lu Ming did not hold back against Longchen. He unleashed his full power. The trumpeting of an elephant sounded from Longchen's body. His body swelled up, and his arms grew rapidly. His muscles tightened, as if they were filled with infinite power. The two palms hit each other hard. Thump. It was as if two stars had collided. The sky trembled and the space trembled violently. An invisible force burst out from where the two had clashed, sweeping across thousands of miles and destroying all the clouds. The two of them separated after a single strike, and their figures retreated at the same time. What a terrifying power! Extreme force law. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He could see Longchen's law. Longchen's law was the extreme law, known as the ultimate power. With the flow of the law, he could release a terrifying power that could break all laws. This was a terrifying maxim. Although it was not as powerful as the 10 ultimate maxims, it was not too far off. It was one of the most terrifying maxims under the 10 ultimate maxims. Again! Longchen's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He was like an ancient divine elephant, stepping on the void and exhausting his strength. Good! Lu Ming had nothing to fear. He cultivated the chaos laws, one of the strongest laws in the world. He also had the prison-suppressing heaven technique. With the two combined, each attack contained infinite power that could suppress everything. Thump. The two of them struck each other for the second time, and an even more intense boom rang out between heaven and earth. This time, the two of them trembled and continued to attack each other. Thump. Boom. Terrifying collisions occurred one after another. The two of them seemed to have transformed into ancient wild beasts, suppressing the world. The two figures flickered in the sky, and terrifying energy constantly burst out. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged over 100 moves, and neither of them had a clear winner. Long Chen's spiritual body was also a medium-grade heaven spiritual body, and the laws were extreme laws. Both of them were slightly weaker than Lu Ming, but their cultivation levels were much higher. It was difficult to determine a winner in the battle between the two. Bang! Another exchange of blows, and the two figures drifted back. Awesome! Lu Ming, I'm going to cast my divine ability next. You have to be careful. The fighting spirit in Long Chen's eyes grew stronger. Same to you, Lu Ming said. His blood was boiling and the laws of chaos circulated throughout his body. Divine Elephant Fist of utmost strength. Chaos Finger. And NBSP, Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. The two of them shouted at the same time as they used the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Lu Ming didn't hide his strength. Instead, he unleashed 33% of his chaotic finger of tribulation at full force. A huge finger, like the finger of a god, pointed at Long Chen. Long Chen threw a punch, and a giant elephant appeared in the sky. It let out a long roar, stepped on the void, and leaped toward Lu Ming, as if it wanted to destroy time. Boom! The finger of primal chaos tribulation collided with the giant statue, resulting in a deafening boom. Lu Ming and Long Chen used the force of the collision to fly back hundreds of miles, looking at each other from a distance. Lu Ming, I haven't seen you for many years and you're still as strong as ever. Today's battle was really enjoyable. How about we spar another day? Long Chen said. You're also very strong. Let's spar another day. Lu Ming nodded. In a few days, when there's news from my master's side, I'll come to find you. With that, Long Chen turned around and left. Of course, Lu Ming did not notice that Long Chen's hand, which he had kept in his sleeve, was trembling. After Long Chen left, Lu Ming shook his numb hand and smiled bitterly. My cultivation is still a little weak. To be honest, Long Chen was very strong. Lu Ming had a vague feeling that Long Chen might not have used his full strength in the last divine art. Of course, Lu Ming had more tricks up his sleeve. If he were to go all out, Long Chen might not be able to defeat him. With a smile, Lu Ming turned around and flew back to the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming spent the next few days cultivating. 3 days later, Long Chen arrived at the Phoenix Palace. Your master didn't agree? Lu Ming frowned slightly. When I become a divine emperor, I will be able to kill my way to the Azure continent and use the 2358 teleportation array to return to the divine wilderness. Long Chen's face was full of bitterness as well. He sat down in Lu Ming's courtyard, took out a bottle of wine, and took a big gulp. That's right. I told my master about the evil spirit cult and wanted to ask him to send people to annihilate them, but he rejected me directly. He said that such a small matter should be left to me to solve. Leave it to you to deal with it? Lu Ming was also quite speechless. Sigh, it seems like I can't return for the time being. I have to work hard and cultivate. In the future, when I become a divine emperor, I will be able to kill my way to the Azure continent and use the teleportation array to return to the divine wilderness. Long Chen said helplessly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that this was a test from Long Chen's master. So fragrant, there's more wine to drink. A tender voice could be heard from outside the courtyard. Then, they saw Bubbles scuttle in from the outside with Wang Lin following behind her. In the past few days, Bubbles and Phoenix Spirit had gotten to know each other better. They were together every day, running around the Phoenix Palace. There were quite a few sacred elixirs in the Phoenix Palace that had entered her stomach. Little girl, you also like to drink. Here, have a jar. A wine jar appeared in Long Chen's hand and he tossed it to Bubbles. Bubble grabbed it in his hand, opened the cover, and took a big gulp. He was so happy that his eyes narrowed. This little guy is really greedy. Huang Ling walked in and smiled. Just in time, I still have a golden crow's wing that I haven't eaten yet. Lu Ming smiled and took out a golden wing. Holy power surged and the golden crow's feathers on the wing were plucked out. He began to roast it. Wang Lin was stunned. She did not expect Lu Ming to really dare to roast the golden crow's wings. Not long after, the fragrance assailed their nostrils, and the few of them began to gobble it up, especially Bubbles. They ate until their mouths were covered in oil, and their eyes narrowed. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. A token rushed out of his body and emitted a dazzling light. Mixed Essence Token. Chapter 1765, Chapter 1765 Hunyuan Sect's Ultimate Assessment. Chapter 1765 Hunyuan Sect's Ultimate Assessment. The primordial chaos token's sudden appearance surprised Lu Ming. But in the next moment, Long Chen and Huang Ling's bodies also glowed, and a mixed essence token rushed out. Obviously, Huang Ling had also obtained a mixed energy token. Lu Ming was not surprised. It was said that mixed energy tokens were given to people with great potential. Before Huang Ling broke through to the Emperor realm, she had awakened the bloodline of the Undying Phoenix, one of the top 10 war beasts. She was not weaker than Long Chen. It was normal for her to obtain a mixed energy token. Could it be that Hunyuan Sect's final test is coming? Huang Ling said with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Hunyuan Sect's final test. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. When he first obtained the primordial chaos token, a voice was sent to him, indicating that he had passed the initial test. Later on, Tu Yi had told Lu Ming that the primordial chaos token was related to the issue of the successor of the primordial chaos sect. In fact, Lu Ming had been waiting. After so many years, was it finally time? The 3 primordial chaos tokens floated above their heads, and the light grew brighter and brighter. In the end, they formed 3 pillars of light that enveloped the 3 of them. I want to go too, Chirpy. Bubbles flew into Lu Ming's arms. Initially, Lu Ming was afraid that the light pillar would reject Bubbles. After all, Bubbles did not have the primordial chaos token. He did not expect that the light pillar did not have any abnormalities. Buzz. 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 The light pillar buzzed. Then, Lu Ming, Feng Ling, and Long Chen disappeared. Of course, Bubbles also disappeared. Lu Ming felt as if he was traveling through time and space. This feeling was very similar to when he went to the Chaos Hall. He must have traveled through a long space to have such a feeling. Suddenly, his body shook. Lu Ming realized that he was on a small boat. Where is this place? Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. It was as if there were clouds in all directions. It was a vast expanse of clouds and mist. One couldn't tell north, south, east, or west. There was no land or sky. Beneath him, a small boat was suspended in the vast clouds. Brother Lu Ming. Bubbles had also entered. She was beside Lu Ming and looked around curiously. The previous generation's space-time spirit rat was one of the 9 hall masters of the Hunyuan sect. Perhaps because of this, Bubbles could enter without a Hunyuan token. Lu Ming secretly guessed. Phoenix Spirit, Long Chen. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the right. Huang Ling and Long Chen were on Lu Ming's right. Under their feet, there was a boat floating in the clouds. Feng Ling, someone from your Phoenix Palace must have entered this place before, right? What should we do next? Lu Ming asked. Huang Ling shook her head. The Battle of Providence has been going on for countless years. Every once in a while, someone will obtain a mixed energy token and enter the final assessment place. However, the place of entry is different every time. Therefore, I have no experience. That's right. I've also seen similar records in the Divine Elephant sect. The starting point of the Hunyuan sect's final assessment is different every time, but the later stages are the same. Long Chen said. Do you know what kind of existence the Hunyuan sect is? The war for providence that he controls can actually spread throughout the entire continent? Lu Ming had always been very curious about this question. It said that Hunyuan sect is a peak force in the heaven realm. It's extremely powerful. There are countless powerful ultimate techniques in the origin continent, all of which were inherited from Hunyuan sect. It said that Hunyuan sect is looking for a successor. Wang Lin explained. Could it be that all the talented and promising youths in the entire Yuan continent will come for the final test? Lu Ming said. That's not necessarily the case. Hunyuan sect is the strongest inheritance in the world, but it's not the only one. There are other inheritances as powerful as Hunyuan sect. Also, some heaven's favorites didn't participate in the Battle of Providence, so they naturally can't take part in the final test. However, there will definitely be a large number of heaven's favorites with terrifying potential. We might meet them later. Wang Lin explained again. Lu Ming nodded. This time, they might see a large number of peerless geniuses from all over the Yuan continent. Those who could get the primordial chaos token were definitely people with great potential. Some of the Heaven's Pride experts' realms had probably already reached an unimaginable level. What should we do next? Longchen asked. We can only move forward. The direction of the bow of our three-leaf boat is the same. Let's move forward, Lu Ming suggested. Huang Ling and Longchen nodded. The three of them poured their saint energy into the boat, and it flew forward quickly. This place was vast and boundless. There was no direction, no land, and no starry sky. The three of them could only keep moving forward. However, after several days, they still didn't find anything. The surroundings were still filled with clouds and mist, as if there was no end. Fortunately, the three of them were very patient. They sat cross-legged on the boat and cultivated as they moved forward. They were not in a hurry. Bubbles, on the other hand, was very curious at first. She blinked her eyes and looked to the left and right. When she realized that there was nothing but clouds all around her, she laid on the boat and fell asleep. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and they were still traveling in the clouds. Guys, look, what's that? Suddenly, Huang Ling exclaimed. Lu Ming and Long Chen also looked ahead. In the endless clouds, there was a figure, an incomparably huge figure. This figure was sitting cross-legged in the clouds. It was as high as the sky and incomparably huge. Endless clouds and mist swirled around it. What is this? The three of them narrowed their eyes. This figure was so huge that even a 10,000 feet tall mountain was like an ant in front of it. What a strong sword intent. The closer they got, the more they felt a terrifying sword coming from the figure, as if it was going to split the world. He was definitely a terrifying existence. However, this figure just sat there cross-legged, motionless. No, it's a phantom, not a real body. Lu Ming sized it up carefully and suddenly spoke. He realized that this figure did not really exist. It was just a phantom. Huang Ling and Long Chen let out a long breath. That figure gave them too much pressure. It was definitely an unimaginable existence. They were afraid that they would die from a single breath. If someone who practices the way of the sword comes here, it's definitely a great opportunity. Huang Ling sighed. If a swordsman came here to comprehend the sword essence of the giant figure, he would definitely gain something. However, none of the three of them specialized in the way of the sword, so they were naturally not of much use. The three of them steered the boat around the huge figure and continued forward. However, not long after, they encountered another figure. This figure was also incomparably huge, and this figure was emitting an incomparably dense metal attribute aura. To the three of them, it was not of much use, so they went around it. In the next few days, they encountered 5 huge figures that were suspended in the vast clouds and mist, emitting all kinds of different auras. Chapter 1766. Chapter 1766, The Phantom of an Expert. Chapter 1766, The Phantom of an Expert. Could it be that these figures are the projections of the powerful existences of Hunyuan sect? Huang Ling guessed. It's very possible. Lu Ming and Long Chen both nodded. The three of them continued to move forward. Suddenly, they saw an extremely huge spiritual mouse in front of them. It's the space-time spirit mouse. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He could tell at one glance that this huge spirit mouse was the space-time spirit mouse. The space-time spirit rat's figure also appeared here, which meant that the true bodies of these phantoms might not necessarily be alive. Many of them might have already died. At this moment, Bubbles rolled to her feet and looked at the huge space-time spirit rat phantom in a daze, her eyes filled with sorrow. All of a sudden, the shadow of the space-time spirit rat began to shrink rapidly. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Lu Ming at an unimaginable speed. Before Lu Ming could react, the ray of light had rushed into the space between Bubbles' eyebrows and disappeared. Bubbles' expression turned serious as she sat cross-legged on the boat and started cultivating. A mystical aura emanated from her body as space-time laws revolved around her. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He knew that this was Bubbles' opportunity. After that, the three of them continued forward. After another 2 days, they saw an extremely huge statue in the sky. It was howling at the sky, and its might suppressed the entire universe. It was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the Archean dragonesque elephant. Long Chen looked at the Archean dragonesque elephant with all his attention. In the end, just like the space-time spirit mouse, the Archean dragonesque elephant's shadow also shrank rapidly. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Long Chen's forehead. Long Chen closed his eyes to comprehend. He split a part of his mind to control the boat and moved forward with Lu Ming and the others. There seemed to be many projections of powerful existences in this vast and endless land. Not long after, they encountered a giant phoenix, its entire body suffused with immortal flames. This was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the undying celestial phoenix. The shadow of the undying celestial phoenix also turned into a ray of light and rushed into Huang Ling's forehead. Bubbles, Long Chen, and Feng Ling had all received their opportunities one after another. Lu Ming was also looking forward to it. What would he encounter? Would he encounter the 9 dragons' shadow? Another 2 days passed, and they had been here for more than 20 days. In front of him, a huge figure sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by the aura of chaos. This is Primal Chaos Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The Primal Chaos Emperor was also one of the 9 hall masters of the Hunyuan sect. The Chaos Thearch's body exuded a powerful and terrifying chaos law fluctuation. Lu Ming stared at the Chaos Thearch's apparition. The chaos law on his body also burst forth, seemingly resonating with the Chaos Thearch's apparition. As expected, the figure of the Chaos Thearch quickly shrank and turned into a ray of light, rushing into Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes. In his mind, an apparition of the Chaos Thearch appeared, exuding a powerful chaos law aura. A great opportunity! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he used this shadow as a reference from time to time, the speed at which he comprehended the laws of chaos would definitely increase greatly. He hadn't expected to get such an opportunity after being brought here by the primordial chaos token. Lu Ming diverted a small part of his attention to control the boat and continued to sail forward. Then he quietly studied the chaotic finger of calamity. As expected, with the primal chaos Thearch's image in his mind as a reference, his speed of comprehending the primal chaos tribulation finger was greatly accelerated. 7 days later, Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation had reached 40% completion. At this time, they had already been here for a month. Boom, boom, boom. In front of him, a violent roar came. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen woke up from their cultivation. This was the first time they had heard such a loud noise since they entered this place. The 3 of them looked forward. In front of them, there were flashes of lightning that covered the entire space. Suddenly, the 3 of them looked to the side. They finally saw the others. They were all young people, both men and women. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. One look and one could tell that they were dragons among men. These people, like Lu Ming and the rest, were each on a small boat and sailed forward. A few people's gazes were as cold as a knife as they swept across Lu Ming and the other 2. However, they only swept their eyes past them before they looked ahead. What a strong cultivation! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Although he had only glanced at the few people just now, they had given off a strong pressure. Their cultivation was definitely not as simple as that of a bright saint. They had probably surpassed a bright saint and reached an even higher realm. They continued to sail forward, and the deafening sound in front of them became stronger and stronger. It was the sound of thunder. Endless lightning flashed in the void, blocking the way forward. The test is finally here. However, how can mere lightning stop me? A proud figure appeared. Lu Ming saw a young man with sharp eyes and a beak like a goshawk's mouth standing on a small boat and speeding forward. When he got close to the lightning zone, a terrifying power of lightning also burst out from his body. Zzz. The lightning between heaven and earth continued to bombard the man. The man's body also burst out with the power of lightning to resist the lightning outside. His figure drove the small boat and disappeared into the vast lightning in the blink of an eye. Could this person be a member of the Thunder Clan? Wang Lin said with a serious expression. Thunder Clan? Lu Ming was curious. Thunder Clan is an ancient clan. This kind of ancient clan has been passed down for countless years. They are all extremely powerful and their foundations are unfathomable. Even many of the powerful forces in ancient Moon Holy Land can't compare to this ancient clan. Wang Lin explained. Lu Ming nodded. Following that, there were others steering the small boats and rushing towards the lightning zone. Suddenly, a scream was heard. A young man couldn't withstand the power of the lightning and was turned into ashes. You're not a saint yet, and you're here to die. A woman with a cold expression said indifferently, and her figure disappeared into the sea of lightning. Not all the geniuses who entered were very powerful. Some of them had not become saints yet. This made a small number of young people's faces turn ugly, and they didn't dare to go forward. However, most of the young men didn't show any fear. They steered the small boats and charged into the lightning to fight against it. A few of the young men exploded out with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering auras that caused the faces of the others to change. What a powerful cultivation! This is the aura of an absolute saint. Huang Ling's eyes were filled with shock. One must know that these people were all very young. They were definitely below the age of 50 and belonged to the younger generation. It was shocking that he had reached the absolute saint realm at such a young age. This time, many powerful heaven's favorites from the Yuan continent have come. It's normal to have absolute saints, said Longchen. His expression was still calm. Let's go over too, Lu Ming said. The three of them steered the boat and charged into the sea of lightning. Chapter 1767, Chapter 1767, Death Rule. Chapter 1767 Death Rule. Boom. 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 Zzz. As soon as they rushed into the sea of lightning, countless lightning bolts surged towards them and struck them. Lu Ming's body was flowing with chaotic laws. His palm was like a knife as he slashed out continuously, scattering the lightning. It's very powerful. Ordinary lower or upper tier bright sages would find it difficult to withstand it. After clashing with the lightning, Lu Ming had a rough idea of the power of the lightning. On the other side, the undying fire spread out from Huang Ling's body and condensed into a phoenix. The phoenix spread its wings and destroyed all the lightning. Long Chen's attack style was similar to Lu Ming's. He punched out with both fists, destroying the bolts of lightning. As for Bubbles, it was the simplest. Her entire body was filled with space-time laws, and when the lightning struck her, she disappeared. Those are the laws of chaos? And the laws of time and space. When the other young men saw Lu Ming and Bubbles, their expressions turned grave. Lu Ming's group of 4 shuttled through the sea of lightning, resisting the lightning as they advanced. The lightning ocean was huge, but with the abilities of Lu Ming and the other 3, they could completely withstand it. After an unknown period of time, they had passed through the lightning ocean. As soon as they passed through the sea of lightning, they saw a huge platform floating in the void. From afar, they could see some figures on the platform. Had they finally arrived? Their eyes brightened, and they sped up their journey, quickly arriving at the platform. As soon as they arrived at the platform, the boat under their feet disappeared automatically, and the 4 of them stepped onto the platform. So many people! Lu Ming swept his gaze and realized that there were more than 1,000 people on the platform. They were all young men and women. Each of them had an extraordinary temperament. Some of them exuded powerful auras. Some were bright saints, some were great saints, and some were even absolute saints. However, most of them had completely concealed their auras, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Lu Ming's group of 4 stepped onto the platform. Some people glanced at them, but most of them sat cross-legged on the platform, resting with their eyes closed. "There's a door there," Wang Lin said softly. Lu Ming and the rest had also discovered it. In the depths of this platform, there was a huge stone door. The stone door was 10,000 feet tall, but now, the stone door was tightly closed. Around the stone door, there was a vast void surrounded by clouds. These young geniuses were probably waiting for the stone door to open. Lu Ming and the other 3 found an empty space and walked over. Then, they sat down cross-legged and seized the opportunity to cultivate and comprehend. In this place, geniuses were as common as clouds. He had to make good use of his time to cultivate. If he could increase his strength, it might be of great use at a critical moment. The platform was silent. As time passed, more and more people came to the platform, and more people appeared. Not long after, it reached about 2,000 people, but it was still increasing. When the number reached about 3,000, almost no one came. Buzz. At this moment, the huge stone door trembled slightly. Then, it emitted a dazzling radiance. Following that, a figure condensed. It was a white-robed old man with a kind expression. "Everyone, next, I will open the door and you will face a real test. However, I have to remind you that the test will be very dangerous. If you want to give up, just shout, 'Give up,' and I will send you back." The old man's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. But everyone's eyes were very determined. These young men came from different regions, but without a doubt, they were all powerful heaven's favorites. To be recognized by the mixed energy token meant that they had endless potential. Hence, these young heaven's favorites were all proud and confident. How could they give up so easily? "Open!" After the white-robed old man finished speaking, he waved his hand and a ray of light landed on the stone door. The stone door trembled and slowly opened. Through the stone door, one could see a world behind the stone door. A lush and green world. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. As soon as the stone door opened, some people rushed over, as if they were afraid that someone else would get there first. Then, more people rushed forward. The stone gate was huge. Even if thousands of people rushed through it together, it would not feel crowded. Lu Ming and the rest were mixed in with the crowd and they rushed through the door. However, at this moment, an extremely huge palm suddenly appeared in the sky in front of them and slammed down on one of the heaven's favorites. The giant palm was as big as a mountain and covered the sky. The heaven's favorite screamed and was smashed into a meat paste by the giant palm. Then, with a loud roar, an incomparably towering giant ape leaped down from the sky, shaking the earth. A heaven's favorite couldn't dodge in time and was trampled to death. The palm just now had come from this giant ape. The giant ape let out a long howl and slapped its huge palms at the others. "We can't fight them head-on, retreat." Someone shouted and retreated. Roar. Then roars came from the sky. Lu Ming felt his hair stand on end. A strong sense of danger enveloped him. "Retreat!" Lu Ming bellowed. With a sweep of his saint energy, he retreated rapidly with Bubbles, Phoenix Spirit, and Long Chen. Boom. Another giant ape appeared at the spot where Lu Ming and the rest were just a moment ago. It roared at the sky and emitted a demonic aura. Bang, bang. Giant apes kept falling from the sky. These giant apes were thousands of feet tall and were bigger than a mountain. There were more than a dozen of them, covering the entire area. They kept slapping their palms at the geniuses. In the blink of an eye, a few more heaven's favorites were killed. "Get lost, you bunch of trash!" Someone shouted coldly. He actually didn't retreat, but charged forward instead, erupting with an astonishing attack that directly confronted the giant ape. Boom. A huge explosion was heard and the giant ape was actually forced back. The man turned into a ray of light and rushed through the range of the giant ape's encirclement, disappearing. Buzz. Lu Ming saw that it was the genius of the Thunder Clan. He clenched his fist and the terrifying power of thunder condensed into a palm. With one palm, he forced a giant ape back and easily passed through. What a powerful lightning force! Lu Ming was shocked. The lightning law was just an extremely ordinary law. However, when it landed in the hands of that person from the Thunder Clan, the might that it could unleash was extremely powerful. Exterminate! A gray-robed young man, whose body was filled with a terrible aura of death, struck out with his palm, which turned into a terrible saber. With a slash, he cut off the palm of a giant ape, and then easily passed through the area. The law of death! Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. During this period of time in ancient Moon Holy Land, he had understood a lot. He had also understood a lot of the myriad laws in the world. The law of death was an extremely terrifying law. It was on par with the law of chaos, the law of time and space, and the law of reincarnation. It was one of the 10 most powerful laws in the world. The person who mastered the law of death was known as the Son of Heaven, and his name was the Son of Death. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming's attention was attracted to another side. Chapter 1768, Chapter 1768, Seeing the Chaotic Body. Chapter 1768, Seeing the Chaotic Body. A black-robed youth with a burly figure and lightning-like eyes. The laws flowing around his body were actually the laws of chaos. Lu Ming was shocked. Other than him, there were other people who controlled the laws of chaos. Could it be the chaotic body that Earth One mentioned? Lu Ming guessed that this was the only possibility. Lu Ming did not expect to see the chaotic body after such a long time. This man was extremely powerful, like a god shrouded in the laws of chaos. With a punch, a giant ape's palm exploded, and the giant body was forced to retreat. Kill! This person was incomparably overbearing. With a loud shout, his voice shook the heavens. He actually didn't leave, but continued to attack the giant ape. Boom, boom, boom. His fists continued to punch down, blasting the giant ape into pieces. This made many people gasp in shock. Each of these giant apes was extremely powerful and difficult to fight against. However, this person had just blown them apart. You guys think you can compete with me for the Hunyuan sex inheritance? You overestimate your abilities. The black-robed young man's entire body emitted chaotic chi as he disappeared. Is this the battle prowess of the chaotic body? Spoke coldly like a proud god. Then he took a step forward and disappeared. Is this the battle prowess of the chaotic body? Lu Ming's eyes were solemn, but there was no time to think. The 4 of them moved quickly and dodged the giant ape's attacks. With their combat strength, they were no match for these giant apes. If they were hit, they would probably be killed with a single slap. I'm here to help you. Bubbless tender voice rang out as the space-time law enveloped Lu Ming, Feng Ling, and Long Chen. The laws of space and time were extremely profound. The 3 of them immediately increased their speed and dodged the giant ape's attacks. They moved forward and quickly rushed out of the region. As soon as they rushed out of the territory, the giant apes stopped attacking and only blocked the way. There were people constantly rushing past, but the number of people killed was even greater. In a short period of time, Lu Ming saw at least a few hundred people killed. These were all peerless Heaven's favorites from their respective regions. They weren't ordinary Heaven's favorites and had shocking potential. In the future, when they grow, they would have no problem reaching the emperor level. It could be said that they were all future martial emperor figures. However, they were being killed one after another. Retreat! Retreat! Some people were scared and retreated to the gate. Since you don't dare to move forward, I'll send you back. The white-robed old man waved his hand, and the retreating young men were sent out of the place. This way, some people were unwilling to give up and charged forward with all their might. People continuously died here, but there were also people continuously charging past. Let's go! Lu Ming and the other 3 rose into the air and flew forward. However, they did not fly far before they stopped. In front of them, there was a deep abyss blocking their way. All the young Heaven's favorites who reached here stopped. In the sky above the abyss, There was also a white-haired old man standing in the air. This white-robed old man was exactly the same as the previous one. It was obvious that this was not a real entity, but a projection that could appear in different places at the same time. This abyss cannot be crossed. Only when everyone is here can we cross it with a special method, the white-robed old man said. No one would doubt the words of the white-robed old man. He was simply unfathomable and unpredictable. Moreover, since ancient times, countless people had entered this place. Many successors of major forces understood this point. Only by following the rules here and passing through each level could one reach the end and obtain great benefits. Bang! At this moment, a tall figure appeared in front of Lu Ming, Wang Lin, and the others. A terrifying aura pressed down on them. Lu Ming and the rest's expressions changed. This was because this young man was the genius who had used the laws of chaos and seemed to possess the chaotic body. The terrifying aura forced Lu Ming and the others to release their auras to resist it. Lu Ming's body was also flowing with chaos laws, attracting everyone's attention. The law of chaos. 2 people have mastered the law of chaos. Many people exclaimed in shock. The great era is coming. Many peerless geniuses will have a fated enemy. Someone said solemnly. Those who had mastered the 10 ultimate laws were not invincible. They would encounter other powerhouses who had mastered the ultimate laws, or even those who had mastered the same laws. Not only one person could master the 10 strongest maxims. In a great era, there might be 2 or even 3 people who could master them. Such people were known as fated enemies. 2 tigers couldn't share the same mountain. Such a great enemy was destined to have a winner. Only by stepping on the opponent's bones could one reach the strongest. Of course, all of this was just a legend, because there were too few people who could master the 10 ultimate maxims. In ordinary times, in tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, it was difficult to find one, not to mention several people who could master the same maxim at the same time. However, with the arrival of the Great Era, the era where all the geniuses rose up, things were different. The black-robed young man looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, "The person who entered the Primal Chaos Palace before me was you, right?" As expected, this person really had the chaotic body. He had seen Lu Ming use the chaotic law earlier. Not bad. Since he had been seen, there was no point in denying it. He might as well admit it. Very good. Excitement and fanaticism flashed across the eyes of the chaotic body. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "Now, hand over the chaos scripture and destroy your own cultivation. In this world, only I can control the chaos laws. No one else is worthy." The voice of the chaotic body was filled with confidence and pride. In this world, he was the only one who could control the laws of chaos. The others were not worthy. If they did, they should be killed or crippled. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Lu Ming sneered. The other party wanted him to cripple himself. How could he agree to that, despite the other party's terrifying combat strength? If you don't agree, then die. "I'll go with you," the chaotic body said coldly. His aura grew stronger as he took a step forward. The violent aura pressed toward Lu Ming, causing him to back away. "Brother Lu Ming." Pow Pow shouted and stepped forward, releasing her aura to help Lu Ming fight against the other party. "Space-time laws? That's good. I'll kill them all." The chaotic body sneered. Bang, bang. At this moment, Huang Ling and Long Chen also stepped forward and stood beside Lu Ming. "All of you retreat. This matter has nothing to do with you," Lu Ming said. The other party was too strong. Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him. There was no hope at all. The other party was only targeting him. He did not want to implicate Long Chen, Feng Ling, and Bubbles. "Lu Ming, do you think him that kind of person?" Huang Ling glanced at Lu Ming with a determined look. Long Chen didn't say anything, but his actions spoke for themselves. "Hee, you're quite loyal. Then let's kill them both," the chaotic body said coldly and stepped forward. At the side, the others looked on coldly. It was good that Lu Ming and the rest were killed. They would have fewer enemies in the future. Although these peerless geniuses were scattered all over the place, as their cultivation continued to improve, they would meet sooner or later to determine the winner. Chapter 1769, Chapter 1769 Enlightenment in the Abyss. Chapter 1769 Enlightenment in the Abyss. Boom. The chaotic body struck out with its palm. The chaotic laws circulated and formed a huge chaotic hand that grabbed at Lu Ming and the other three. The terrifying pressure made people's expressions change. Without a doubt, the chaotic body was at the absolute saint level, and it was the chaotic body. Just how terrifying was its battle prowess? It was hard to imagine. He was undefeatable. At this moment, such a sentence appeared in Lu Ming's mind. If he tried to block it head-on, only death would await him. Retreat! Lu Ming roared. The four of them retreated frantically to avoid the power of the palm. Can you escape? The chaotic body said coldly. With a flash, he appeared behind Lu Ming and threw a punch. It was as fast as lightning, so fast that Lu Ming could not block it. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. Lu Ming! Wang Lin exclaimed. Long Chen and Bubbles were also extremely anxious. However, the difference in their cultivation base was too great. Even if they wanted to help, it would be of no use. Boom! The fist of the chaotic body pierced through Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming was completely fine. Lu Ming's body was like a shadow. The chaotic Buddha's fist seemed to have struck the air. What's going on? The chaotic body roared and threw another punch. However, it still hit the air. Lu Ming's body seemed to be a phantom. In this place, you cannot fight each other. The white-robed old man in the sky said. So that was how it was. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. They couldn't make a move here, as they couldn't attack each other at all. Huang Ling and Long Chen heaved a long sigh of relief. Just now, they really thought that Lu Ming was going to be killed by the other party. The chaotic body retreated with a cold and ugly expression. You're lucky, but you'll die in my hands sooner or later. The chaotic body coldly said. You're just relying on your higher cultivation. In the future, it'll definitely kill you. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Between him and the chaotic body, only one of them could live. If they met in the future, there would definitely be a bitter battle without any room for negotiation. He's just a fake son of chaos. He'll never be my match in his entire life. The chaotic body spoke with great pride. He had the right to be proud. He had the chaotic body and was the true son of chaos. He was blessed by the heavens and had a strong fate. As long as he cultivated to the half-saint realm, he would naturally be able to master the chaotic laws. What was Lu Ming? He had only become a monk halfway through his life and did not possess the chaotic body. Even if he could control the laws of chaos, how could he compare to him? Lu Ming did not say anything else. There was no point in saying anything now. In the future, Lu Ming would use his actions to tell the world who the real son of chaos was. As they continued to wait, more and more people arrived. Not long after, there were more than 2,000 people near the abyss. There had been more than 3,000 people before, but now there were more than 2,000 left. Some were killed while others were sent back. At this time, the white-robed old man waved his hand, and a row of stone platforms appeared on the edge of the abyss, floating in the air. There were more than 2,000 of them, almost the same number as them, and they were all lined up in a row. The method to cross the abyss is very simple. Each of you will choose a stone platform and sit on it. Then I will give you a lecture. You will comprehend, and as you comprehend, the stone platform will float forward. The faster you comprehend, the faster the stone platform will float forward. In the end, only the top 100 can continue with the next test. As for the others, I will send you back. The white-robed old man explained the rules. What? Only the top 100 can continue? Someone exclaimed. This ratio was really too low. One had to know that those who could come here were all geniuses among geniuses. They were not ordinary cultivators. It was easier said than done to stand out among these people. Everyone also understood that this test was not about combat power, but comprehension. After all, the geniuses here were all different in age, background, and cultivation. There was no point in competing in battle prowess. It was a competition of potential. Perception was a part of one's potential. I'll definitely have a share in the top 100. I will definitely enter the top 100. Some of the young men were very confident that they would be able to enter the top 100. All right, you can go up and pick any stone platform you like. Every stone platform is the same. The white-robed old man said. Buzz, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. Immediately, someone flew up and landed on a stone platform. Lu Ming and the other three also stepped forward. They each chose a stone platform and sat cross-legged. The stone platform was very small and could only accommodate one person. Looking out of the stone platform, there was a dark abyss below, and no one knew how deep it was. Very quickly, the 2,000 people had all landed on the stone platform. All right, I'll start my lecture now. The white-robed old man said. The next moment, his body bloomed with brilliant light, and divine rings surrounded him. Then, the white-robed old man opened his mouth and said each word. Each word was extremely profound and turned into the sound of the great Tao, entering everyone's ears. Hearing this sound, Lu Ming's heart and soul seemed to calm down. He fell into an ethereal state and the sound of the great Tao kept coming into his ears. The white-robed old man was not talking about any Tao or law. He was talking about the truth of heaven and earth, the truth of martial arts, and the truth of the heavenly Tao. This kind of truth could conform to any law, and it depended purely on one's comprehension ability. In Lu Ming's mind, he seemed to have seen the experience of a peerless powerhouse. From the fragile youth, he conquered step by step, and finally rose to the top of the world, becoming a top powerhouse. In his mind, the apparition of the chaos the arch became even more mysterious. The laws of chaos circulated and Lu Ming's understanding became clearer and clearer. In his elixir field, the two saint hearts were beating like real hearts. Vigorous saint power gushed out of the saint hearts and poured into the meridians of his body. Lu Ming had completely forgotten about everything in the outside world. He had forgotten his purpose for coming and the time. He only had one goal, which was to cultivate and comprehend. As the crowd comprehended, the stone platforms began to fly forward. For the first 3 days, everyone rode side by side, and there was not much difference between them. However, from the 3rd day onwards, the gap began to show. Some people started to fall behind, while others were getting faster and faster, surpassing the others. As time passed, the gap between them grew bigger and bigger. However, Lu Ming, Bubbles, Feng Ling, and Long Chen were still in the top 100. Bubbles was a true space-time spirit mouse. There was no need to mention her comprehension ability. If she were to fully mature, she would be at the peak of the world and not many people would be able to match her. As for Wang Lin and Long Chen, they had both awakened the bloodlines of the top 10 war beasts. Needless to say, their comprehension abilities were also extremely terrifying. As for Lu Ming, there was no need to mention him. As time passed, Lu Ming's speed became faster and faster. He slowly surpassed Long Chen, Feng Ling, and the others as he moved forward. Chapter 1770. Chapter 1770. The first to reach the shore. Chapter 1770. The first to reach the shore. As everyone was comprehending and cultivating, endless origin energy of heaven and earth surged into their bodies. Everyone's aura was rising rapidly. Of course, the faster the speed, the more benefits the person at the front would get. Half a month later, the aura on Lu Ming's body swelled. He had broken through to the next realm. Lu Ming was originally a perfected bright saint. Now, he had broken through to the peak of the bright saint realm. It had only been half a month and Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through. The speed was shocking. At this moment, there were only a few people who could travel together with Lu Ming. The prodigy of the Thunder Clan with the chaotic body and the prodigy with the death law. There were a few other heaven's favorites who were also very terrifying. They were at the forefront with Lu Ming and the others. Time passed day by day. A month later, Lu Ming's speed increased again and he surpassed the others in one fell swoop, taking the lead. Of course, none of them knew about this. Everyone was fully focused on comprehending and cultivating. Ever since Lu Ming was in the lead, he had not been overtaken. Furthermore, the gap between him and the people behind him was slowly widening. 1.5 months after they cultivated and comprehended, Lu Ming's cultivation had another breakthrough, and he had entered the great circle of the bright saint stage. In a short 1.5 months, Lu Ming's cultivation had advanced by 2 levels. The effect was shocking. As a human, this was related to Lu Ming's low cultivation level. The lower one's cultivation was, the faster one would break through. The higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to break through. It would be much more difficult to break through to the Supreme Saint realm or even the Absolute Saint realm than a bright saint. If Lu Ming's cultivation base was at the Great Saint or the Absolute Saint realm, it would not be so easy to break through. Lu Ming's stone platform was getting closer and closer to the other side of the abyss. After another half a month, Lu Ming's stone platform finally reached the other side of the abyss. At this moment, the sound of the great Tao in the sky disappeared completely. Wake up! The white-robed elder's voice was like a morning bell that rang in everyone's hearts. Everyone woke up from their state of enlightenment. Has it ended? Someone murmured, somewhat reluctant to leave. In that state of enlightenment, it was too good. Not only the laws, but also the cultivation of the martial path were advancing by leaps and bounds. It was comparable to years of bitter cultivation. My cultivation base has broken through. I've also made a breakthrough in my nomological laws. Excited voices could be heard. Everyone was the same. The first thing they felt when they woke up was the change in their bodies. My cultivation has reached the great circle of the bright saint stage. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Moreover, he was not far from the great saint realm. And NBSP, the chaos tribulation finger, has also reached 50% completion. What made Lu Ming even more delighted was that the chaos finger of tribulation had also improved by leaps and bounds. It had reached 50% completion. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it would be to cultivate a sacred art, and the time it would take would also increase exponentially. To be able to go from 40% to 50% was already very fast. Moreover, he cultivated the laws of chaos. After sensing the changes in his body, Lu Ming looked at the others. What? He found that his platform was in the first place, and behind it was the child of death, the chaotic body. Behind them were a few others, followed by Longchin, Fengling, and Bubbles. While Lu Ming was sizing up the others were also sizing up the others. However, almost at the same time, everyone looked at Lu Ming. It was because Lu Ming was far ahead and had reached the other side. He was too eye-catching. It's him, the son of chaos. He's actually in the lead, surpassing the chaotic body and the son of death. How shocking! I didn't expect him to get first place. I'm finished. I'm below the 100th place. Above the abyss, a series of voices rang out. Everyone's ranking was clear at a glance. Many people found themselves below the 100th place and couldn't help but sigh. There were even people who realized that their rankings were at the bottom, and their expressions became even uglier. If he was ranked last, didn't that mean that his comprehension and potential were the worst? Brother Lu Ming, you're so amazing. Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out in excitement, almost dancing with joy. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked at the chaotic body, only to see that his gaze was as sharp as a sword and extremely cold. Now, who is more qualified to master the laws of chaos? Lu Ming said indifferently. The chaotic Buddha's face darkened even more when he heard this. Previously, he had repeatedly said that Lu Ming was not qualified to master the laws of chaos and that he was the only one in the world who could master the laws of chaos. He was so arrogant and insufferably arrogant. But now, he was being suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming led the group and was the first to reach the other side. Lu Ming was not qualified. It's just a competition of comprehension. It doesn't mean anything. Moreover, the time is short. If we continue to compete, it'll definitely surpass you. The chaotic body coldly said. A loss is a loss, but you're lying to yourself here. Lu Ming sneered in disdain. The chaotic Buddha's eyes glowed even more sharply, as if his gaze was going to turn into a sharp sword that could pierce through Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He looked straight at him and confronted him head-on. The Son of Death did not say anything. He only looked at Lu Ming curiously. Pass the test, your gains will be equally huge. Go. Alright, now the top 100 have come out. They'll send you back for those below the 100th. The white-robed old man said. Many people sighed, feeling somewhat unwilling. The white-robed old man waved his hand and a large number of light pillars appeared, enveloping the figures. Then, the figures disappeared in the light pillars. There were only 100 people left. The stone platforms that had not reached the other side also flew forward and leaned on the other side. Alright, you guys can continue moving forward. There's still a test waiting for you ahead. If you can pass the test, your gains will be equally huge. Go. The white-robed old man's voice rang out, and then his figure disappeared. Everyone flew up and set foot on the other side of the abyss. The chaotic body exuded a powerful aura. He looked at Lu Ming with an extremely cold gaze. If he could make a move here, he would not hesitate to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming also looked at the other party coldly. With a sneer, the chaotic body rose into the air and flew forward. The others did the same, flying forward one after another. Not long after, a towering mountain appeared in front of them. On the mountain, there was an extremely huge palace. As the group got closer, they discovered that there was a huge stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. On the stone tablet, there were 3 big words, Hunyuan Sect. Everyone's hearts turned solemn. They had arrived at Hunyuan Sect. Behind the stone tablet, there was a flight of stairs that stretched on for an unknown length. No one knew how many steps there were. At this moment, the white-robed old man appeared again and said, "This is the main gate of the Hunyuan Sect. If you want to go up, you must go up the stairs step by step. This is a sign of respect for the Hunyuan Sect. If anyone disrespects you, I will send him back. You can go up," the white-robed old man said. Chapter 1771. Chapter 1771, A Fair Battle. Chapter 1771, A Fair Battle. As soon as the white-robed old man finished speaking, he disappeared. The group stepped forward and stepped onto the stairs. Lu Ming and the other 3 followed suit. There was nothing unusual about the stairs. It was just like any other ordinary stairs. To everyone it was like flat ground. If they used their movement techniques, they would be able to reach the top in a few steps. However, everyone remembered the words of the white-robed old man. They had to go up step by step, or they would be eliminated. Lu Ming and the rest walked up the stairs at a steady pace. However, this flight of stairs was really very high. There were at least more than 100,000 of them. They had been walking for a few hours and had only crossed a small section. Why do I need to take these ordinary steps one by one? At this time, a young man snorted coldly, appearing to be a little impatient. Then, he took a step forward and crossed over 10,000 steps in an instant, leading far ahead of the others. "You idiots, crawl slowly. This young master will take a step first." The young man's face was filled with joy, and he looked at the others with disdain. Then, he took another step and crossed over 10,000 steps. But this time, before he could celebrate, a pillar of light suddenly appeared and enveloped him. "Don't!" the man shouted. The next moment, his figure disappeared as he was teleported out. "You think you're smart, but you're clearly the fool." Someone sneered. Following that, everyone naturally didn't dare to copy that young man. They all climbed up step by step. An ordinary person might not even be able to finish climbing the 100,000 steps in half a month. However, it wasn't too difficult for them. After a little more than a day, they had reached the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there were many majestic palaces. It was difficult to see the end of them. They appeared on a vast land, and in front of them was the door of a palace. At this time, the door was open. Everyone muttered to themselves for a moment before they stepped into the palace. They followed a passageway and finally arrived at a strange place. The first thing that came into view was a few hundred stone pillars. On top of the stone pillars, there was a strange fluctuation. In front of the stone pillar, there was a huge fighting ring. At this moment, the white-robed old man appeared again. Didn't you all want to fight? Now, I'll give you a chance to fight. The white-robed old man's voice rang out. His words made many people's eyes burst out with a bright light. The chaotic body, in particular, looked at Lu Ming with an extremely cold gaze and a sinister smile. Now, let's see how you die. The chaotic body muttered. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He didn't believe that they could just fight directly without any restrictions. If that was the case, then those with weaker cultivation bases wouldn't even need to compete and could just go back. No one in the Bright Saint realm could fight a saint, not to mention that the opponent was a rare genius. As expected, the white-robed old man's voice sounded again. However, this battle needs to be fair. I will seal your true essence and seal your cultivation at the initial Bright Saint realm. You will use the secret skill on the stone pillar to fight. Furthermore, the strength of your saint power will be the same. In addition, I'll seal all your laws, divine powers, martial techniques, and spirit bodies so that all of you will be at the same level. Many people's faces changed. According to the white-robed old man, almost all of his methods were sealed, and the saint power was the same. How could they compete? Do you guys see those stone pillars? There is a secret skill on each stone pillar. Later, you can choose a stone pillar and comprehend the secret skill on it. I will give you half a month. After half a month, you will use the secret skill on the stone pillar to fight. The white-robed man continued to explain. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. As expected, this was the fairest way. Everyone would be sealed at the same level and they would have to rely on the secret skill that they had learned from the stone pillar to fight the enemy. The harvest of this half a month directly determined one's combat strength. Buzz. At this moment, the white-robed old man's body emitted a strange fluctuation. Then, a wave of power surged into everyone's body. This power was high and mighty, and they could not resist it. It sealed everything about them. My saint energy is really only left with the saint energy of a lower-tier bright saint. Also, I can't use laws. I can't use divine powers or martial techniques. My spiritual body is only equivalent to a low-tier heaven spiritual body. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone realized that they had really been sealed. Other than the saint power of a lower-tier bright saint, they could not use anything else. Only one of my saint hearts can work. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This white-robed old man was definitely an unimaginable existence. Although it was only a projection, it was hard to predict his means. Then, the old man waved his hand, and all kinds of auras burst out from the stone pillars. There was a soaring sword intent, a bright blade light, the aura of a fist technique, the aura of a palm technique. There were all kinds of them. Everyone's eyes lit up. In such a competition, it was very particular what kind of secret skill to choose. By choosing a secret skill that he was familiar with, he would naturally be able to comprehend it faster. Only then would he be able to gain the upper hand in the battle half a month later. This battle would mainly test two aspects. The first aspect was naturally the comprehension he had gained in the past half a month. The second aspect was the individual's battle awareness. The stronger one's battle awareness was, the more likely one would be able to win against someone of the same cultivation level. Don't worry, you can comprehend it up there. No one will disturb you, the white-robed old man added, telling everyone to relax and not worry about being attacked by others in the process of comprehending. Buzz. A young man leaped onto a stone platform that was filled with sword intent and sat down cross-legged. That stone platform is mine. Then, another person jumped onto a stone platform that was filled with the aura of a saber technique. Of course, there was more than one stone platform that was filled with sword intent or saber aura. Some of them were repeated. Lu Ming and the other three leaped onto the stone platform one after another in search of suitable secret skills. Lu Ming leaped onto a stone platform that was filled with a terrifying spear's consciousness. Since he started cultivating, he had spent the longest time cultivating the spear and had the deepest understanding of the spear. He would benefit the most if he chose a stone platform filled with the spear's consciousness. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged immediately. The stone platform glowed and a light screen enveloped him. No one could disturb him. It was the coiling dragon's spear. After Lu Ming closed his eyes, a voice rang in his mind. Then his surroundings changed. Lu Ming seemed to have arrived at a vast land. In the sky, there was a figure dancing. The long spear in his hand danced like a real dragon. Lu Ming began to read it carefully. An hour later, Lu Ming seemed to have made some progress. He condensed a long spear in his hand and began to practice. And NBSP hoo-hoo. The long spear was brandished like a real dragon circling around. The strong wind whistled, and the power was astonishing. After cultivating for a while, Lu Ming stopped and continued to observe the figure in the sky. Just like that, Lu Ming immersed himself in a deep level of cultivation. Time passed quickly and Lu Ming's understanding of the coiling dragon spear became deeper and deeper. Chapter 1772, Chapter 1772, Suppressing the Chaotic Body. Chapter 1772, Suppressing the Chaotic Body. Half a month's time passed in the blink of an eye, and the figure dancing with the spear in the sky disappeared. Wake up! A voice entered Lu Ming's ears. He trembled and retreated from the vast land, opening his eyes. Everyone stopped their cultivation. Half a month has passed. Now the duels will begin. The duels are very simple. The 100 of you will step onto the battle platform at the same time and begin a chaotic battle. Those who fall off the platform or are killed will be eliminated. The last 20 people standing on the fighting ring will advance. The white-robed old man announced the rules. Many people's eyes flickered. Out of 100 people, only 20 would advance. Moreover, it would be a chaotic battle. This was much more complicated. Now let's begin. The white-robed old man announced. Buzz, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. One figure after another rushed up the fighting ring. The fighting stage was very large. It was spacious even with 100 people. The 100 of them stood on their own and looked around cautiously. This was a chaotic battle, and it could be said that everyone was an enemy. For a moment, no one made a move. The best choice now was to wait for others to fight while they reserved their strength and reaped the benefits. The atmosphere became a little heavy. The white-robed old man wasn't in a hurry and just watched quietly. Bang! The chaotic body glared at Lu Ming, its cold, killing intent undisguisable. Brat, I'll kill you now. The chaotic body walked toward Lu Ming. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming's eyes burned with a strong desire to fight. Saint power surged in his hand and condensed into a long spear. He stepped forward and walked towards the chaotic body. Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone at the same level. Boom! Before Lu Ming and the chaotic body could fight, a huge battle had already broken out on the other side. The child of death, even if everything was suppressed, was still incomparably powerful. He attacked first, completely suppressing a Heaven's Pride expert. In just a few moves, the Heaven's Pride expert coughed up blood and was blasted off the fighting stage. After being thrown off the fighting ring, the young man was enveloped by a pillar of light and left. This made many people's gazes turn grave. It was obvious that the child of death's comprehension was shocking. In just half a month, he had cultivated a secret technique to an extremely high level. Furthermore, the son of death's battle sense was shocking, and he completely crushed that Heaven's favorite. The child of death's attack broke the stalemate, and the others also made their moves. A chaotic battle broke out at this moment. Some of them charged at Long Chen, Phoenix Spirit, and Bubbles. Mountain suppressing fist, kill. At that moment, the son of chaos arrived in front of Lu Ming and threw a punch. His fist force exploded and formed a mountain that pressed down on Lu Ming. This was a secret skill that the son of chaos had comprehended in the past half a month. It was a fist technique that could form a mountain to suppress a powerful enemy with an astonishing aura and incomparably overbearing. With a dragon's roar, Lu Ming pierced through the mountain with the spear in his hand. The spear instantly transformed into a true dragon and pounced forward. The dragon's claws stepped in the air and bombarded the mountain. Boom! With a terrifying explosion, the true dragon and the mountain exploded. The terrifying force spread in all directions, making the expressions of the people around them very serious. What a powerful force! On the side, many people were amazed. Lu Ming had just exchanged a blow with the chaotic body and its power had already surpassed many people. Kill! The chaotic body roared. Its presence was like a rainbow and it was overbearing. It threw out 2 consecutive punches with an unstoppable force. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was boiling and mountains were formed, pressing down on Lu Ming. And NBSP whoosh. The long spear in Lu Ming's hands trembled and turned into rays of spear radiance that burst out. The spear radiance formed true dragons in the air that roared and charged, colliding with the mountain continuously. The terrifying energy spread out in all directions. In the area where the two were fighting, the others hurriedly retreated, afraid of being implicated. The two of them were destined enemies, and a life-and-death battle was inevitable. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged hundreds of moves. The chaotic body was truly terrifying. In just half a month, he had cultivated a secret technique to an extremely profound level. His battle sense was also extremely strong, and every move was terrifyingly powerful. Even people of the same level would not be able to block a few moves. The more they fought, the more intense it became. Up until now, the two of them had almost turned into 2 afterimages, constantly colliding with each other on the fighting ring. Lu Ming's eyes were sparkling and dazzling. The long spear in his hand was constantly thrust out. The more he fought, the deeper his understanding of the coiling dragon spear became. At this time, he was already slowly starting to gain the upper hand. The son of chaos howled and fought with all his might. However, he could not change this. He was beginning to be suppressed by Lu Ming. He couldn't accept this, and his expression was extremely ugly. Bush, bush, bush. The long spear in Lu Ming's hands seemed to have turned into a stream of light. It was getting faster and faster, and its power was getting stronger and stronger. Often, with a sweep of the spear, it could break his moves. A spear thrust out, aimed directly at his vital point, forcing him to dodge. The body of the chaotic body began to retreat toward the edge of the stage. The chaotic body is about to lose. Many people saw it from the corner of their eyes and were shocked. The chaotic body was actually no match for someone of the same level. Of course, this so-called battle of equals was not really a battle of equals. For example, the advantages of the chaotic body could not be displayed. However, it was enough to show how terrifying Lu Ming was. He did not have the chaotic body, but he was able to comprehend the laws of chaos. His comprehension was truly astonishing. Many people had this thought. So that's all the chaotic body can do. You only know how to use your higher cultivation to suppress others. In a battle of the same level, what do you think you are? Lu Ming's mocking voice rang out, causing the chaotic Buddha's face to turn even gloomier. In a moment of carelessness, he was swept by Lu Ming's spear and a wound appeared on his body, blood flowing out. Gradually, the chaotic body retreated to the edge of the stage. If it retreated any further, it would fall off. Everyone, let's join forces and blast this Lu Ming down. This person was ranked first when he crossed the abyss before. His comprehension is amazing. If this continues, I'm afraid no one can compare to him. At this moment, the chaotic body roared. He actually wanted to ask the others to join forces with him. For this, he even said that Lu Ming's comprehension was amazing. Previously, he was high and mighty and thought that he was the real son of chaos. He looked down on Lu Ming, but now he was praising Lu Ming. This made him feel extremely humiliated. However, in order to defeat and eliminate Lu Ming, he could only do so. Instantly, the eyes of a few powerful heaven's favorites lit up. Indeed, although Lu Ming's cultivation level was not high, his potential was shocking. When they crossed the abyss, he was ranked first, which caught the attention of many geniuses. Now, he was suppressing the chaotic body in a battle of the same level. If this continued, he would truly be invincible. These paragons had all come for the Hunyuan sect's inheritance. Naturally, they all wanted to be number one and did not want to be suppressed. Buzz. A young man in a white robe forced his opponent to retreat with one move and charged toward Lu Ming. This person was a terrifying heaven's favorite. When they crossed the abyss, he was already at the top. Chapter 1773. Chapter 1773 Outside World, Kill You. Chapter 1773 Outside World, Kill You. The white-robed young man's speed was shocking. He was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he had rushed towards Lu Ming. A snow-white sword light bloomed from his hand and enveloped Lu Ming. This person was very strong. Lu Ming had to be cautious. His long spear trembled and turned into a spear radiance, which he stabbed out. Ding, 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 ding. A series of clashing sounds rang out. The white-robed young man's figure retreated slightly and was blocked by Lu Ming. However, this gave the chaotic body a chance to catch its breath. With a loud roar, it threw out a barrage of punches at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear swept across and blocked the attack. However, on the other side, the white-robed young man was charging toward Lu Ming again. Despicable! Not far away, Wang Lin shouted, her eyes wide open. The chaotic body was really despicable. He had been acting all high and mighty before, but now that he was no match for Lu Ming, he had to find someone else to help. Previously, Wang Lin had cultivated a palm technique. When she struck out with her palm technique, it produced a terrifying flame that forced her opponent to retreat. Wang Lin attacked with all her might. Her palm force was overwhelming and unstoppable, not giving her opponent any chance to breathe. On the other side, Long Chen had also completely suppressed his opponent. He cultivated a fist technique, and each of his punches was as powerful as a mountain. It was unstoppable, and its power was not much weaker than the chaotic body. His opponent was also forced to retreat. Scoundrel, get down. I'm going to help brother Lu Ming. Chirpy. Bubble's speed was extremely shocking. Like a flash of light, she circled around a young Heaven's Pride expert. With a flick of her white and tender finger, terrifying wind blades continuously shot towards the other party. The other party was in an extremely sorry state as he was injured in many places and bleeding profusely. This young man simply wanted to raise his head and roar at the sky. He was extremely aggrieved. He was a Heaven's favorite and was usually high and mighty. Wherever he went, he would be the center of attention. But now, he was forced into such a state by a 2- or 3-year-old little girl. It was really embarrassing. Not long after, he was struck by Bubble's wind blade. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was blasted off the fighting ring. Brother Lu Ming, let me help you. You're courting death? Pow Pow cried out. In a flash, she charged towards Lu Ming. With a flick of her finger, wind blades flew out and blocked the white-robed youth's attack. The white-robed young man's face turned cold as his sword radiance burst forth and a dense amount of sword chi slashed towards Pow Pow. Bubbles flicked his fingers continuously, forming countless wind blades to resist the opponent. When the white-robed young man had crossed the abyss, he had been in the same category as Bubbles. His talent might not have been stronger than Bubbles, so he could only end up in a draw with her. Get down! With one less opponent, Lu Ming focused all his energy on the chaotic body. He swept his long spear and directly broke the opponent's attack, almost sending the chaotic body flying. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! Then, Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks at the chaotic body. The terrifying spear shadows completely drowned the other party. Bang! After a few moves, the chaotic body was swept by Lu Ming's spear. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps, almost falling off the fighting ring. Kill! Kill! At this moment, 2 more shouts were heard. 2 paragons rushed toward Lu Ming, and their terrifying attacks fell on him. Clearly, they wanted to team up and defeat Lu Ming first. However, at this moment, 2 figures appeared in the sky and blocked the 2 people. It was Wang Lin and Long Chen. They had also defeated their opponents and had come to help Lu Ming. No one can help you. Get down. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and attacked fiercely. Although his chaotic body tried its best to block, after more than 10 moves, he was swept by Lu Ming's spear. The sound of bones breaking came from his body, and he was sent flying out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming is outside. Don't let me see you. Otherwise, it'll make you wish you were dead." The chaotic body roared furiously. It was filled with unwillingness. He had the mighty chaotic body, yet he had been eliminated before reaching the end, and the one who had eliminated him had been his fated enemy. "It'll kill you in the outside world." Lu Ming's reply was very simple. A pillar of light formed and enveloped the chaotic body. He was sent out under his unwilling gaze. He felt extremely aggrieved. He had a powerful cultivation and terrifying combat strength, but he could not unleash them at all. Under such circumstances, he was defeated by Lu Ming. If he could unleash his full power, he could kill Lu Ming with one slap. Many people were shocked. The high and mighty chaotic body, known as one of the sons of God, was defeated by Lu Ming just like that. Although this kind of defeat completely suppressed some divine powers and spirit bodies, it was enough to explain many things. Although Lu Ming did not have the true chaotic body, it was still unknown who would win in this fated battle about the laws of chaos. Retreat. The white-robed youth was shocked when he saw the chaotic body being knocked off the stage. He quickly retreated. "It's too late to retreat now." Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He took a few steps forward and blocked the other party's retreat. The spear's gleam burst out. Lu Ming and Bubbles joined forces and the other party could not resist them at all. Within a few moves, he was severely injured and blasted off the fighting ring. Following that, Lu Ming and Bubbles turned to look at the other two people, the two who were fighting with Feng Ling and Long Chen. The four of them joined forces and the result was already decided. The two of them were also knocked off the fighting ring. One after another, more than 50 people had been eliminated. There were less than 50 people left in the fighting ring. Many people looked at Lu Ming's group of four with unsightly expressions. If the four of them joined forces, no one would be able to defeat them. However, Lu Ming's group of four did not join the battle. They stood together and watched the others fight calmly. As for the others, no one dared to provoke Lu Ming and the rest. The great battle continued, and people were constantly being eliminated. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. When a tall and burly young man was blasted off the fighting ring, there were only 20 people left. The 20 people stood in different directions watching the others. The Son of Death was also among them, and with his battle power, as long as he wasn't surrounded by many people, it wouldn't be difficult for him to stay until the end. "Alright, the 20 of you have advanced. There's still one last round. If you can pass it, you'll be able to obtain your fortune," the white-robed old man said. With a wave of his hand, a bridge was formed, extending from the fighting stage to the front. There, a door of light was formed. Everyone stepped out, followed the bridge, and entered the door of light. When Lu Ming stepped into the door of light, he felt that the world was spinning. His vision turned black and his consciousness fell into a blur. Lu Ming did not know how long had passed before he regained consciousness. "It hurts, it hurts." The first thing Lu Ming felt when he woke up was pain. It was as if all the bones in his body had been broken. There was a tearing pain all over his body. Lu Ming opened his eyes with great difficulty and saw a petite and cute face looking at him with her big eyes. It was a very cute young girl. She was 13 or 14 years old and was dressed in coarse clothes. She sized Lu Ming up curiously. Seeing that Lu Ming had opened his eyes, the young girl's face lit up and she exclaimed, he's awake, Big Brother is awake." As he shouted, he turned around and ran out. Chapter 1774, Chapter 1774, The Final Assessment. Chapter 1774, The Final Assessment. After the young girl ran out, Lu Ming then looked around. This was a stone house. The walls were made of stone. Other than a bed and a table, there was nothing else in the room. It was very simple. Where am I? Lu Ming was puzzled. He remembered that he was undergoing an assessment in the Hunyuan sect. In the end, he had passed through a light door and lost consciousness. Why was he here after he woke up? Could this be the last test? But what was the test about? Lu Ming sized himself up. He was even more speechless when he saw that he was covered in bandages. He was sure that he was injured, and it was a very serious injury. All the bones in his body were broken, and his muscles were also seriously injured. Waves of sharp pain were constantly coming from him. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that there was not a single trace of holy power in his body. He could not lift it, let alone control the laws. He was now just an ordinary person who was seriously injured. Is this really the last test? Lu Ming was rather speechless. At this moment, footsteps were heard and a few people walked in. It was a burly middle-aged man. His exposed arms were thick and covered in scars. Beside the man was a middle-aged woman. Behind the two of them was the cute girl from before. "Little brother, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. 3 days and 3 nights? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. Why did he not have any impression of it? Big brother, what happened to me? How could he be so heavily injured? Since he wasn't clear, he might be able to find some clues if he clarified the matter. My father was hunting in the Beast God Mountain range and found you. You were already unconscious at that time. You must have been attacked by a beast. You are really bold to go to the Beast God Mountain range alone." Before the middle-aged man could speak, the young girl spoke first. "Beast God Mountain range? Make such arrangements. Little brother, you can rest in peace. Your injuries are too serious." Lu Ming was puzzled. He did not have any impression of this. Perhaps this was arranged by the white-robed old man. Perhaps this was just an illusion. This should be the last test, but what was the test? Lu Ming was very puzzled. He did not understand why they had to make such arrangements. "Little brother, you can rest in peace. Your injuries are too serious. It will take a long time for you to fully recover. If you need anything in the future, just let me know," the middle-aged man said in a straightforward and magnanimous manner. "Thank you, big brother. I'll never forget the kindness of saving my life." Lu Ming wanted to cup his fists, but the moment he moved his hand, it pulled at his wound. There was a tearing pain that made him gasp. "Little brother, don't move and just focus on recuperating." The middle-aged man smiled. After that, the middle-aged man and the middle-aged woman left the place. The young girl brought a bowl of medicine from outside and fed it to Lu Ming. "What's your name?" Lu Ming asked. "Xiahua. My father's name is Xiahu." "Big brother, what's your name?" Xiahua blinked her eyes and looked at Lu Ming. She was still very curious as to why Lu Ming went to the Beast God Mountain range alone. That was an extremely dangerous place. "My name is Lu Ming," Lu Ming said. "Lu Ming? I'll call you Big Brother Lu. I'll call you separately from my father. I don't want to call you uncle. You don't look very old." Xiahua mumbled. "It's fine." Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming stayed there to recuperate. As the days passed, Lu Ming's injuries slowly improved. Half a month later, Lu Ming could already get out of bed and walk. In front of the stone house, Lu Ming leaned against the wall and surveyed his surroundings. There were many stone houses in this area. Lu Ming understood that this was a tribe. There were not many people in this tribe. There were about 1,000 of them. They were very simple and made a living by hunting. Lu Ming had the illusion that he had returned to the ancient times. To Lu Ming's surprise, the people in the tribe were all very powerful. The power of an adult man was not weaker than a first-level martial emperor. Some were even stronger and had reached the saint realm, such as Xiahua's father, Xiahu. In the tribe, there was a hunting team that often went out to hunt. The last time, Lu Ming was discovered by the hunting team on the Beast God Mountain. In the beginning, Lu Ming had tried his best to find out about this place. He wanted to speculate what his assessment would be. However, as the days passed, Lu Ming seemed to have integrated into the tribe and almost forgot about the assessment. "Little brother Lu, get up. I'll give you this jug of wine. I brewed it with 18 kinds of herbs. It's very nourishing and will help you recover." A white-haired old man came to Lu Ming with a pot of wine and smiled. "Many thanks, Uncle Li." Lu Ming took it and thanked him with a smile. "Ha, you're welcome. You have to recover soon." The old man laughed and left. Then, there were people from the tribe who brought Lu Ming the meat of ferocious beasts to nourish his body. And NBSP, the people of the tribe were simple and honest, so such things happened all the time. Lu Ming gradually integrated into the tribe. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Lu Ming's injuries were already 70 to 80% healed. At this moment, a trace of saint energy finally appeared in his body. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With the recovery of his holy power, he would have the ability to protect himself. He could then go further and find out what the assessment was about. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the tribe for 2 months. Now, his injuries had completely recovered. However, to Lu Ming's surprise, his cultivation had not fully recovered. It was the same as when he was in the chaotic battle on the fighting ring. His cultivation and the power of law were all sealed. The only thing he could use now was the coiling dragon spear. The strength of his saint power was still at the lower tier of the bright saint realm. It's been 2 months. What's the test this time? Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly and could not understand. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, deafening rumbles came from the tribe. It was the sound of war drums. The evil demons are here. The evil demons are here. Prepare to face the enemy. A loud roar echoed throughout the entire tribe. Lu Ming asked, "The evil demon is here." Xiaohua's face was a little pale. "What is a demon?" Lu Ming asked. "Fiends, three-eyed fiends. I've heard that these fiends are wreaking havoc in other territories. They leave no one alive wherever they go. I didn't expect them to be here." Xiaohua's face was pale, but she still gritted her teeth, picked up a big bough and rushed out. Lu Ming also rushed out. As soon as he rushed out, Lu Ming saw many tall and burly figures appearing in the sky. These figures were covered in black scales and had an eye between their brows. Three-eyed god race. Lu Ming's heart trembled. This was clearly a three-eyed god. Lu Ming had seen it a few times. Kill all these ants." A cold voice came from the sky. Chapter 1775, Chapter 1775, Breaking the Shackles? Chapter 1775, Breaking the Shackles, Kill, die. One after another, the three-eyed gods descended from the sky and launched their terrifying attacks at the tribe. Block it. And NBSP, the experts of the tribe, held large bows and shot out terrifying arrows to block the attacks. "You're looking for death. Let's go." A cold voice rang out. An extremely burly three-eyed god reached out with his hand and grabbed down. A huge hand formed and grabbed at the tribe. Block it. The strongest fighting force in the tribe was the hunting team. They stomped on the ground and shot into the sky, slashing out all kinds of weapons at the giant hand. Not good. Lu Ming was shocked. Judging from the aura of the three-eyed god who had extended his hand, he had clearly reached the supreme saint realm. The strongest in this tribe was only equivalent to a great circle bright saint. There was no way he could have blocked it. As expected, when everyone hit the giant hand, they all trembled and spat out blood as they fell to the ground. Boom. The giant hand continued to grab down and grabbed a few experts of the tribe. With a squeeze, those experts were crushed to death. "Retreat, retreat." And NBSP experts from the tribe shouted. The other party was too strong. With the strength of their tribe, they were no match for him. If they continued to fight, they would all be killed. No one can escape, surround them. The Supreme Saint Three-Eyed God shouted coldly. And NBSP, even more three-eyed gods appeared in the sky, surrounding the tribe. More and more people stepped out and rushed into the tribe. Each of them had a powerful aura. Some of them were in the saint realm, while many of them were in the advanced martial royal realm or the half-saint realm. The three-eyed god wielded his battle axe and swung it down, killing one tribe member after another. The stench of blood filled the air. The third eye of the three-eyed god race shot out beams of destructive light that were unstoppable. One by one, the tribesmen were shot through and killed. The simple and peaceful tribe was instantly reduced to hell. My cultivation, my combat power. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anger. The saint energy in his body was running wildly, but he could only exert the strength of a lower-tier bright saint. He condensed a long spear and threw it out, killing a few three-eyed gods in the third stage of the half-saint realm. However, there were simply too many three-eyed gods. The tribe was in a chaotic battle. Kill! It was as if Xia Hu had truly transformed into a ferocious tiger. He wielded his battle saber and slashed two of the three-eyed god race's saint realm existences. You're looking for death. The great saint three-eyed god stared at Xia Hu and punched out, sending Xia Hu flying. At the same time, a destructive beam of light shot out from his forehead, blasting off one of Xia Hu's arms. Father! Xia Hua shouted, extremely anxious. Kill! Xia Hu wielded his saber with one arm and charged at his opponent. However, destructive light kept bursting out from his opponent's eyes. The difference in combat strength between the two was too great. Xia Hu fought back with all his might and blocked the two destructive lights, but in the end, his saber shattered. His body was torn apart by the destructive light and he died on the spot. Damn it! Lu Ming was also roaring in his heart. Xia Hu had brought him father. Xia Hua cried out in grief, extremely mournful. Damn it! Lu Ming was also roaring in his heart. Xia Hu had brought him back from the divine beast mountain and helped him heal his injuries. He was an honest and simple person. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had already regarded Xia Hu as a friend and family. However, Xia Hu had died in front of Lu Ming. Mother, don't! Xia Hua shouted again. At this moment, Xia Hua's mother held a sharp knife and pounced towards the three-eyed god. However, in the next moment, a destructive light swept over and Xia Hua's mother was killed. Mother! Xia Hua shouted, her eyes bloodshot. She threw away her longbow, pulled out the long sword on her back, and rushed over. Xia Hua, don't go over! Lu Ming roared and chased after Xia Hua. Die, ant! And Enbispia, three-eyed god of the bright saint realm, appeared in front of Xia Hua and swung his axe at her. Lu Ming was shocked. He moved like lightning and rushed in front of Xia Hua. He swept his long spear and it collided with the other party's battle axe. There was a loud boom. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated continuously. The other party was also repelled by Lu Ming. I can't use any techniques, not even nomological laws. I can't use much combat power at all. Lu Ming was burning with anxiety. Brat die! The three-eyed god charged at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming wielded his long spear and fought with the other party. At this moment, Xia Hua rushed forward again. Xia Hua, don't die in vain. Lu Ming blasted the other party with one shot and pulled Xia Hua back. Big brother Lu, you should leave quickly. My parents have passed away. What's the point of me living on? Xia Hua said in a cold voice. Live on and take revenge for them. Lu Ming roared loudly, causing Xia Hua's body to tremble. Revenge? In your dreams? Go to hell. A total of 2 three-eyed celestials charged toward Lu Ming. Both of them were at the bright saint realm, and one of them was even at the upper tier. The destructive light kept shooting toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear and tried his best to block it. However, Lu Ming's current abilities were limited. After a few moves, he was forced to retreat and spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the entire tribe was completely immersed in blood and fire. Lu Ming saw that his acquaintances from the tribe were killed by the three-eyed god one after another. Some of them were even killed without even leaving a corpse behind. Lu Ming saw that Uncle Li, who often brought him medicinal wine, was split into 2 by a three-eyed god with an axe. Lu Ming saw the simple-looking middle-aged man, who often brought him meat, having his head twisted off by the three-eyed god. These three-eyed gods were truly demons. Lu Ming could feel the blood in his body boiling, as if it was about to turn into flames and burn. An icy cold killing intent burst out from Lu Ming's body. Brat die! The 2 three-eyed gods charged toward Lu Ming again. Lu Ming stood in front of Xia Hua to protect her, refusing to retreat. However, there were simply too many three-eyed gods, and more three-eyed gods were coming from behind. Big brother Lu, if you can walk, just go. Don't worry about me. Xia Hu cried out as a few tears fell from her eyes. She turned around and pounced on one of the three-eyed gods with her sword in hand. Don't! Lu Ming wanted to shout, but he realized that his throat seemed to be stuck and he could not shout. Snowflakes flew in all directions. A teenage girl withered like a fresh flower. Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar. His eyes were bloodshot, and a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. At this moment, the entire tribe was almost wiped out. There were not many people left. Kill them all, don't leave a single one. Someone roared as if he was really slaughtering some ants. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have broken some kind of shackles. His aura surged wildly. Chapter 1776, Chapter 1776 Bleeding. Chapter 1776 Bleeding. Lu Ming could feel his blood burning. He had broken through the shackles in his body and his aura was rising crazily. In the beginning, it was the initial bright saint, then the great mastery, then the peak, then the great circle, and finally, it stopped. The seal in Lu Ming's body was broken and all his combat strength was restored instantly. In front of him, the two three-eyed god race experts' expressions changed. Then, they roared and charged toward Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming growled and the divine sword technique was released along with the sound waves, blasting into the other party's body. The two three-eyed god race bright saints' bodies suddenly stiffened, and their eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Then, the light in their eyes dimmed, and their bodies limply fell to the ground. Their souls had been destroyed by Lu Ming. With a single shout, he killed two bright saints, attracting the attention of the other three-eyed gods. Kill him! The great saint three-eyed god roared, and a dozen three-eyed gods charged toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. His cold killing intent spread out. He used the divine sword technique. His soul was beating, forming a terrifying attack and spreading out. Previously, Lu Ming had broken through continuously and reached the great circle of the bright saint stage. Naturally, his soul power had increased greatly as well. Compared to before, it had increased by a large margin. When he used the divine sword technique, the power was astonishing. Just like the two three-eyed gods before him, the 10 three-eyed gods that were charging at Lu Ming were frozen in place. Their souls were destroyed and they fell to the ground. What? The expression of the three-eyed god at the great saint stage changed drastically. Kill! He had come personally. A destructive light shot out from the third eye between his brows. It exuded a terrifying fluctuation as it charged towards Lu Ming. Chaos finger! As the laws of chaos circulated, Lu Ming pointed with his finger. He had used all his strength. The chaos finger tribulation at 50% of its full power was unimaginably terrifying. And NBSP, a massive finger like the finger of a god, appeared and pointed at the great saint three-eyed god. The destructive light of the great saint three-eyed god was instantly destroyed by the primal chaos tribulation finger, but the finger continued on its path and appeared in front of the great saint three-eyed god in an instant. The terrifying power made the three-eyed spirit master's face change. He roared and kept swinging his axe while setting up layers of defense on his body. However, it was useless. When the primal chaos tribulation finger landed, the battle axe in his hand exploded, and all his defenses were shattered like tofu. No, he only had time to let out a roar before his burly body was turned into ashes by the chaos finger of tribulation. Commander! The rest of the three-eyed god race were all shocked. Their commander was a supreme saint expert, but he was killed in a single strike. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl. His killing intent surged like a tide. His body glowed, and holy weapons flew out from the light spots. These saint weapons transformed into streams of death as they shot out toward the three-eyed gods. Lu Ming showed no mercy to these three-eyed gods. There was only one word for him: kill. Given Lu Ming's current realm, he was invincible against anyone below the Supreme Saint realm and could be killed easily. More than 100 saint weapons turned into more than 100 rays of light. With a single charge, one, or even two, or retreated. Three-eyed god race beings were killed. Large groups of three-eyed gods fell to the ground. Retreat, retreat! Let's go! Call the general's vanguard to come and kill this man. the three-eyed race was scared, and many of them frantically retreated. Today, none of you will be able to escape. You're courting death, Lu Ming said coldly. He transformed into a god of death and stood in the air. A dragon's roar came from his body as devouring power burst forth, enveloping the entire tribe and all the three-eyed gods. All of the three-eyed gods below the Saint Realm screamed in fear as their bodies shriveled up at a visible rate, turning into dried corpses. Although the sages were not turned into mummies, their bodies were affected by the devouring force and they could not move. What awaited them was Lu Ming's merciless slaughter. The holy weapon danced in the air, and one by one, the three-eyed celestials were killed. Not long after, the three-eyed celestials who had come this time were basically all dead. Corpses covered the ground of the tribe, leaving only one alive. Lu Ming knocked him unconscious and kept him in the mountain and river diagram. There were only a few dozen people in the entire tribe who stood there in a daze. These were the few tribesmen who had survived. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. It was too tragic. He hated it in his heart. The speed at which he broke through the shackles was too slow. If he could have done it earlier, Xia Hu, Xia Hua, Uncle Li, and the others would not have died. AI. A sigh filled with sorrow spread throughout the tribe. This was an old man who had survived. He was an elder of the tribe. Elder Lu, what are you planning to do next? Lu Ming walked to Elder Liu's side and asked. Now, the three-eyed demon has broken through the void and invaded the heaven realm. I heard that a large area of the heaven realm has been occupied. We plan to bury our tribesmen first, then go to the big tribes. Elder Lu said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Elder Lu, how many years has it been since the three-eyed demons invaded the heavenly realm? Lu Ming asked. It's been several hundred years. I heard that countless experts of our heaven realm fought with the three-eyed demon and were all killed. Sigh, this is a calamity. Elder Lu sighed. Lu Ming had countless thoughts in his mind. According to his understanding, the three-eyed god race had already invaded the heavenly realm for countless years, but only a few hundred years had passed here. Perhaps all of this was real and a projection of the ancient era. Whether it's true or false, in my heart, all of this is real. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He then buried the tribe members with the rest of the people. Little brother Lu, come with us and join a big clan. After the burial, Elder Lu said. Lu Ming shook his head. I'm not leaving. You guys can leave. I still have my own things to do. Elder Lu shook his head and didn't try to persuade him any further. After saying goodbye, he left with the rest of the tribe. Lu Ming stood alone in front of the tomb. After a long time, he took out a pot of wine and poured it on the ground. Whether this place is real or fake, whether it's a projection of the ancient times or it really happened, it'll take revenge for you. A man should do some things and not do some things. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and the three-eyed god that he had kept in the mountain and river diagram appeared in front of the tomb. He had already woken up and was looking at Lu Ming in horror. Tell me, where are your other troops? Lu Ming asked indifferently. You want to find our vanguard? The general of our vanguard is an expert in the great sage perfection realm. The three-eyed man said. Speak. Where is he? Lu Ming's voice was calm as he continued to ask. 80,000 li to the west of here. The three-eyed god replied. He would not hide anything from Lu Ming. He knew that he would die for sure, but there were many experts in the vanguard. Lu Ming would be sending himself to his death if he went. Chapter 1777, 1777 Chapter 1777, Borrowing Force to Attack. 1777 Chapter 1777 Borrowing Force to Attack with a burst of saint energy. The three-eyed god was killed, and his blood splattered all over the tomb. Xia Hu, Xia Hua, I will take revenge for the two of you. From now on, if I encounter any three-eyed god in the outside world, I will kill them without mercy. Lu Ming muttered. This was his promise. Then he stepped on the air and headed west. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the 80,000-mile journey. Up ahead, flags fluttered in the wind. This was a military camp with a large number of three-eyed gods. Lu Ming stood quietly in the sky, hidden in the clouds. He looked on quietly, thinking of countermeasures in his mind. After a moment, Lu Ming turned and left. Lu Ming did not give up, but he wanted to borrow strength. There were great saints in the Great Perfection realm among them. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was probably not a match for great saints in the Great Perfection realm. Moreover, there must be more great saints. It would be unwise to charge in alone. Although this place might be fake and an illusion, it could not be ruled out that it was real. This was because everything was too real. Lu Ming could not tell whether it was real or fake. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Beast God Mountain. In the past, Lu Ming had come to the Beast God Mountain a few times with the tribe's hunting team. He knew that there were a bunch of blood-eyed demonic apes living in the Beast God Mountain. This kind of demonic ape was bloodthirsty by nature and very vengeful. Anyone who offended them would be chased to death. Previously, when the tribe's hunting team came here, they would avoid this pile of demonic apes. Now, Lu Ming needed to borrow the power of these demonic apes. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed into the Beast God Mountain. Not long after, he came to a valley. At the entrance of the valley, there were two giant apes. Their eyes were blood red, and their bodies were as black as steel. They were more than 5 meters tall, and their auras were overbearing. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, they roared and pounced at him with ferocious expressions. A combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a slash, one of the demonic apes was killed. The other one let out an angry roar. The roars spread far and wide. Suddenly, the entire valley was in a riot. A terrifying aura spread out. The terrifying roars spread out one after another as if they were going to overturn the mountain range. The earth was shaking, and countless blood-eyed demonic apes rushed out of the valley like a flood of steel. Kill, die! Lu Ming bellowed and cast the chaotic finger of tribulation. He pointed with all his might and a huge chaotic finger of tribulation formed, pointing at the blood-eyed demonic apes. The blood-eyed demonic apes exploded. Then, Lu Ming turned around and ran, displaying his body movement technique to the extreme. A few terrifying blood-eyed demonic apes emerged from the crowd with a deafening roar. Their auras were terrifying. They were definitely advanced great saints. They chased after Lu Ming at top speed. Lu Ming used the thundering wind steps and the air-frozen bead at the same time. A wave of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, and black wings spread out on his back. They worked together to increase his speed to the extreme as he charged towards the three-eyed god army. There were at least 10,000 blood-eyed demonic apes in hot pursuit. Their speed was astonishing, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the three-eyed god race's base. The army of the three-eyed god race had long since sensed the assault of so many blood-eyed demonic apes. The army of the three-eyed god race flickered, and at least tens of thousands of three-eyed god soldiers appeared and formed a huge formation. Lu Ming did not stop. He charged straight towards the three-eyed god race's camp. Stop! And NBS kill! A voice from the three-eyed god race roared. Lu Ming did not care and continued to attack. Kill him! A higher-up of the three-eye god sect gave the order. Immediately, countless rays of light drowned Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body flickered non-stop as he dodged the attacks one after another. He was getting closer and closer to the three-eyed god. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes turned as dark as ink. He cast the soul illusion. In the battle, he dodged with all his might, weaving through the army of three-eyed gods. 2240 boom! 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 At this moment, other than the Supreme Saints, the rest of the three-eyed god army were all affected by Lu Ming. In their eyes, Lu Ming's figure seemed to have disappeared. After a short pause, Lu Ming charged into the three-eyed god's army. Kill! There were great saints of the three-eyed god race charging toward Lu Ming, but he didn't linger in the battle. He dodged with all his might, weaving through the army of three-eyed gods. Boom! 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 At this time, the blood-eyed demonic apes finally arrived. They didn't care about anything else and charged straight into the army of the three-eyed god race. Anything that stood in their way was an enemy, and they were going to tear them apart. A large number of three-eyed gods were instantly killed. The army of the three-eyed god race immediately retaliated by killing the blood-eyed demonic apes. This way, the blood-eyed demonic apes would target the three-eyed god race, and both sides would engage in a bitter battle. And NBSP, the two sides were like a flood of steel that clashed together. In an instant, a large number of three-eyed gods and blood-eyed demonic apes were torn apart and killed. Kill him. In the sky, a three-eyed god with an unusually burly body and metal armor stood. His aura was incomparably powerful, and all three of his eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. He had seen clearly that Lu Ming had brought the blood-eyed demonic ape over. Instantly, two supreme saints in the initial mastery charged at Lu Ming. Two beams of destructive light pierced through the void and shot toward Lu Ming. A combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He slashed twice at the destructive light. Then, his body trembled violently and he was sent flying backward, a trace of blood spilling from his mouth. Of course, Lu Ming had done this on purpose. Otherwise, how could two great sage lower-tier three-eyed gods possibly injure him? But in the current situation, acting weak was the wisest choice. If he acted too strong, he would attract even more experts from the three-eyed god race. He would first act weak and let the three-eyed god race fight the blood-eyed demonic ape while he reaped the benefits. The two three-eyed gods charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming deliberately fought with them, but he appeared to be at a complete disadvantage. He was being suppressed and was in a precarious situation. As expected, when the three-eyed god in armor saw that Lu Ming was injured by two great saints at the initial mastery and was completely suppressed, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He no longer looked at Lu Ming and focused his attention on the blood-eyed demonic ape. Kill, kill! The three-eyed god roared as he charged forward. A destructive light shot out from his eyes, killing a supreme saint blood-eyed demonic ape. At the same time, he swung his battle axe and killed another blood-eyed demonic ape. Kill these bastards, let's go! The three-eyed god said as he led a group of his strongest experts toward the blood-eyed demonic ape. A brutal roar was heard as a 10-meter-tall blood-eyed demonic ape dashed through the air towards the armored three-eyed god. It threw a punch that was imbued with demonic light, destroying the light of destruction. Behind him, there were also some particularly powerful blood-eyed demonic apes. The two sides were fighting. The strongest against the strongest. It was extremely tragic. Whether it was the three-eyed god race or the blood-eyed demonic ape, they were constantly falling and dying in battle. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 1770. Chapter 1778. Lu Ming's outburst. Chapter 1778. Lu Ming's outburst. Lu Ming continued to battle with the two three-eyed gods. He did not kill them. The two three-eyed gods became his perfect shield. With these two three-eyed gods around, the other three-eyed gods wouldn't come looking for him. As time passed, more and more of the three-eyed gods and blood-eyed demonic apes died. Even the most powerful great saints were dying in battle. The battle between the three-eyed god and the terrifying blood-eyed demonic ape had reached its climax. Both sides were great saints in the Great Perfection realm. Both sides were injured in the fierce battle. In the end, it was the three-eyed god that was stronger. After a few hundred moves, he managed to kill the blood-eyed demonic ape. However, the blood-eyed demonic ape fought back with all its might, shattering the three-eyed god's armor and piercing through his heart, heavily injuring him. At this time, the three-eyed god race was starting to gain the upper hand. After all, the three-eyed god race had more people and more experts. However, the blood-eyed demonic apes were already in a state of madness. In their eyes, there was only killing. He charged at the three-eyed god race without a care for his own life. Even if he died, he would drag the other down with him. When the last blood-eyed demonic ape was killed, the three-eyed god race also suffered heavy losses. Out of the 30,000 three-eyed gods, only 10,000 remained. 20,000 were killed by the frenzied blood-eyed demonic apes, and the remaining three-eyed gods were all injured. Why isn't this guy dead yet? Attack and kill him! The three-eyed god in armor roared and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still engaged in battle with the two three-eyed gods. You're the ones who will die. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Light spots bloomed on his body, and more than 100 holy weapons appeared. The combat weapon Qi gathered on the combat sword in Lu Ming's hand. The sword glowed brightly. With a single slash, it destroyed the attack of a great sage minor mastery three-eyed god. With an unstoppable momentum, it charged towards the other party. Not good. The other party was shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to increase so suddenly. It was too late to dodge. The three-eyed god was split in half by Lu Ming. Kill, kill! Lu Ming bellowed as he shot out 2 rays of sword radiance that pierced into the other three-eyed god's body. The three-eyed god's body stiffened for a moment before Lu Ming's sword swept out and cut him in 2. In an instant, 2 great saints at the initial mastery were killed by Lu Ming. When Lu Ming had broken through to the sage realm, he had almost killed an expert in the great sage initial mastery. Now that he had reached the perfected bright saint realm, killing an ordinary expert in the great sage initial mastery was as easy as cutting vegetables. Damn it, this person was hiding his strength. Let's attack together and kill him. The armored three-eyed god shouted. One by one, the three-eyed god stepped into the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Before they even reached him, the destructive light in their eyes was already shooting toward Lu Ming. More than 100 holy weapons swirled around Lu Ming, blocking the destructive light. At the same time, he charged toward the group of three-eyed gods. With a loud shout, the godly sword technique burst out along with the sound waves. All those below the Supreme Saint realm let out shrill screams. Their souls were destroyed by Lu Ming, and their bodies fell to the ground like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, over 100 three-eyed gods were killed. At the same time, Lu Ming's hands were waving nonstop, and 9 sealing gates appeared, sealing a large number of three-eyed gods. Even a great saint would be sealed for a moment. In an instant, it represented life and death. Lu Ming charged forward. His sword was thousands of meters long. With a single slash, hundreds of three-eyed gods were killed. Among them, there were 2 great saints in the initial realm. Buzz! In the sky, a Chaos Empyrean seal formed. It was extremely huge, like an ancient divine mountain, and it pressed down. Quickly run! Many of the three-eyed gods were scared out of their wits, and they began to flee in a frenzy. However, under the suppression of the primal Chaos Empyrean seal, the three-eyed gods were obliterated one after another. Anyone below the Supreme Saint realm was like an ant in front of Lu Ming. They had no way of fighting back. Those below the Supreme Saint realm, retreat. Supreme Saint realm, join forces and kill him. The three-eyed god wearing battle armor roared. All the three-eyed gods below the Supreme Saint realm retreated at top speed, while the other burly three-eyed gods stepped forward and charged toward Lu Ming. All of them were great saints, and there were dozens of them. Dozens of destructive lights were shot out, causing Lu Ming's expression to turn very grave. So many great saints had joined forces. There were great saints in the minor mastery, great mastery, and even great saint peak. This force was too strong. Lu Ming could only retreat. Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky and dodged the attack. Kill! The great saints all charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the Tai Chi disc array appeared. Lu Ming controlled the array Dao Law and countless runes formed, entering the Tai Chi disc array. The Tai Chi disc array enlarged rapidly, and the pattern of the yin-yang fish formed on it, pressing down. Thump, thump. The attacks of the three-eyed gods all landed on the formation plate, and the formation plate trembled before being sent flying. Chaos Finger! At this moment, Lu Ming pointed with his finger and burst out with his strongest power. He pointed a finger at a peak great saint three-eyed god. Boom! The power of the chaotic finger tribulation at 50% was so powerful that even a peak supreme saint couldn't resist it. He spat out blood and retreated, his body almost cracking. Kill! Lu Ming's figure flashed and he charged toward the great saint peak. Only those at the peak of the Great Saint realm or above could pose a threat to Lu Ming. He was not afraid of those at the Great Saint realm. Therefore, Lu Ming had to get rid of the Great Saint peak first. Die. On the way, a Great Sage initial mastery and a Great Sage Great Mastery blocked in front of him, their battle axes swinging toward Lu Ming. Buzz. Buzz. A yin-yang fish pattern appeared on the Tai Chi formation disc. Then the yin-yang fish pattern turned into a pair of yin-yang fish swords and slashed at the two of them. The Great Saint lower tier three-eyed god was killed instantly, and the Great Saint upper tier almost died as well. A long gash was left on his body as he retreated frantically. However, how could Lu Ming let him retreat? He slashed out with his sword and ended this person. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure had already appeared before the three-eyed god at the peak of the Great Saint realm. The three-eyed god was severely injured by Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation. He could barely put up any resistance. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's 5 Great Saint weapons shot out and killed the three-eyed god. Under normal circumstances, Lu Ming would not have been able to kill a Supreme Saint Pinnacle being so easily. However, these three-eyed celestials were all injured from the intense battle with the blood-eyed demonic ape. They were no longer at their peak. That was why Lu Ming managed to kill one of them with lightning speed. Then, Lu Ming did not stop and charged toward the other three-eyed gods. There were only 3 Supreme Saints on the other side. Now that one had died, there were 2 more. Of course, there was also a general, but he was more seriously injured. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 1779, Chapter 1779, Pass the Test. Chapter 1779, Pass the Test, Chaos Finger. Without even looking, Lu Ming pointed with his finger. He used all his strength and a huge chaos finger of tribulation shot towards the crowd. Wherever the finger of primal chaos tribulation passed by, several Great Saint three-eyed gods would be killed. At this moment, Lu Ming was like a god of death, slaughtering the three-eyed god race without restraint. Damn it, kill him! The armored three-eyed god roared. If not for his severe injuries, he would have already killed Lu Ming. Surround him, surround him, surround him. The three-eyed god wearing battle armor roared. Bang, bang. The remaining great saints of the three-eyed god race stepped into the void. With 2 of their peak great saints as the leaders, they formed an encirclement and rained down attacks on Lu Ming. Prison suppression. Lu Ming waved his hands and pieces of the prison-suppressing steel appeared around him, crushing down on the three-eyed celestials. Not good, it's the prison-guarding steel, retreat. When the three-eyed god race members saw the prison-suppressing steel, they all screamed in fear as if they had seen something terrifying. They all backed away in a frenzy. A total of 9 prison-suppressing steels glowed and pressed down. 9 shrieks were heard. The 9 experts of Great Sage Initial and Great Sage Great Mastery didn't even have the courage to resist and were killed directly. How can you have the prison-suppressing steel? The armored three-eyed god also had a look of fear in his eyes. What? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. These three-eyed gods were actually so afraid of the prison-suppressing steel? Without any hesitation, the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel appeared on his spine. As soon as the fragment of the prison-guarding steel appeared, it quickly grew to the size of a mountain. The 2 words prison and steel were especially bright. Buzz. And NBSP, the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel shot toward the three-eyed god. Block it, join forces to block it. A Supreme Saint peak-level great being, together with 7 or 8 Supreme Saints from the three-eyed god race, launched a series of terrifying attacks in an attempt to stop the prison-suppressing steel. However, the prison-suppressing steel seemed to contain a special power that was effective against the three-eyed god race. When the three-eyed god race's power hit the steel, it crumbled. And NBSP, the prison-suppressing steel, crushed down, and the three-eyed gods screamed in pain as they exploded. The only exception was the Great Saint at the peak who was still alive. However, he was also half dead and was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Kill! Lu Ming charged forward and killed him with a single slash. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand and the prison-suppressing steel flew towards the armored three-eyed god. Ah, damn it. And NBSP, the three-eyed god, panicked and tried to escape, but it was useless. In an instant, the prison-suppressing steel caught up to him, and the light from the steel grew even brighter as it pressed down. So what if it's the prison-suppressing steel? Get lost. The three-eyed god in armor roared as a beam of destructive light shot out from his forehead and slammed into the prison-suppressing steel, causing it to tremble. However, the strange power on the prison-suppressing steel burst out and crushed down, causing the destructive light to collapse instantly. Get lost! Get lost! Get lost! The three-eyed god in armor roared as he continued to swing his axe at the prison-suppressing steel, causing it to tremble. This three-eyed god was a great saint in the Great Circle. Even though he was heavily injured, his combat strength was still shocking. The prison-suppressing steel couldn't kill him in a short time. However, Lu Ming was still there? Lu Ming walked in the air and appeared not far away. Quickly come and help me. The three-eyed god was shocked. But the other three-eyed god race members were scared to death when they saw the prison-guarding steel. None of them dared to come out, and they all ran away in a hurry. No one can save you, you're courting death, Lu Ming said coldly. He pointed a finger at the other party. The terrifying power made the other party roar in despair. He tried his best to block the attack and kept swinging his axe. He finally managed to block the finger of tribulation of chaos, but he couldn't stop the power of the prison-suppressing steel. And NBSP, the prison-suppressing steel, crushed down, and with a roar of unwillingness, the three-eyed god was killed, his body torn to pieces. By now, not a single one of the other three-eyed god race had escaped. Lu Ming didn't pursue them. He knew that he couldn't kill all of the three-eyed gods on his own. There were so many of them, and they were all fleeing in different directions. It was impossible for him to catch up. To be able to annihilate a large portion of the three-eyed god army and kill their general was already an incredible feat. Lu Ming put away the prison-suppressing steel and landed on the ground. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. Just now, he had used the chaotic finger of tribulation with all his strength. He had used up a lot of saint power, and his physical strength was not enough. At this moment, a white light flashed in front of Lu Ming. The white-robed old man appeared. You've done well. The white-robed old man's gaze swept across the scene and revealed a hint of admiration. Is this my test? Lu Ming asked. That's right, this is a test. The white-robed old man nodded. Lu Ming was silent. After a long while, he said, Then, are these all illusions? It's all fake? If you say it's true, it's true. If you say it's false, it's false. The white-robed old man said. His eyes were filled with reminiscence and sadness. He then continued, What you've experienced and seen during this period of time actually happened in the ancient times. Those people used to exist, but they all died in the hands of the alien tribes. In ancient times, the alien races tore open the void and arrived. The heaven realm fell into chaos. Countless creatures were killed and billions of corpses were buried. It was a real river of blood. What you have experienced is just a projection of a place in ancient times. Lu Ming was silent again. After a while, he asked, Is this considered a pass? Not bad, you've passed. The white-robed old man said, If I don't kill the general of the other side, will I not pass? Lu Ming asked. The white-robed old man shook his head and said, It's not that difficult. As long as you can kill your way to this camp, no matter what the result is, it won't matter. You've already passed, but your performance has exceeded my expectations. Of course, if you don't even dare to charge into this camp, then you've failed. Let me show you some images. The white-robed old man waved his hand, and images appeared in the air. Lu Ming saw that the others were experiencing the same thing as him. They were also heavily injured and saved by Xiahu. Then, they recuperated in the tribe. After that, the three-eyed god race attacked. However, Lu Ming saw that someone was killed by the three-eyed god race instead of breaking the shackles and recovering his cultivation when the three-eyed god race attacked. At this moment, a white light enveloped him, and this person was eliminated. There were also people who directly abandoned their tribes and fled by themselves. Similarly, they were enveloped by a ray of light and were also eliminated. Someone broke through the shackles and killed all the three-eyed gods that had invaded. They rushed to the camp and fell silent for a moment before retreating. Those who didn't plan on attacking the camp were also eliminated and teleported out. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 1780? Chapter 1780. Chapter 1780. Successor Lu Ming saw that when the three-eyed god race invaded and killed the tribesmen, Long Chen was so furious that his eyes were about to burst. In the end, he broke free of the shackles, recovered his cultivation, and killed all the three-eyed god race. Then he directly killed his way into the military camp. After a fierce battle, he finally died of exhaustion. Of course, dying in battle here did not mean that they would really die. Lu Ming also saw that Wang Lin, like Long Chen, had also made her way to the military camp. In the end, she was surrounded and killed by many experts. In the end, Lu Ming only saw 6 people who dared to charge into the enemy's camp. As for the others, they either failed to break through the shackles, fled, or were too afraid to attack the enemy's camp. They were all teleported away. Other than Lu Ming, there were only 6 people. However, none of them could do what Lu Ming did, annihilating a large number of the enemy's troops and killing the three-eyed god general in the end. Lu Ming realized that different people with different cultivation levels would appear with different three-eyed gods. The higher one's cultivation level would be when they encountered a three-eyed god. For example, in the military camp, the supreme talents who reached the absolute saint realm would become emperor-to-be. No one could cross so many realms and kill a strong enemy. Lu Ming had to borrow the power of the blood-eyed demonic ape and the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel to do so. After he was done, the white-robed old man waved his hand and the images disappeared. This time, including you, a total of 7 people passed the test. Your performance was the best. Since ancient times, no one could compare to you. So, congratulations on becoming the true inheritor of Hunyuan sect. The white-robed old man smiled. We succeeded just like that? Lu Ming muttered. Not bad, you've succeeded. It doesn't look difficult, but it's actually very, very difficult. In fact, there were people in ancient times with extremely strong combat strength who might have been able to do what you did, but most people didn't choose to do so. Instead, they turned around and left. They didn't attack the military camp. Without attacking the military camp, it's a failure. No matter how strong their combat strength is, it's useless. The white-robed elder sighed. Combat strength and talent aren't the only requirements for Hunyuan sect's successor. It also requires courage, or rather, a fearless spirit. If you don't even dare to fight to the death when your family and friends are killed and can only retreat, then you're too selfish. What's the use of having strong combat strength? That kind of person might be able to become a peak expert, but he's not what my Hunyuan sect needs. Hunyuan sect, what's the purpose of spending so much effort to choose a successor? Lu Ming asked. Prepare for battle, the white-robed old man said. At this moment, his eyes shone with a brilliant light, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. You've seen it for yourself. When the foreign tribes invaded, the people in the heaven realm were plunged into misery and the endless territories were occupied. For so many years, countless experts of the heaven realm have fought against the foreign tribes, and countless heroes have died in battle. Now, the heaven realm is almost completely occupied. As for the alien races, they have already started to open up the passage to the primordial realm. When the time comes, the alien races will descend on the primordial realm. When that time comes, the primordial realm will follow in the footsteps of the heaven realm, with billions of corpses lying on the ground. No one will be able to stay out of it. This battle was about to happen a long time ago. That's why Hunyuan sect has been cultivating prodigies and experts for so many years, waiting for the final battle in the future. The white-robed old man explained. Lu Ming was shocked. Eggy had also said that the final battle was coming. Back in the Azure continent, he had seen the Titan longhorn beetle guarding a pitch-black passage. Could it be that the other side of the passage was a foreign race? If the foreign tribes were to descend, would his family and friends be annihilated like the previous tribes? No, Lu Ming would never let this happen. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. In fact, it's not just the Hunyuan sect. Back then, the strongest forces in the heaven realm were also doing this. Their inheritances were constantly flowing out. In fact, in ancient times, the primordial realm's human race didn't know how to cultivate. The reason they became powerful later on was because the strongest forces in the heaven realm leaked out all kinds of inheritances, resulting in the primordial realm's current situation. The white-robed old man explained. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the primordial realm's cultivation methods were spread by a few forces in the heaven realm. Actually, many of the primordial realm's ancient and powerful factions are disciples of the primordial chaos sect. Their ancestors all received the primordial chaos sect's inheritance. Since ancient times, Hunyuan sect has been in a war for providence and has been searching for inheritors. We have divided the inheritors into 3 levels: gold inheritors, silver inheritors, and bronze inheritors. The white-robed old man explained. Then what level of inheritor am one? Lu Ming asked. Golden inheritor is the highest level. Since ancient times, you're the only one who has reached this level. Therefore, you're the true inheritor of Hunyuan sect. The Zongzi of Hunyuan sect will inherit the position of Hunyuan sect's sect master in the future. The white-robed old man said. Oh, how many people does Hunyuan sect have in the heaven realm? There are not many left. After so many years of war, not many people are still alive. Back then, almost all of the 9 hall masters died in battle. You cultivate the chaos scripture, so you should have obtained the inheritance of the chaos monarch. Back then, the chaos monarch was one of the strongest experts in the world, but he also died in battle. The white-robed old man sighed. Lu Ming was speechless. There were not many people left. What was the use of inheriting the position of Hunyuan sect's sect master? You are a gold-ranked inheritor, so you have the right to see other people's images. Other people have no right to see your images. Moreover, the lower-ranked inheritors have to listen to the higher-ranked inheritors. The white-robed old man said. By the way, why didn't one see Bubbles know that space-time spirit mouse just now? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming did not see Bubbles in the images just now. The space-time spirit mouse has a special identity. Her mother, the previous space-time spirit mouse, was one of the 9 hall masters of the Hunyuan sect. So, she didn't need to be tested. I took her to a place where the inheritance of the previous space-time spirit mouse is. The white-robed old man explained. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was a great opportunity for Bubbles to obtain the inheritance of the previous generation of space-time spirit rats. All right, I'll take you to a place. The white-robed elder waved his hand and the environment shattered like a mirror before disappearing. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a hall. At the same time, in another hall, Long Qin, Feng Ling, and the other 5 were gathered together. In front of them, a white-robed elder was floating in the air. Congratulations on passing the test and becoming Hunyuan sect's silver inheritors. The white-robed old man said, and then explained some things. The 6 people's eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything, waiting for the next part. They were all prodigies of the major forces and knew more secrets than Lu Ming. They knew that there would definitely be benefits to becoming the Hunyuan sect's inheritor. Now, I'll reward each of you with a wisp of nebulous primordial chaos. When you break through to the martial emperor realm in the future and condense a pocket world, you can refine the nebulous primordial chaos to make the pocket world even more stable and powerful. The white-robed old man said as he raised his hand. On his hand, there were 6 streams of qi that were constantly flowing, as if they had a spirit. Chapter 1781. Chapter 1781. Benefits and Rewards. It's actually the nebulous primordial chaos? The eyes of the 6 people burst out with a burning light. Primordial chaos appeared, and chaos appeared. The nebulous primordial chaos was an existence that was on par with the nebulous primordial chaos. It was a treasure of the world, born before the creation of the world. It was extremely precious and mysterious. As for the primordial chaos laws, they were also one of the 10 ultimate laws. Just as the white-robed elder had said, when one broke through to the emperor realm and condensed a small world, they would refine a wisp of nebulous primordial chaos. The small world would become more stable and powerful, far beyond ordinary small worlds. This was a priceless treasure that was hard to come by. Their hearts were burning with passion. The white-robed old man smiled. Of course, silver inheritors will not only receive these rewards. However, you are now in the sage realm. In the sage realm, you can only cultivate one type of law. You have magical powers now and do not need other inheritances. However, when you cultivate to the emperor level, you can master many types of laws. The laws will merge and change endlessly. At that time, you will need a stronger inheritance. Therefore, after you reach the emperor level, you will have a chance to come here to obtain the inheritance. Furthermore, as silver inheritors, it'll give you silver inheritances tokens. In the future, you can mobilize a portion of the Hunyuan sect's strength. Inheritors who are lower than you will have to listen to your orders. The white-robed old man's words of temptation made the eyes of Wang Lin and the other 5 light up. Senior, what conditions do we need to agree to? A peerless woman among the 6 asked. This woman was as beautiful as a fairy, and her every move was filled with endless temptation. The conditions are very simple. You are silver inheritors, so of course you have to listen to gold inheritors. The white-robed old man smiled. Someone has obtained a gold-level inheritor? One of the young men said in disbelief. This person was the child of death, who controlled the law of death. That's right. After countless years, one of them has become a golden inheritor. The white-robed old man said. Instantly, the 6 people's faces turned ugly. They were all heaven's favorites and they were proud. They wanted to step on other heaven's favorites and reach the peak. Now, they were told to listen to other heaven's favorites. How could they accept this? Especially the child of death. He was the son of God and was destined to become a peak expert in the future. How could he listen to others? Senior, so what if I don't obey? The child of death asked. If you don't listen to me, I'll send you out and disqualify you as silver inheritors. The white-robed old man said. This made the 6 people's faces very ugly. He was even more unwilling to let the opportunity that he had obtained fly away just like that. Furthermore, I'm not asking you to make a verbal promise. I want you to make a blood oath to obey the golden inheritor. The white-robed old man said. Senior, it's not impossible for us to obey the golden inheritor, but if he makes some excessive or impossible requests just because he's the golden inheritor, do we have to obey him? The peerless beauty asked. It's very simple. When you make the blood oath, you can add some conditions. If the other party's order goes against the conditions you add, you naturally don't have to listen to it. You won't break the oath and be affected by the blood oath. The white-robed old man said. The 6 people's eyes flickered. Even so, they were unwilling. The white-robed old man's gaze shifted and he said, Of course, I'll also give you a chance. You have 20 years. After that, you can challenge the golden inheritors. Whoever wins can replace them and become the new golden inheritors. 20 years. At this moment, the eyes of the 6 people lit up. To them, 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The child of death was especially confident in himself. He could defeat anyone in the same generation. All right, I agree. The child of death was the first to speak. Senior, can you let us see what the golden inheritor looks like first? At this moment, Wang Lin spoke, and there was a strange look in her eyes. Lu Ming did not come here. With Lu Ming's talent, could he not become an inheritor? She was very curious. Of course you can. The white-robed old man smiled. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. The eyes of Huang Ling and Long Chen lit up. It's him. The child of death's eyes shone with a shocking light. The others were the same. It's indeed him. His talent is terrifying. The other young man said. When they crossed the abyss previously, Lu Ming had come in first. Later on, he had even defeated the chaotic body. They had long since remembered him. Senior, I agree, said Wang Lin. I also agree. Long Chen chimed in. This way, 3 people agreed. I'll agree even if I have one. The peerless woman smiled. She was extremely charming and charming. The child of death and the others couldn't help but take a few more glances. Then, the last 2 people also agreed. All right, you can take the blood oath. The white-robed old man said. Immediately, everyone made a blood oath. Of course, they added some conditions to the blood oath. They could accept normal orders, but they didn't have to listen to special orders. All right, I'll now bestow you with the silver inheritance token. Also, I'll seal the nebulous primordial chaos in the token. The white-robed old man waved his hand, and 6 silver-white tokens appeared in the sky. The words primordial chaos were written on them. Following that, the white-robed elders sealed the 6 nebulous primordial chaos into the silver tokens. The 6 silver tokens flew towards the 6 of them and they received them, solemnly putting them away. In Lu Ming's hall, 3 wisps of primordial qi appeared in the hands of the white-robed elder. An ordinary silver inheritor only has 1 wisp of the land of primordial chaos. A gold inheritor only has 3 wisps. The white-robed elder said. He then took out a golden token and sealed the 3 wisps of primordial qi into it. The token flew towards Lu Ming, who caught it and kept it in the mountain and river diagram. As the only golden inheritor, that's all I get? Lu Ming looked at the white-robed old man eagerly. That's not all. The other 6 silver inheritors have to listen to you. The white-robed old man said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Other than Long Chen and Feng Ling, the other 6 were good friends with him. Naturally, there was no issue of ordering them around. However, the other 4 were all extremely powerful geniuses. They definitely came from powerful forces. If Lu Ming listened to them, it would definitely be very beneficial to him. Furthermore, when these people grew up in the future, they would definitely be rare experts and would become Lu Ming's helpers. Of course, there's a condition. They can challenge you in 20 years. If you lose, they will replace you as the new golden inheritors. The white-robed old man said. 20 years later? They can't be my match. Lu Ming said, full of confidence. Chapter 1782. Chapter 1782. Chapter 1782. Young sect master. Right now, there might be some young prodigies whose cultivation levels were much higher than Lu Ming's. However, 20 years later, Lu Ming was confident that he would not be weaker than anyone of his generation. If he didn't even have this bit of confidence, how could he reach the peak? This was the same as the child of death and the others. All peerless geniuses were full of confidence in themselves and believed that they could suppress everyone. All right, I hope you can suppress everyone. The white-robed old man said. Senior, is there any more benefits? Lu Ming looked at the white-robed old man eagerly. Naturally. The white-robed old man smiled and a jade token appeared in his hand. He said, this is a list of all the Hunyuan sect inheritors. Since ancient times, there have been quite a number of them. They are bronze and silver inheritors. They have all sworn to take orders from higher-ranked inheritors. Take a look. The white-robed elder passed the jade token to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and sank his spiritual sense into it. He immediately saw more than 200 names. Senior, over the course of countless years, only 200 or so people have become inheritors. And Lu Ming was surprised. There were 7 of them this time. You think it's easy to become an inheritor? The reason why there are so many of you is because we're in a golden age where all the elites are gathered. That's why there are 7 inheritors at once. In the past, there might not have been a single inheritor for many years. The white-robed old man said. But let me tell you, some of these people here died in battle before they could grow up. Some of them became unparalleled experts and established terrifying forces. Many of them even became emperor-level experts. However, the stronger your cultivation is, the stronger your ability to resist the oath. If you go to them now, those powerful existences may not listen to you and may even kill you. You'd better know what to do. The white-robed old man warned. It can't be. Lu Ming was speechless. For an existence that didn't listen to him, so what if they were strong? This name list was as good as nothing. It was useless. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that there are people who are loyal to the Hunyuan sect and will take orders from the high-level inheritors. You have to be sure of this, the white-robed old man said. Lu Ming was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He suddenly felt that the white-robed elder was asking for a beating. Confidence? How would he know which people were loyal to Hunyuan sect? If he rashly ran over and said that he was the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor, he would probably be slapped to death by those powerful existences. The longer the time, the weaker the binding of the oath. The stronger the cultivation, the weaker the binding of the oath. Some peerless powerhouses had the power to destroy the world and even transcended oaths. Any oath was useless. What? Lu Ming's spiritual senses suddenly scanned a name. Sakura. What did it have to do with the Di family? Senior, who is this Sakura? Do you have any news about him? Lu Ming asked. I'm not very clear about the current situation of the people above, but this Sakura is definitely still alive, and his cultivation is very profound. You have the golden inheritance token, so if you approach a low-level inheritance token in the future, you will be able to sense it. The white-robed old man said. Lu Ming nodded. If this Sakura was really an expert of the Di family, would he listen to his orders? It was probably very mysterious. Senior, this name list isn't of much use. Is there any other reward for me? Lu Ming continued to stare at the white-robed old man. Your cultivation is still low. There are some powerful inheritances that you can only cultivate after you reach the emperor rank. The white-robed elder said helplessly. No way. Is there any sacred art related to the Array Dao laws? Lu Ming asked. His Array Dao laws could not be used without the combination of a sacred art. Array Dao laws? I have one of the 9 scrolls of the Dao of Arrays, the sealed scroll. I'll give it to you. The white-robed old man thought for a moment, and a jade token appeared in his hand. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He immediately saw a bunch of wonderful content. The 9 scrolls of Array Dao is the highest technique to cultivate the Array Dao laws. It seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth and was created by a powerful existence. However, I only have one of the 9 scrolls here. You'll have to find the rest on your own. The white-robed old man said. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and kept it. He looked at the white-robed elder and said, Senior, are there any other rewards, such as secret techniques or the like? The white-robed old man's eyelids kept twitching. This kid was too greedy. I have a secret technique here called the Divine Breath Technique. It can change and hide one's aura. With your current cultivation, even an ordinary minor emperor expert won't be able to see through it if they don't look carefully. After the white-robed old man finished speaking, a jade token appeared in his hand. He can even hide from a little emperor? It's even more powerful than the illusionary breath technique? Lu Ming was shocked, then overjoyed. Illusionary breath technique? That's just a simplified version of the divine breath technique. The white-robed old man said. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming received it with great joy. All right, I'll send you to meet the others. As if he was afraid that Lu Ming would speak again, the white-robed elder did not give him a chance to speak. He waved his hand and left with Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in another hall. This hall was the hall where Long Qin, Feng Ling, and the others were. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, the 6 of them looked over at the same time. Lu Ming! When she saw Lu Ming, Wang Ling's face lit up and she hurried over. We shouldn't call each other by name now. We should call each other young sect master. Long Qin said with a smile. Lu Ming was a golden inheritor and would inherit the position of Hunyuan sect's sect master in the future. They should address him as young sect master. Long Qin, Feng Ling were friends. There's no need to be so formal. Just like before. Lu Ming smiled. Long Chen and Feng Ling nodded with a smile. They understood Lu Ming's character. Luo Tianyi greets the young sect master. A peerless woman walked over gracefully and bowed to Lu Ming. Young lady, please rise, no need to be so polite. Lu Ming said hurriedly. Then, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the other three. The child of death and the two young men all had ugly expressions. They could not bow to Lu Ming. Their cultivation was higher than Lu Ming's. They could not get over this. I know that you are not convinced and even look down on me. It doesn't matter. If it is not necessary, I will not order you around. Similarly, in 20 years, I will give you the opportunity to challenge me. If you can defeat me, I will respect him as the young sect master. Lu Ming said, You won't be a match for me in 20 years. The position of the gold inheritor is destined to be mine. The child of death spoke in an extremely domineering manner. I'll wait for your challenge, but I'll be the young sect master for the next 20 years. Lu Ming said. The child of death's expression changed, but in the end his eyes revealed a determined look. He cupped his fists and said, Young sect master. Then he stepped aside. The other two people pondered for a moment and bowed to Lu Ming as well. Chapter 1783. Chapter 1783. Jade Lake's Holy Virgin Inheritance. All right, you've all met and gotten to know each other. I hope you can help each other in the future. Let me tell you, the final battle will come soon. When the time comes, you'll need to work together to fight the enemy. Now I'll send you back. The white-robed elder said. With a wave of his hand, beams of light enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Then they felt dizzy. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming found himself back in the Phoenix Palace's courtyard. With him were Long Chen, Feng Ling, and of course, Bubbles. Big brother. When Bubbles saw Lu Ming, she pounced on him and hung on his shoulder. Bubbles, your cultivation has reached the Supreme Saint realm. Lu Ming took a look and realized that the Bubbles' aura was extremely thick. It had actually reached the Great Saint realm. Yeah, that old man sent me to a place before, and I inexplicably broke through, and something else appeared in my head. Chirp chirp. Pow Pow said in a childish voice. It must be related to the inheritance of the space-time spirit mouse. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was happy for Bubbles. Lu Ming, Feng Ling, my cultivation has reached the limit of a bright saint. I feel like it'll be breaking through soon. I'll return to the Divine Elephant sect to cultivate in seclusion. Long Chen said. All right, I wish you a smooth breakthrough. Lu Ming said. Long Chen nodded, then stepped into the air and left. Lu Ming, I'm about to break through too. I'm afraid I'll need to go into seclusion, said Wang Lin. It just so happens that I also need to go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. Lu Ming nodded. He had obtained one of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the sealed scroll, and the divine breath technique. He needed to cultivate both of them. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A figure stepped through the air and arrived. It was Mu Qingxue. Lu Ming, Feng Ling, you're finally here. Where have you been for the past few months? One couldn't find you anywhere, and one couldn't transmit my voice either, so I thought something happened to you. As soon as Mu Qingxue arrived, she began to complain. Qingxue, how did you know that we've returned so quickly? Huang Ling asked curiously. I'm just nearby. I saw Long Chen coming out of here. One guess you guys are back too. Mu Qingxue said. Qingxue, I'm sorry. Due to the sudden incident, we were participating in the Hunyuan sex examination and didn't inform you. Huang Ling said apologetically, not hiding anything from Mu Qingxue. You guys participated in the Hunyuan sex test? Lu Ming, no wonder you've also obtained a primordial chaos token? Mu Qingxue nodded in realization. Yes. By the way, how long have we been there? Lu Ming nodded and asked. It's been 4 months. Mu Qingxue said. Only 4 months? Lu Ming was stunned. He remembered that it had been more than half a year since he went to Hunyuan sect for the assessment. Perhaps the 2 months he spent in the tribe during the last assessment was just an illusion and not real. Perhaps it had only been a moment. Lu Ming guessed in his heart. By the way, some of the Heaven's Pride experts who went to the Heavenly Emperor City have returned. Not long ago, a Heaven's Pride expert from the Wan family came and said that he wanted to challenge Lu Ming. In the end, he was blocked by us. Then, the people from the Wan family spread rumors everywhere that Lu Ming encountered a stronger opponent and did not dare to fight. He was like a turtle that hid in its shell. Mu Qingxue said. The Wn family again. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. A bunch of clowns, ignore them. After chatting for a while, Wang Lin and Mu Qingxue bade farewell and left. Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the mountain and river diagram to begin his seclusion. First, he had to practice the divine breath technique. Lu Ming took out the divine breath technique jade card and studied it carefully. He then started to cultivate. Lu Ming had cultivated the illusionary breath technique before. Although the divine breath technique was wonderful, it was not difficult for Lu Ming. In a short 3 days, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated it. Following that, Lu Ming took out the sealed scroll, one of the 9 scrolls of the Array Dao, and studied it carefully. How wonderful! After a long time, Lu Ming sighed. The sealed scroll was able to unleash the wondrous power of the Array Dao laws, forming a sealing technique. If cultivated to the highest level, it could even seal the heavens and earth, suppressing everything. This was created by a terrifying existence, and it was extremely profound. This is only one of the 9 scrolls on the Tao of Arrays. I wonder how amazing the other 8 scrolls are? Lu Ming was really looking forward to it. In the days that followed, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree. He focused on understanding the path and cultivating the art of sealing. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming had ended his cultivation because he sensed movement outside. Before he entered the mountain and river diagram, he had set up a sensing array in the courtyard. As long as someone came to look for him, he would be able to sense it. With a thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram. He walked out of his room and saw Wang Lin. Congratulations on breaking through to the Supreme Saint realm. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and realized that Wang Ling's aura was much stronger than before. It was obvious that she had made a breakthrough in her cultivation. You're about to break through, aren't you? Oh yes, someone has sent you an invitation. Wang Ling smiled. As she spoke, an invitation card appeared in her hand. An invitation? Who sent it? Lu Ming was curious. Jade Lake. This time, the Jade Lake Inheritance Holy Maiden has appeared. She's holding a tea party and sending out invitations to all the geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land to gather at the Jade Lake. Said Huang Ling, Holy Successor? Lu Ming was puzzled. He remembered that the last time the Jade Lake's saint was born, she was not called the Saint of Inheritance. As if she could read Lu Ming's mind, Huang Ling explained, the 9 holy virgins of the Jade Lake were just ordinary holy virgins. The holy successor of the Jade Lake is better than ordinary holy virgins in terms of status, talent, and beauty. She has the potential to take over the Jade Lake in the future. However, the Jade Lake has very few holy inheritances, and the selection criteria are very strict. The Jade Lake hasn't had a holy inheritances for thousands of years, and this time, they're inviting many heroes. I'm afraid that there will be many heroes coming to the ancient Moon Holy Land. It will be very lively. Since that's the case, we can meet up. Lu Ming asked. Tomorrow. I'll come find you tomorrow. Let's go together. Said Huang Ling. Lu Ming nodded. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue came to look for Lu Ming. Lu Ming brought bubbles with him and went to the jade pool. It was still the same lake as last time. Above the lake, there were many palaces, and the Jade Pool Immortal Palace appeared. Someone came to welcome them in front of the Immortal Palace. They entered the Jade Lake Divine Palace and came to a quiet and beautiful place. This area was extremely vast. At this moment, the 2 sides of the area were already filled with tables. Many people had already arrived. They were all heaven's favorites from the younger generation. There were both men and women, and they came from all sorts of powerful forces. A few young and beautiful women were walking around the tables, pouring tea for the many geniuses. In this area, the fragrance of tea assailed the nose. At the top of the area, there were 9 jade tables. The 9 saintesses of the jade pool sat at each of the 9 tables. Behind the 9 saintesses, there was a pavilion floating in the air. There was a flight of stairs that extended to the bottom. There was also a jade table in the pavilion, but no one was there. Many people knew that the Jade Lake Holy Virgin would be sitting in that pavilion. Chapter 1784. Chapter 1784. Luo Tianyi, Long Chen. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they saw Long Chen sitting at a table. They walked over and sat down at Long Chen's table. "You guys are here." Long Chen nodded and poured tea for Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area and discovered that Long Chen's aura was also extremely powerful. It was obvious that Long Chen had also made a breakthrough and entered the Supreme Saint realm. The few of them chatted and drank tea. Outside, more and more people arrived. Before long, there were already hundreds of people in this area. They were all heaven's favorites of the younger generation. Almost all of the heaven's favorites from the ancient Moon Holy Land had been invited. "Hee, Lu Ming, you've finally stopped being a tortoise and come out." At this moment, a sneer reverberated throughout the entire area. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a few young people looking at him with cold eyes. The WN clan's prodigy. Among them were Wan Tianbing, Wan Tianlong, and another person who exuded an air of nobility. Lu Ming did not recognize him, but it was clearly another prodigy of the Wan family. It was Wan Tianbing who had just spoken. At the scene, many paragons looked at Lu Ming and then at the Wan clan's paragon with anticipation. It seemed that Lu Ming was going to clash with the Wan family again. "Wan Tianbing, what? You didn't feel good after the last battle?" Lu Ming said in disdain. Wan Tianbing's face darkened and he snorted coldly, "Last time, one was just careless. You don't need to be proud." "Careless? What a joke. If it wasn't for you, the old dog of the Wan family, shamelessly interfering last time, you would have already died." Lu Ming sneered in disdain. Bang! At this moment, a young man beside Wan Tianbing slammed the table. His eyes were as cold as lightning as he looked at Lu Ming and berated, "Impudent! How dare you insult the Wan family's seniors? You deserve to die 10,000 times." Lu Ming looked at the person and said indifferently, "Who the hell are you? Was one wrong to call those old men of the Wan family old dogs? After hitting the young, the old will make a move, it was obvious to all. You still dare to talk nonsense, I'll kill you today. You're courting death." The man shouted coldly. He stood up suddenly and his powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming. The great saint realm. Without a doubt, this man was a supreme saint, much stronger than Wan Tianbing. Boom. Beside Lu Ming, Long Chen and Feng Ling burst out with a powerful aura at the same time, dispersing the man's aura in one go, causing the man's expression to change. He was not the only one. The others' expressions also changed drastically as they looked at Feng Ling and Long Chen in disbelief. Supreme Saint, Feng Ling and Long Chen have also broken through to the Supreme Saint realm. How is that possible? A few months ago, they were still far from the Great Saint realm. How did they break through to the Great Saint realm so quickly? It's incredible! Many people exclaimed in disbelief. In particular, some of the geniuses who had competed with Feng Ling and Long Chen in the past were even paler. For example, Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and the others of the Phoenix Palace looked at Feng Ling, tongue-tied. In the end, they sighed. They knew that they had been far surpassed by Huang Ling. Coupled with Huang Ling's terrifying talent, they would never be able to surpass her in their lifetime. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Wan family was called Wan Pingyang. He was one of the strongest Heaven's Pride experts of the Wan family. He had just returned from the Heaven Empyrean city. His expression changed. He did not expect Long Chen and Feng Ling to be so powerful. Wan Pingyang rolled his eyes and sneered, "Lu Ming, you're really a coward. When I went to the Phoenix Palace to challenge you, you hid and refused to fight. Now, you're hiding behind someone else." Hee hee, this is the first time I've seen martial arts rely on hiding. You're a great saint, yet you want to fight a bright saint like me. Do you think it's a glorious thing? Is this your confidence and pride? Lu Ming responded indifferently. Ha, what a joke. Cultivation is also a type of talent. No matter how strong you are, if you are forever stuck at a cultivation level, you will still be a piece of trash. One can suppress you with a flip of my hand? Wan Pingyang laughed and mocked. You're really that confident? You can suppress me? If a supreme saint is suppressed by a sacred light like me, I wonder if the elders of the Wan family will come and find trouble with me again? Lu Ming said calmly. It's ridiculous to be suppressed by you. Do you think that's possible? Come out and fight. Wan Pingyang shouted. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and he was about to stand up. At this moment, a clear voice sounded, Everyone, we're here to taste tea today and get to know each other. There's no need to use force. The holy successor is about to arrive. At this moment, a holy maiden of the Jade Lake spoke. Lu Ming, you're lucky. They'll give the Jade Lake saint some face today. But your luck won't last forever. Wan Pingyang said coldly. Luck? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Who was the lucky one? They're here. At this moment, someone spoke, and everyone's eyes turned to the pavilion. A woman stepped out from the depths of the Jade Lake Divine Palace. Her figure was the most beautiful piece of art in the world. She was well-proportioned and beautiful, making people unable to move their eyes away. With every step she took, a cloud would appear in the sky and drag her body. Everyone's eyes moved up and saw a peerless face that could topple cities. The 9 Jade Lake saintesses were already peerless beauties, but they paled in comparison to this woman. This woman was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting, the goddess of legends. It's so beautiful. Someone mumbled to himself. He was already dumbfounded. Lu Ming was also dumbfounded. Not only him, even Wang Lin and Long Chen were stunned. It wasn't because she was too beautiful, but because they knew her. Luo Tianyi. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He had never expected that the Jade Pool's holy successor would be Luo Tianyi, one of the 7 people who had passed the Hunyuan Sex assessment and obtained the Silver Inheritor. I didn't expect that she would be the holy successor of the Jade Lake. Huang Ling muttered to herself. I really didn't expect it. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu Ming is really perverted. He is in a daze when he sees a beautiful woman. At the side, Pow Pow muttered. Cough cough. Lu Ming coughed a few times in embarrassment, his face blushing slightly. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He glanced at Bubbles and said, What does a little brat know? Of course one know. You think I can't tell from your eyes? And brother Long Chen too, and sister Feng Ling. Bubbles pouted her chubby little mouth, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes, which made Long Chen and Feng Ling a little embarrassed. Little girl, you're talking nonsense. I'm a woman, how could I? Huang Ling rolled her eyes at Bubbles. Can't a woman do that? Paoba muttered. At this time, Luo Tianyi had already landed on the pavilion. She picked up a cup of tea and said, Im Luo Tianyi. Thank you for coming. One don't have any wine today, only tea. They'll drink tea in place of wine. Hey, race a toast to you all. Then he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Chapter 1785. Chapter 1785. Chapter 1785. Scaring away geniuses with a glance. To be honest, Luo Tianyi was extremely beautiful. Her appearance was no less than Huang Ling and Xianxia, but she had an extra temperament, a charming temperament. Her every smile and every move seemed to be full of charm. At the scene, most of the young men were tempted and stared at Luo Tianyi with fiery eyes. Wan Pingyang was the same. His eyes were burning as he looked at Luo Tianyi, unable to move his eyes away. I wouldn't dare. It's my honor to be able to meet Tian-yi Saintess today. Saintess, you're a heavenly beauty, like a goddess. It's my good fortune to meet you today. Some self-proclaimed handsome sovereigns immediately opened their mouths, trying to attract Luo Tianyi's attention. Every time the holy maiden was born, the jade pool would choose a guardian to grow up with her. To put it simply, a Tao protector was a Tao companion and a husband. This was the case for the ordinary holy maidens, and it was even more so for the holy successor. If they could become the guardians of the Jade Lake's holy successor, they would not only get a rare beauty, but also enjoy the vast resources of the Jade Lake. Who wouldn't want that? Luo Tianyi smiled and waved her hand. Tianyi, thanks everyone for coming. Please sit. Everyone took their seats, but there was one exception. It was a purple-robed young man with a burly figure. The most eye-catching thing about him was his purple hair that fluttered in the wind. He was filled with an unbridled arrogance. He stared at Luo Tianyi with fiery eyes and said, "Holy maiden, you are sitting alone in the pavilion. Aren't you lonely? How about I accompany you?" With that, the man rose into the air and stepped forward, about to step into the pavilion. "It's Su Tuo from the Skywolf Tower." Someone said. They recognized this young man. He was an extremely powerful Heaveness favorite. Su Tuo stepped forward and quickly approached the pavilion. The 9 ordinary saintesses of the Jade Lake looked awful. This man's behavior was an insult to the Holy Virgin of the Jade Lake. "This brother, you've gone too far. Tunyi Saint did not invite you up." An ordinary saintess rose into the air and blocked in front of Su Tuo. "I can't go if they didn't invite me? Didn't the Jade Lake Saint come out to find a man? Do you think him not qualified?" Su Tuo said, his purple hair flying in the wind. He stared at Luo Tianyi with fiery eyes and was very overbearing. "Mind your words." The ordinary holy virgins of the Jade Lake looked even worse. Su Tuo's words were an insult. "What are you pretending for? Women are born to be enjoyed by men. Otherwise, what's the use of being born in this world? Get out of my way." Su Tuo's aura was wild as he shouted. His shout was like a wolf howling at the moon. The ordinary saintesses' faces turned pale and their bodies trembled as they retreated. Su Tuo was obviously in the Supreme Saint realm and was extremely powerful. He was one of the top heaven's favorites in ancient Moon Holy Land and came from the powerful force, Sky Wolf Tower. Bang! Bang! With a loud shout, he forced a few ordinary saintesses back. Su Tuo became even more arrogant as he stepped forward, causing the void to crack. "The people of the Skywolf Tower are really overbearing." Someone said. "The Skywolf Tower is full of skywolves. They are arrogant and extremely protective of their own people. They are a group of lunatics. Let's keep our voices down." Someone else said. "Buzz! Buzz!" At this moment, a few other saintesses stood in front of Su Tuo. "Get lost!" Many of them shouted again. Their purple hair danced in the wind as if they were about to transform into a purple wolf and pounce. "Let him come over," Luo Tianyi said. Her expression was very calm as she sat on a jade bench, picked up a cup of tea and casually sipped on it. "Yes." The few saintesses nodded and made way for him. "Ah, Tianyi Saint, how about one be your protector? Well be done tonight." Su Tuo laughed and landed on the edge of the pavilion. "It's not impossible to become Tianyi's guardian. It all depends on whether young master has the ability to do so." Luo Tianyi smiled, full of infinite temptation. At this time, her eyes turned black, and a mysterious fluctuation spread out from her body. At this moment, Su Tuo's body froze. The next moment he shouted, "Who is it?" Then he turned around abruptly and threw a punch backward. A terrifying fist force rushed into the vast void. Everyone looked at each other. There was no one behind Su Tuo, so why was he attacking? However, the next scene was even more shocking. And NBSP Su Tuo roared and punched continuously. His face was twisted as if he was fighting someone. After punching a few hundred times, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. "Illusion! Su Tuo was under an illusion!" Someone exclaimed. It was obvious that Su Tuo was under an illusion. However, with Su Tuo's cultivation level, it was shocking that he had fallen for the illusion without even realizing it. At this time, Su Tuo also woke up and looked at Luo Tianyi with an ugly expression. "Young master can't even sit on this seat. It seems that young master is not qualified to be Tianyi's Tao protector." Luo Tianyi said, still smiling. Su Ta, you should come down. With your cultivation, you're not qualified. Someone said in disdain. Many of the geniuses who came today had cultivation realms that were not inferior to Su Tua's. They were not afraid of him. Su Tua's expression turned even uglier. He snorted coldly, turned around, and stepped into the air, leaving the Jade Lake Divine Palace. He was too embarrassed to stay. He had been overbearing and said that he wanted Luo Tianyi to be his woman. Now, Luo Tianyi had not even made a move, and he was already injured. Obviously, he was far from Luo Tianyi. Whoever wants to have a drink with me, just come up. As long as you can enter the pavilion from this jade ladder, I will drink with you today. Luo Tianyi said with a smile. This made many people's hearts beat faster. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. If he could sit and drink tea with Luo Tianyi and get closer to her, he might have a chance to win her over in the future. The eyes of many powerful geniuses flickered. I'll do it. In the crowd, a golden light flashed, and an unruly young man in a golden robe flew up the jade ladder, then stepped toward the pavilion. It's the fifth prince of the Golden Crow clan. Someone recognized this person. The Golden Crow race. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. It was said that the Golden Crow race was extremely powerful. In this generation, there were 10 crown princes, each stronger than the last. They were all extremely terrifying existences. The fifth prince of the Golden Crow was also very famous. He had reached the Supreme Saint realm a few years ago. The fifth prince of the Golden Crow wore a serious expression. His entire body was enveloped in the divine sun fire. He walked up step by step, but when he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and his body began to tremble. Break! In the end, he closed his eyes and roared. Boom! A dazzling divine sun fire rushed out of his body as if it was trying to fight against something. But after a moment, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was thrown back like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 1786. Chapter 1786. Chapter 1786. Heavenly Illusion. The fifth prince of the Golden Crow vomited blood and retreated, shocking many people. Luo Tianyi, the holy successor of the Jade Pool, was so terrifying. She sat in the pavilion without moving, but the Golden Crow fifth prince vomited blood and retreated. Could that be the legendary sky illusion law? It's possible. Otherwise, how could it have such power? The sky illusion law is a king path law, second only to the 10 strongest laws. Luo Tianyi is a king body. Another king physique has appeared. Today, we've really entered an era of kings contending for hegemony. It's not just the king physique. There are even a few sons of heaven in the heavenly emperor city. Isn't Lu Ming the son of chaos? Sounds of discussion could be heard in the surroundings. It should be one of the king path laws, the sky illusion law. Lu Ming muttered. Under the 10 ultimate maxims, there were some maxims that were extremely terrifying and powerful. They were not much weaker than the 10 ultimate maxims. These maxims were known as the king path maxims. This king did not mean the king of martial kings, but the king of laws. The king amongst the myriad of laws. Those who controlled the king path laws were called king physiques. Those who mastered the 10 ultimate maxims were known as the Son of Heaven. For example, Luo Xiang's control of the laws of speed was a type of king path law. Also, Long Chen's law of extremity, the extreme of force, was also a kind of king path law. Phoenix Spirit's law of unperishable flame was also a kind of king path law. Now, he had seen another one, the sky illusion law. The sky illusion nomological law could make people fall into an illusion without them knowing. Even if they were attacked in the illusion, their bodies would be injured. It was truly incomparably profound. Lu Ming had cultivated illusions before, but it was much weaker than the sky illusion law. Luo Tianyi's soul power is definitely very powerful. Lu Ming speculated in his heart. Who else wants to come up? Luo Tianyi's voice sounded again. I'll do it. At this moment, Wan Pingyang stood up and landed on the jade steps. He wanted to climb up the pavilion, but his outcome was the same as the fifth prince of the Golden Crow. He spat out blood and retreated. He returned to his seat with a dark expression. Following that, a few more Heaven's favorites went up. Some of them had terrifying cultivation and had actually reached the Great Sage, but it was useless. The result was the same. They all spat out blood and retreated. Luo Tiany's cultivation was simply unfathomable. Anyone else? Luo Tiany smiled and looked around. When she saw Lu Ming, she nodded slightly at him. Brother Lu Ming, that sister seems to be interested in you. She's hinting at you. Why don't you go quickly? At the side, Pow Pow mumbled. You have sharp eyes. Lu Ming touched Bubbles' small head and Bubbles immediately revealed a look of enjoyment. However, it's not a bad idea to go up and have a drink. Lu Ming smiled. He stood up and took a step forward, landing on the jade staircase. Everyone's gaze instantly fell on Lu Ming. You're overestimating yourself. Other Supreme Saints can't get on it. You're just a bright saint, and you want to get on? Wan Tianbing seized the opportunity to mock him rudely. You're right. Wait a minute. Let's see how he embarrasses himself. Wan Pingyang continued. The others shook their heads. Lu Ming was a bright saint. How could he possibly step on it? He would probably be blasted down in a few minutes. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Wan Pingyang and Wan Tianbing. His disdainful voice rang out. You're a piece of trash. Do you think everyone else is like you? Who are you calling trash? Wan Pingyang's eyes flashed with a cold glint. It's whoever answered. Lu Ming said. You're just trying to win with your words. Let's see how you're going to step on it. Wan Pingyang's face darkened. Then open your dog eyes wide and watch. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Lu Ming advanced step by step at a steady pace. Very soon, he was halfway up the jade staircase. However, he did not slow down and continued to move forward at the same speed. Many people's expressions changed. Wan Pingyang's expression also changed. Lu Ming continued to move upwards and was close to the pavilion. Nothing happened. How could this be? Luo Tiany didn't even make a move. Did Luo Tiany deliberately let him go up? Impossible! Someone shouted, finding it hard to accept. He deliberately let Lu Ming go up. What did this mean? Could it be that Luo Tiany had taken a fancy to Lu Ming? However, so many stronger geniuses had been blasted down by Luo Tiany. Would Luo Tiany be interested in Lu Ming? However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. Lu Ming walked up step by step. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on the hearts of those geniuses. Wang Lin and Long Chen smiled faintly. Why would Luo Tiany stop Lu Ming if he wanted to go up? Bang! In the end, Lu Ming took a step onto the pavilion. Many people's hearts slapped a beat. Young Master Lu, please take a seat. Luo Tiany's face showed a bright smile, and her clear voice rang out, which stunned many people. A bowtie's invitation, it's not beautiful. Lu Ming smiled and sat down on a stool that was next to Luo Tian's. Their bodies were almost leaning against each other. Then, Luo Tiany poured a cup of tea for Lu Ming. Lu Ming picked it up, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, "It smells so good." He didn't know if it was the fragrance of tea or the fragrance of people. However, the eyes of the young geniuses below the stage were red with envy. Lu Ming, what right do you have to sit on top? Get down. Wan Pingyang roared. He was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He wished that the person he was looking for was him. He could not figure out why Luo Tiany did not attack Lu Ming. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to Lu Ming? At the thought of this, he was so angry that he went crazy, and the fire of jealousy burned. Whether I'm qualified or not, is it something you can say? Lu Ming cast a casual glance at Wan Pingyang, then turned to Luo Tiany and said, "The fairy is so beautiful." Even Lu Ming's heart can't help but palpitate. With that, Lu Ming slowly leaned toward Luo Tian. "Young master is too kind." Luo Tiany was still smiling, as if she was not angry at all. Lu Ming smiled. Then, under the angry gaze of the crowd, he picked up the cup that Luo Tiany had drunk from and finished it in one gulp. The tea that fairy has drunk is so fragrant. Lu Ming laughed heartily. This action was already very frivolous. It was equivalent to flirting with Luo Tianyi in front of everyone. Many people thought that Luo Tianyi would fly into a rage, but the result surprised them. Luo Tianyi was still smiling as if she didn't mind at all. She said, "Young master, if you don't mind, you can always come and drink tea with me." Nest. Many people were roaring in their hearts. What was going on? Could it be that Luo Tianyi had really taken a fancy to Lu Ming? Or did Lu Ming already have an affair with Luo Tianyi? When they thought of these 2 points, many people felt terrible. Some of them were even roaring in their hearts, "Why wasn't this person me?" Even the other 9 saintesses of the Jade Lake were stunned. Based on their understanding of Luo Tianyi, if anyone dared to do that to her, they would be crippled immediately. There was no second outcome. But now, Luo Tianyi did not seem to be angry at all. Chapter 1787. Chapter 1787. The Great Battle with Wan Ping. Lu Ming, you are presumptuous. How dare you disrespect the Tianyi Saintess? You are courting death. I'll cripple you. Wan Pingyang roared. In addition, the eyes of the 5th Golden Crow Prince and the others were also very cold. Shut up, Saintess Tian. You didn't even say anything and you jumped out. Aren't you embarrassed? Lu Ming berated. Wan Pingyang looked at Luo Tianyi and realized that she had no reaction at all. He then looked at Lu Ming, his face flushed red. Yes, Luo Tianyi didn't say anything, which meant that she had admitted it. It was really embarrassing for him to jump out like this. Lu Ming, get down here. Who do you think you are? You're a bright saint from the Zhang region. You're not even an emperor-ranked force. What right do you have to sit next to the Luo Tian Saintess? Tian Pingyang shouted. Oh, you're born into a noble family and a big force. But you're born in a big force and your cultivation is so low. You're really a piece of trash. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Ming retorted sarcastically. What did you just say? Lu Ming, you stubborn turtle. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? I'd like to see who's the real trash. Wan Pingyang bellowed, wishing he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. Today, he wanted to humiliate Lu Ming to wash away his shame. All right, I'll give you this chance, Lu Ming said coldly. He then looked at Luo Tianyi and said, Saintess Tin, can we make a move here? Of course you can. Since everyone is in such a good mood, I'll open the fighting ring and let everyone have a good fight. Luo Tianyi smiled and nodded to the other 9 saintesses. The 9 saintesses accepted the order and moved to an open space. With a wave of their hands, the ground emitted a radiance, and a fighting ring appeared. There are many battle platforms built in the Jade Pool for our disciples to spar. You can go up there and fight, Luo Tianyi said. No one was surprised. In fact, many major forces had built such a battle platform. It was usually hidden by a formation. If there was a battle, it could be opened at any time. It was very convenient. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Saintess Tianyi, please pour me a cup of tea. I'll be back to accompany you soon. Lu Ming stood up and said. Then he took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Wan Pingyang gritted his teeth. Lu Ming was too arrogant. Did he mean that he could defeat him before the tea turned cold? What a joke. He was a great saint. Moreover, he was not an ordinary great saint. He was a peerless genius with powerful combat strength. Even if Lu Ming could fight an ordinary great saint, he could not be his opponent. You don't need to do anything to deal with a mere Lu Ming. I'll suppress him. Wan Tianbing stood up and glared at Lu Ming with a sharp gaze. All right, I'll leave it to you. Wan Pingyang's eyes turned. If Wan Tianbing could defeat Lu Ming, he would be able to humiliate Lu Ming even more. Why not? Wan Tianbing took a step forward and came to the fighting ring. Last time, you were defeated even when you joined forces with someone. If it wasn't for the old dog of the Wan family saving you, you would have already died. You still dare to fight? Lu Ming said in disdain. I've said it before. I was careless last time. This time, I'll kill you. That Wan Tianbing shouted coldly. His body began to glow, and holy weapons flew out and floated around him. Among them, there was a particularly bright spot. A combat sword flew out from it, and a terrifying sword chi rushed into the sky. "It's an absolute saint weapon," someone exclaimed. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. It turned out that the other party had sealed another absolute saint weapon, and it was even more stable than the last time. No wonder he dared to fight Lu Ming. Lu Ming had almost lost to his holy weapon the last time. Kill! The chi of combat weapons gathered, and sword chi soared into the sky. The 10,000 celestial soldiers wielded their combat swords and slashed at Lu Ming. The power was shocking, and those below the Supreme Saint realm were shocked. The 10,000 weapons manual was indeed amazing. As long as one's body and cultivation were strong enough, one could seal powerful holy weapons continuously. Ordinary Supreme Saints wouldn't dare to use this move. But Lu Ming was not just anyone. "I'll be taking this absolute saint weapon," Lu Ming muttered. In the next moment he rushed towards his opponent and slashed his palm at him like a knife. Lu Ming attacked his opponent's absolute holy weapon with his bare hands, but the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Clang! Lu Ming's palm hit the combat sword, which trembled wildly. A terrifying force surged toward Wan Tianbing. In an instant, Wan Tianbing's expression changed, and his eyes popped out in disbelief. He felt a terrifying power coming from the combat sword that seemed to be endless. Buzz! The sword vibrated and his palm exploded. The sword flew out of his hand while his body was thrown far away like a broken kite. He fell on the fighting ring and spat out blood. His face was as pale as paper. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's saint energy rolled up and he put away the absolute saint weapon. Many people at the scene gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. He was defeated. 10,000 heavenly soldiers were defeated in one move. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Many people still remembered that a few months ago, Lu Ming, Wan Tianbing, and the 6th Prince of the Golden Crow had a battle at the Phoenix Lake. In that battle, Lu Ming had defeated Wan Tianbing and the 6th Prince of the Golden Crow with great difficulty. He was even forced into a disadvantageous position after Wan Tianbing had taken out his holy weapon. But now, Lu Ming had made Wan Tianbing spit out blood and sent him flying out of the arena with one move. He had even seized his absolute saint weapon. In just a few months, Lu Ming's combat strength had become so terrifying. "Hand over the absolute saint weapon." Wan Pingyang stood up and stepped onto the fighting ring. His eyes were extremely gloomy. "What a joke! That's my spoils of war. Do you have an absolute saint weapon? Take it out. I'll be my spoils later." Lu Ming said, "If you want my absolute saint weapon, I'm afraid you'll lose your life." Wan Pingyang roared. His entire body began to glow with bright light as saint weapons flew out one after another, their battle weapon chi soaring into the sky. There were 150 bright saint weapons, 12 great saint weapons, and an absolute saint weapon. The absolute saint weapon was a long spear. Wan Pingyang held the long spear in his hand, and his aura became even more terrifying. The long spear pierced through the air, aiming for Lu Ming. Wan Pingyang was a great saint in the minor mastery realm. When he was sealed into a saint weapon, the power he could unleash was even more terrifying. It was far beyond the power of a 10,000 celestial weapon. His combat strength was several times stronger than Wan Tianbing's. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward. His body was like lightning as he charged towards Wan Pingyang. His palm was like a blade as he struck at his opponent. Clang! Lu Ming's palm collided with his opponent's spear, creating a deafening boom. Both of them swayed slightly before they continued their battle. The Great Saint Realm was much stronger than the Bright Saint Realm. Moreover, the opponent's spiritual body was also a medium-grade heaven spiritual body. His combat power was extremely terrifying, far beyond the ordinary Great Saint lower mastery. Thump! Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Wan Pingyang had exchanged dozens of blows. The entire place was filled with intense explosions, causing the entire area to shake. Chapter 1788. Chapter 1788. Chapter 1788. Take them all. The others were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their imagination. How can he be so powerful? A few months ago, Lu Ming was far from having such combat strength. His cultivation level has increased and he has reached the great circle of the bright saint stage. How can it be so fast? He was only a great circle of the bright saint stage a few months ago. Feng Ling and Long Chen's cultivation has also improved a lot. I heard that a few months ago, the paragons who obtained the primordial chaos token entered the primordial chaos sect to take part in the assessment. Perhaps Lu Ming, Feng Ling, and Long Chen have all obtained the primordial chaos token. Hunyuan sect's assessment has great opportunities. Perhaps that's true. The crowd discussed, and soon, someone made a rough guess. After all, the Hunyuan sect's assessment was no secret. Every few decades, a group of geniuses would enter and take part in the assessment. It was easy to associate this with the sect. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was still shocking. He was a sacred saint, and his opponent was also a peerless genius. Thump. Boom! Lu Ming collided with the other party dozens of times and then retreated quickly. Lose. Wan Pingyang roared. You're thinking too much, Feng. Lu Ming muttered. Following that, dense runes suddenly appeared on the long spear in Wan Pingyang's hand. They flowed along the long spear and rapidly spread throughout Wan Pingyang's body. They formed a terrifying sealing force that was about to seal Wan Pingyang. Damn it, what is this? Wan Pingyang bellowed in rage and unleashed his full power in an attempt to break the seal. However, he had exchanged so many blows with Lu Ming earlier and had laid down a terrifying sealing power. With all of them erupting at once, how could he break it in one go? Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure was like lightning. He appeared in front of Wan Pingyang in an instant and threw a punch at Wan Pingyang. Wan Pingyang cried out in pain and her body flew far away. A series of crackling sounds came from her body as her bone armor was shattered. Devour! Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and enveloped all of Wan Pingyang's saint weapons so that Wan Pingyang could not take them back. Then, he used his saint energy to cut off the other party's connection and put away all the saint weapons. My holy weapon! Wan Pingyang roared and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. 150 bright saint weapons, 12 great saint weapons, and 1 absolute saint weapon all fell in Lu Ming's hands. His heart was bleeding. The WN clan's cultivation had a flaw, and that was the expenditure. The value of sealing so many saint weapons was simply too high. This was his many years of hard work. Now, it was all gone and Lu Ming had taken it. I said, this is my spoils of war. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Wan Pingyang. He looked down at the other party and said coldly, so what if you have a high cultivation level? Wan Pingyang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the Wan family will never let you off. You'd better return all my saint weapons. You can't swallow the Wan family's saint weapons. Ah, what a joke. You're a piece of trash. You're a great saint, but you're not a match for a bright saint. Now you're threatening me with the power behind you. If you didn't come from a powerful force, you would be a complete waste. I can kill a large number of you with a single slap. Get lost. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He gave Wan Pingyang one last kick on the head, sending him flying off the fighting ring. Lu Ming, just you wait. On the other side, Wan Tianlong rushed over and helped Wan Pingyang up. They flew up into the sky and left the place. Wan Tianbing did the same. He had no face to stay. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the entire scene, especially the Golden Crow race's side. The 5th Golden Crow Prince and the 6th Golden Crow Prince's faces were unsightly. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was unfathomable. He did not seem to have used his full strength against Wan Pingyang. At least, he did not see Lu Ming use any Chaos Law Abhijna. Although the 5th Prince of the Golden Crow was arrogant, he was not confident that he could fight Lu Ming. He might even humiliate himself. It was not that there were no more powerful heaven's favorites at the scene. However, they did not have any grudges with Lu Ming and did not want to offend him, a heaven's favorite with endless potential. Therefore, no one went up to fight for a while. Since no one wants to fight, let's continue drinking tea. Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and returned to the pavilion. He picked up his teacup and said with a smile, "It doesn't look like it's too late, and the tea is still hot." With that, he downed the drink. Although Lu Ming had fought 2 rounds in a row, he was very fast and did not waste much time. "Young Master Lu, if you like it, you can come to the Jade Lake more often in the future. There's plenty of tea," Luo Tianyi said with a smile. "How can I not come when a beauty has invited me?" Lu Ming said. The others could only sigh. They were certain that Luo Tianyi had taken a fancy to Lu Ming. Below, an unnatural expression flashed across Wang Ling's face. "Sister Feng Ling is jealous," Peoba muttered. "Little girl, you're spouting nonsense." Wang Ling's face was flushed red as she picked up Pao Pao's chubby body and rubbed it hard. Lu Ming enjoyed the tea party while the others drank it as if it was plain water. Not long after, some people found excuses to leave. Some people took the lead and more people left one after another. Not long after, only Lu Ming and a few people were left at the scene. "Tiani Saintus, I'll visit you another day. Farewell." Lu Ming cupped his fists. "Young sect master, you should come to the Jade Lake more often." Luo Tianyi smiled and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and left the Jade Pool with Long Qin, Feng Ling and the rest. Back in the Phoenix Palace, Lu Ming continued his closed-door cultivation. In the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming took out a combat sword, intending to seal it. This sword was the absolute saint weapon that he had taken from Wan Tianbing. Lu Ming now had a total of 3 absolute saint weapons: a battle axe, a battle sword, and a long spear. 2 of them were taken from the 10,000 celestial soldier, and the last one was from Wan Pingyang. Other than the long spear, Lu Ming was more comfortable with the combat sword. He planned to seal this combat sword first. When the 10,000 celestial soldiers were at the great circle of the Bright Saint stage, they would need the help of a martial emperor to seal them into holy weapons. However, Lu Ming's spirit body was stronger. Lu was confident that he would be able to seal them successfully without the help of a martial emperor. Lu Ming immediately activated the 10,000 soldiers scroll and began to seal the one lowly weapon. One of the acupuncture points on his arm lit up, and the absolute saint weapon flew into it. Instantly, a terrifying tearing force erupted. The absolute saint weapon was too powerful. Lu Ming's arm swelled up and almost exploded. Waves of tearing pain spread throughout his body. "Hold on." Lu Ming growled and circulated the 10,000 soldiers' art with all his might, enduring the pain. Slowly, the battle weapon chi of the absolute holy weapon calmed down, and Lu Ming's arm returned to its original state. A few hours later, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. He had finally succeeded. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. It was too dangerous to seal a holy weapon. If one wasn't careful, their meridians would explode and their bodies would explode. However, once the seal was successful, the power of the 10,000 soldiers scroll would increase dramatically. Now, Lu Ming's 10,000 weapons scroll and holy weapon were as powerful as the chaotic finger of calamity. Chapter 1789. Chapter 1789. Meeting Xuanxin again, I should be able to seal a few more great saint weapons. Lu Ming pondered. It was impossible for him to continue to seal it into a saint weapon. His body couldn't take it anymore. He had to at least break through to the Supreme Saint realm or evolve his spirit body again. However, he should be able to seal a few more great saint weapons. This way, he would be able to increase his strength. Following that, Lu Ming sealed another 6 great saint weapons. The number of great saint weapons he had sealed increased to 12, which was the same as Wan Pingyang's. After cultivating the 10,000 soldiers scroll, Lu Ming continued to study the Chaos Finger Tribulation and the sealed scroll of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. Time flew by, and another 2 months passed. Lu Ming's cultivation had entered a period of steady improvement and was slowly approaching the Great Sage Realm. And during this period of time, Guyu Holy Land entered a period of peace. Many of the heaven's favorites from the heavenly emperor city had returned. However, they were all actively preparing for the battle. They worked hard to cultivate and wait for the opening of the Yuan Mountains Sacred Institute. The few emperors would establish the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. At that time, all the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain would definitely gather in the Heavenly Emperor City. The Heavenly Emperor City would become a place for the geniuses to fight for supremacy. If one's cultivation and combat strength were not enough, they would only become a stepping stone for others. Therefore, all of them were cultivating hard. On this day, Wang Lin and Longchen came together to ask Lu Ming to go to the 10,000 Spirit Trade City with them. The 10,000 Spirit Trading City was very famous in the ancient Moon Holy Land. It was founded by a few powerful forces, and one of them was the Wan family. Within the 10,000 Spirit Trade City, there were many shops. All kinds of treasures and rare items could be seen. After many years of development, it had become extremely prosperous. It had become the two largest trading places in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Every day, it was packed with people. Lu Ming was naturally curious about such a place and he agreed readily. He wanted to take a look and see if he could buy some useful items. He also wanted to sell some of the useless things he had on him in exchange for raw gemstones. Lu Ming brought Bubbles with him and the group of them flew in the air. Not long after, a huge city appeared in front of them. This city was very large, and one could see people coming out of the city continuously and people going in and out continuously. They landed at the city gate, which was guarded. If they wanted to enter the city, they had to pay a certain amount of raw stones. The few of them paid the fees and walked into the city. As soon as they entered the city, all they could see were shops. There were all kinds of shops and there was no end to them. Those forces that founded the trade city are really making a fortune. There's a fee to enter the city, and there's a fee to rent out these shops. How many raw gemstones do they earn every year? Lu Ming sighed. No wonder the Wan family was so rich. Every disciple had a large number of saint weapons to cultivate the 10,000 soldier scroll. The WN family had developed for countless years and had many disciples. With so many people cultivating the 10,000 soldier scroll, the number of holy weapons they needed was a terrifying number. This was nothing, especially for the monarch-level experts. They needed monarch weapons for their cultivation, which was even more expensive. Without income, they couldn't afford to cultivate at all. The few of them walked around the streets, looking for the things they needed. Lu Ming had also entered a few shops and exchanged all his useless items for high-grade raw gemstones. When one reached the Saint Realm, one would almost always use superior-grade raw stones for cultivation. Lu Ming only kept a small amount of the bright saint weapon on him. He sold most of it in exchange for a lot of spiritual liquid to water the path-understanding ancient tree. He also bought some spiritual herbs for Paisha to eat. Suddenly, they saw many people gathering in one direction. A few of them were curious and followed them. They found many people rushing into a hall. "Brother, why are there so many people running here?" Lu Ming and the rest stopped a young man and asked. "This hall is a place to sell slaves. There are all kinds of slaves, human race and demon race. One just heard that they are selling a true dragon, a peerless beauty. This is extremely rare. Brother, one have to go or it will be too late." The young man said as he hurried forward. "True dragon? A beauty?" Lu Ming frowned slightly. "Let's go and take a look," Lu Ming said to Long Chen and Feng Ling. Then the three of them walked toward the main hall. The main hall was very wide, but it was already filled with people. The three of them squeezed through the crowd and looked ahead. At the very front of the hall, there was a high platform, which was the place where the slaves were sold. At this moment, an extremely beautiful woman was sitting on the high platform. This woman's neck, wrists, and ankles were all wearing something that looked like a collar. There were runes shining on it, which clearly could seal one's cultivation. The woman looked haggard and her aura was weak. Her snow-white dress was torn in many places, revealing many wounds that seemed to have been caused by the leather whip. It could be seen that he had definitely been tortured. Although she was injured and her aura was weak, it was still difficult to hide her beautiful figure and appearance. Boom. Lu Ming's mind buzzed at the sight of this woman. A cold and terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Senior sister. Lu Ming's killing intent was extremely terrifying. It surged in all directions like a tide. The woman on the platform was Lu Ming's senior sister, Xianxia. In the surroundings, the others felt a chill all over their bodies and couldn't help but retreat. Lu Ming, what's wrong? At the side, Wang Lin was surprised. Why did Lu Ming suddenly burst out with such a terrifying killing intent? The one on the high platform is my senior sister. Lu Ming growled in a low voice, his eyes emitting a terrifying ominous glint. Your senior sister? Phoenix spirit. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Fai finally understood why Lu Ming had such a murderous intent. At that moment, on the high platform, beside Xianxia, two elders had also noticed Lu Ming's abnormality. A shocking aura erupted from their bodies. It was the aura of a great saint. Thousand spirit exchange, whoever causes trouble will be killed. Old man coldly said. Moreover, there were terrifying auras around the hall. There were many powerful auras that made one's heart tremble. This place was jointly established by the Wan family, the Heavenly Bird Palace, and the Heavenly Wolf Tower, so they naturally sent many experts to guard it. Lu Ming, don't be rash. The four major forces have sent many experts here. Wang Lin sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. He suppressed the killing intent in his heart and his body. On the high platform, Xianxia seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's killing intent as well. She raised her head and looked over. When she saw Lu Ming, surprise and hope flashed in her eyes. However, the light soon dimmed and she shook her head at Lu Ming. What she meant was for Lu Ming to leave and not save her. Senior sister, don't worry. I'll save you. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. His voice was firm and unquestionable. Xianxia continued to shake her head. The forces here were too powerful. They were many times stronger than the so-called top forces in the Azure region. She did not wish for Lu Ming to offend these powerful forces in order to save her. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm and unquestionable. He had to save Xianxia. Whoever stopped him would die. Chapter 1790. Chapter 1790, Bidding for the Snow Dragon, Silence. On the high platform, an old man raised his hand and pressed down, and the scene quieted down. Let me introduce to you, this is a snow dragon in the half-saint realm. It's extremely beautiful and rare even among the true dragons. If you're interested, you can buy it and play with it. Now, the bidding for this true dragon will start. The highest bidder will get it. The starting price is 100,000 upper-grade raw stones. The old man's words caused many people's eyes to shine with a strange light. Real dragons are rare, and it's a snow dragon. Such a beautiful snow dragon is even rarer. It must be very exciting to buy one and play with it. Hee, I've never played with a true dragon before. I don't know what it feels like. This true dragon is mine. In your dreams, it's mine. At the scene, there was a burst of noise, and many people stared at Xianxia with fiery eyes. Xianxia's eyes were filled with despair, while Lu Ming's killing intent was even stronger. I'll bid 150,000 superior-grade raw stones. I bid 160,000. 200,000. The crowd began to bid, and the price kept rising. Soon, it reached a high price of 300,000. 300,000 superior-grade raw stones for a half-saint true dragon was a shockingly high price. One superior-grade raw stone was equivalent to 10,000 medium-grade raw stones. 300,000 superior-grade raw stones would be 3 billion medium-grade raw stones. 400,000. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was heard and he raised the price by 100,000 to 400,000. The sudden increase of 100,000 made many people shake their heads. This price was too high. It was not worth it to buy a half-saint true dragon. 450,000. At this moment, a voice was heard. A young man with an evil expression looked at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, you want to compete with me? Let's see how much wealth you have." 500,000. Lu Ming did not hesitate and called out 500,000. 550,000. The devilish-looking young man added another 50,000. On the side, the others gasped. 550,000 was already an extremely shocking price. At this point, most people had given up on bidding and shook their heads in pity. 600,000. Lu Ming continued to increase the bid. 650,000. The devilish-looking teenager raised the price again, but one could see that he was also in pain. 650,000 was already an extremely shocking price. This was a high-grade raw gemstone, not a medium-grade raw gemstone. Feng Ling, Long Chen, lend me some raw gemstones later. Lu Ming sent a message to Huang Ling and Long Chen. No problem. They'll give you as much as you want. Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen spoke one after another. 1 million. This time, Lu Ming raised the price to 1 million yuan. To him, as long as he could save Xianxia, it did not matter how many raw stones he had to spend. Gasps could be heard all around. Lu Ming had actually increased the price to 1 million. Who is this person? He's so rich to be willing to pay 1 million superior-grade raw stones for a female true dragon. One know him. He's Lu Ming. One didn't expect him to be such a lecherous person. With a beauty like Feng Ling beside him, he even spent a huge sum of money to buy this true dragon. His taste is extraordinary. Young man, you're full of energy. The crowd discussed, and some elders even sighed. These people, what nonsense are they spouting? Wang Ling's face blushed. It was not just the others who were shocked. When Lu Ming called out 1 million, the devilish-looking young man's expression changed as well. He looked like he was struggling. In the end, he looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze and finally shook his head, clearly giving up on bidding. 1 million superior-grade raw stones was too high. 1 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? This is a snow dragon, and it's rare even among the true dragon clan. I'll definitely be a different experience if you buy it. Normally, there's no place to buy it. On the high platform, an old man spoke, hoping to incite the crowd to continue bidding. However, although many people's eyes were burning, they still shook their heads. 1 million superior-grade raw stones was too high. 1 million. Is there a higher bid? The old man continued. After that, the old man called out 3 times in a row, but no one responded. All right, since no one is bidding, this snow dragon will go to. The old man was about to announce it, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by another voice. Wait a minute, I'll bid 1 million. A voice rang out from behind the high platform. Behind the platform, there were some rooms. Then a group of young men walked out. Wan Pingyang, Wan Tianbing. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, emitting a cold light. There were more than 10 people in the group of young men. Lu Ming recognized a few of them. They were Wan Pingyang, Wan Tianbing, and Wan Tianlong. Lu Ming also knew Su Tuo from the Sirius Tower and young Master Tianing from the Celestial Bird Palace, but he didn't know anyone else. The one who had just made a bid was Wan Pingyang. Young masters, why have you come? On the high platform, the old man bowed to Wan Pingyang and the others. There's a rare snow dragon being auctioned here. We're very interested in it, so we came to take a look. Wan Pingyang then looked at Lu Ming with a cold glint in his eyes. Lu Ming, these young men are the prodigies who founded the 4 great forces of the Thousand Spirit Exchange. Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. His eyes were cold as he glanced at Wan Pingyang. 1,200,000. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so interested in this snow dragon. But I'm interested too. 1,300,000. Wan Pingyang laughed and raised the price again. 1,500,000. Lu Ming did not even blink and added another 200,000. 160. 2 million. In the end, Lu Ming even called out 2 million directly, making the entire venue quiet down. Wan Pingyang was slightly taken aback as well, but he did not continue bidding. His gaze swept across Lu Ming, then landed on Xuanxin. An idea struck him and he smiled. Understand? Lu Ming, you know this snow dragon, right? No wonder you raised the price to such a high level. Lu Ming did not say anything. He only looked at Wan Pingyang coldly. Wan Pingyang's lips curled into a cold smile. In that case, we won't sell this snow dragon. What did he say? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he stared at Wan Pingyang. Are you deaf? I'm telling you, we're not selling this snow dragon. The 10,000 Spirit Trading House was founded by the four of us, and it's up to me to decide if we're selling it or not. Wan Pingyang sneered, a rare snow dragon, and it's so beautiful. To be honest, I've never played with it before. I plan to keep it for myself. Brother Wan, you can't enjoy it alone. Su Tuo said, his eyes burning with passion. Of course not. We're all brothers. Whoever sees it will have a share. Wan Pingyang laughed. He was obviously saying it for Lu Ming to hear. The killing intent on Lu Ming's body grew stronger. Seeing that Lu Ming was angry, Wan Pingyang, Wan Tianbing, and the rest felt even better. They felt the thrill of revenge. So what if Lu Ming's combat strength was strong? This was their territory. What could Lu Ming do? You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.